Chapter 10 of Book 5 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kai Lu. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5th, For a Black Hunt, a Mute Pack. Chapter 10, which explains how Javert got on the scent. The events of which we have just beheld the reverse side, so to speak, had come about in the simplest possible manner. When Jean Valjean, on the evening of the very day when Javert had arrested him beside Fantine's deathbed, had escaped from the town jail of M. the police had supposed that he had betaken himself to Paris. Paris is a maelstrom where everything is lost and everything disappears in this belly of the world, as in the belly of the sea. No forest hides a man as does that crowd. Fugitives of every sort know this. They go to Paris as to an abyss. There are gulfs which save. The police know it also, and it is in Paris that they seek what they have lost elsewhere. They sought the ex-mayor of M. Javert was summoned to Paris to throw light on their researches. Javert had, in fact, rendered powerful assistance in the recapture of Jean Valjean. Javert's zeal and intelligence on that occasion had been remarked by Monsieur Chabouillet, secretary of the prefecture under Comte Anglès. Monsieur Chabouillet, who had, moreover, already been Javert's patron, had the inspector of M. attached to the police force of Paris. There Javert rendered himself useful in divers and, though the word may seem strange for such services, honorable manners. He no longer thought of Jean Valjean. The wolf of today causes those dogs who are always on the chase to forget the wolf of yesterday. When, in December 1823, he read a newspaper, he who never read newspapers, but Javert, a monarchical man, had a desire to know the particulars of the triumphal entry of the Prince Generalissimo into Bayonne. Just as he was finishing the article, which interested him, a name, the name of Jean Valjean, attracted his attention at the bottom of a page. The paper announced that the convict Jean Valjean was dead, and published the fact in such formal terms that Javert did not doubt it. He confined himself to the remark, "That's a good entry." Then he threw aside the paper and thought no more about it. Some time afterward, it chanced that a police report was transmitted from the prefecture of the Seine-et-Oise to the prefecture of police in Paris, concerning the abduction of a child, which had taken place, under peculiar circumstances, as it was said, in the commune of Montfermeil. A little girl of 7 or 8 years of age, the report said, who had been entrusted by her mother to an innkeeper of that neighborhood, had been stolen by a stranger. This child answered to the name of Cosette, and was the daughter of a girl named Fantine, who had died in the hospital, it was not known where or when. This report came under Javert's eye, and set him to thinking. The name of Fantine was well known to him. He remembered that Jean Valjean had made him, Javert, burst into laughter by asking him for a respite of 3 days, for the purpose of going to fetch that creature's child. He recalled the fact that Jean Valjean had been arrested in Paris at the very moment when he was stepping into the coach for Montfermeil. Some signs had made him suspect at the time that this was the second occasion of his entering that coach, and that he had already, on the previous day, made an excursion to the neighborhood of that village, for he had not been seen in the village itself. What had he been intending to do in that region of Montfermeil? It could not even be surmised. Javert understood it now. Fantine's daughter was there. Jean Valjean was going there in search of her. And now this child had been stolen by a stranger. Who could that stranger be? Could it be Jean Valjean? But Jean Valjean was dead. Javert, without saying anything to anybody, took the coach from the Pewter Platter, Cul-de-sac de la Planchette, and made a trip to Montfermeil. He expected to find a great deal of light on the subject there. He found a great deal of obscurity. For the first few days the Thénardiers had chattered in their rage. The disappearance of the lark had created a sensation in the village. He immediately obtained numerous versions of the story, which ended in the abduction of a child, hence the police report. But their first vexation having passed off, Thénardier, with his wonderful instinct, had very quickly comprehended that it is never advisable to stir up the prosecutor of the crown, and that his complaints with regard to the abduction of Cosette would have as their first result to fix upon himself, and upon many dark affairs which he had on hand, the glittering eye of justice. The last thing that owls desire is to have a candle brought to them. And in the first place, how explain the 1,500 francs which he had received? He turned squarely round, put a gag on his wife's mouth, and feigned astonishment when the stolen child was mentioned to him. He understood nothing about it. No doubt he had grumbled for a while at having that dear little creature taken from him so hastily. He should have liked to keep her 2 or 3 days longer, out of tenderness. But her grandfather had come for her in the most natural way in the world. He added the grandfather, which produced a good effect. This was the story that Javert hit upon when he arrived at Montfermeil. The grandfather caused Jean Valjean to vanish. Nevertheless, Javert dropped a few questions, like plummets, into Thénardier's history. Who was that grandfather, and what was his name? Thénardier replied with simplicity. He is a wealthy farmer. I saw his passport. I think his name was Monsieur Guillaume Lambert. Lambert is a respectable and extremely reassuring name. Thereupon Javert returned to Paris. Jean Valjean is certainly dead, said he, and I am a ninny. He had again begun to forget this history when, in the course of March, 1824, he heard of a singular personage who dwelt in the parish of Saint Médard, and who had been surnamed the mendicant who gives alms. This person, the story ran, was a man of means, whose name no one knew exactly, and who lived alone with a little girl of 8 years, who knew nothing about herself, save that she had come from Montfermeil. Montfermeil! That name was always coming up, and it made Javert prick up his ears. An old beggar police spy, an ex-beadle to whom this person had given alms, added a few more details. This gentleman of property was very shy, never coming out except in the evening, speaking to no one, except occasionally to the poor, and never allowing anyone to approach him. He wore a horrible old yellow frock-coat, which was worth many millions, being all wadded up with bank bills. This piqued Javert's curiosity in a decided manner. In order to get a close look at this fantastic gentleman without alarming him, he borrowed the beadle's outfit for a day, and the place where the old spy was in the habit of crouching every evening, whining orisons through his nose, and playing the spy under cover of prayer. The suspected individual did indeed approach Javert thus disguised, and bestow alms on him. At that moment Javert raised his head, and the shock which Jean Valjean received on recognizing Javert was equal to the one received by Javert when he thought he recognized Jean Valjean. However, the darkness might have misled him. Jean Valjean's death was official. Javert cherished very grave doubts, and when in doubt, Javert, the man of scruples, never laid a finger on anyone's collar. He followed his man to the Gorbeau house and got the old woman to talking, which was no difficult matter. The old woman confirmed the fact regarding the coat lined with millions, and narrated to him the episode of the 1,000-franc bill. She had seen it. She had handled it. Javert hired a room. That evening he installed himself in it. He came and listened at the mysterious lodger's door, hoping to catch the sound of his voice, but Jean Valjean saw his candle through the keyhole, and foiled the spy by keeping silent. On the following day Jean Valjean decamped, but the noise made by the fall of the 5-franc piece was noticed by the old woman, who, hearing the rattling of coin, suspected that he might be intending to leave, and made haste to warn Javert. At night, when Jean Valjean came out, Javert was waiting for him behind the trees of the boulevard with 2 men. Javert had demanded assistance at the prefecture, but he had not mentioned the name of the individual whom he hoped to seize. That was his secret, and he had kept it for 3 reasons. In the first place, because the slightest indiscretion might put Jean Valjean on the alert. Next, because to lay hands on an ex-convict who had made his escape and was reputed dead, on a criminal whom justice had formerly classed forever as among malefactors of the most dangerous sort, was a magnificent success, which the old members of the Parisian police would assuredly not leave to a newcomer like Javert, and he was afraid of being deprived of his convict. And lastly, because Javert, being an artist, had a taste for the unforeseen. He hated those well-heralded successes which are talked of long in advance, and have the bloom brushed off. He preferred to elaborate his masterpieces in the dark, and to unveil them suddenly at the last. Javert had followed Jean Valjean from tree to tree, then from corner to corner of the street, and had not lost sight of him for a single instant. Even at the moments when Jean Valjean believed himself to be the most secure, Javert's eye had been on him. Why had not Javert arrested Jean Valjean? Because he was still in doubt. It must be remembered that at the epoch the police was not precisely at its ease. The free press embarrassed it. Several arbitrary arrests denounced by the newspapers had echoed even as far as the Chambers, and had rendered the prefecture timid. Interference with individual liberty was a grave matter. The police agents were afraid of making a mistake. The prefect laid the blame on them. A mistake meant dismissal. The reader can imagine the effect which this brief paragraph, reproduced by 20 newspapers, would have caused in Paris. Yesterday, an aged grandfather, with white hair, a respectable and well-to-do gentleman, who was walking with his grandchild aged 8, was arrested and conducted to the agency of the prefecture, as an escaped convict. Let us repeat in addition that Javert had scruples of his own. Injunctions of his conscience were added to the injunctions of the prefect. He was really in doubt. Jean Valjean turned his back on him and walked in the dark. Sadness, uneasiness, anxiety, depression. This fresh misfortune of being forced to flee by night, to seek a chance refuge in Paris for Cosette and himself, the necessity of regulating his pace to the pace of the child. All this, without his being aware of it, had altered Jean Valjean's walk, and impressed on his bearing such senility that the police themselves, incarnate in the person of Javert, might and did in fact make a mistake. The impossibility of approaching too close, his costume of an émigré preceptor, the declaration of Thénardier which made a grandfather of him, and finally, the belief in his death in prison, added still further to the uncertainty which gathered thick in Javert's mind. For an instant it occurred to him to make an abrupt demand for his papers. But if the man was not Jean Valjean, and if this man was not a good, honest old fellow living on his income, he was probably some merry blade deeply and cunningly implicated in the obscure web of Parisian misdeeds, some chief of a dangerous band who gave alms to conceal his other talents, which was an old dodge. He had trusty fellows, accomplices' retreats in case of emergencies, in which he would, no doubt, take refuge. All these turns which he was making through the streets seemed to indicate that he was not a simple and honest man. To arrest him too hastily would be to kill the hen that laid the golden eggs. Where was the inconvenience in waiting? Javert was very sure that he would not escape. Thus he proceeded in a tolerably perplexed state of mind, putting to himself 100 questions about this enigmatical personage. It was only quite late in the Rue de Pontoise that, thanks to the brilliant light thrown from a dram shop, he decidedly recognized Jean Valjean. There are in this world two beings who give a profound start, the mother who recovers her child, and the tiger who recovers his prey. Javert gave that profound start. As soon as he had positively recognized Jean Valjean, the formidable convict, he perceived that there were only 3 of them, and he asked for reinforcements at the police station of the Rue de Pontoise. One puts on gloves before grasping a thorn cudgel. This delay, and the halt at the Carrefour Roland to consult with his agents, came near causing him to lose the trail. He speedily divined, however, that Jean Valjean would want to put the river between his pursuers and himself. He bent his head and reflected like a bloodhound who puts his nose to the ground to make sure that he is on the right scent. Javert, with his powerful rectitude of instinct, went straight to the bridge of Austerlitz. A word with the toll-keeper furnished him with the information which he required. "Have you seen a man with a little girl?" "I made him pay 2 sous," replied the toll-keeper. Javert reached the bridge in season to see Jean Valjean traverse the small, illuminated spot on the other side of the water, leading Cosette by the hand. He saw him enter the Rue de Chemin vers Saint-Antoine. He remembered the cul-de-sac Genrot arranged there like a trap, and of the sole exit of the Rue Droux-Mort into the Rue PETIT-PICPUS. He made sure of his back burrows, as huntsmen say. He hastily dispatched one of his agents, by a roundabout way, to guard that issue. A patrol which was returning to the arsenal post having passed him, he made a requisition on it, and caused it to accompany him. In such games soldiers are aces. Moreover, the principle is, that in order to get the best of a wild boar, one must employ the science of venery, and plenty of dogs. These combinations having been effected, feeling that Jean Valjean was caught between the blind alley Genrot on the right, his agents on the left, and himself Javert in the rear, he took a pinch of snuff. Then he began the game. He experienced one ecstatic and infernal moment. He allowed his man to go on ahead, knowing that he had him safe, but desirous of postponing the moment of arrest as long as possible, happy at the thought that he was taken, and yet at seeing him free, gloating over him with his gaze, with that voluptuousness of the spider which allows the fly to flutter, and of the cat which lets the mouse run. Claws and talons possess a monstrous sensuality. The obscure movements of the creature imprisoned in their pincers. What a delight this strangling is! Javert was enjoying himself. The meshes of his net were stoutly knotted. He was sure of success. All he had to do now was close his hand. Accompanied as he was, the very idea of resistance was impossible, however vigorous, energetic, and desperate Jean Valjean might be. Javert advanced slowly, sounding, searching on his way all the nooks of the street like so many pockets of thieves. When he reached the center of the web, he found the fly no longer there. His exasperation can be imagined. He interrogated his sentinel of the Rue Droit-Mur and PETIT-PICPUS. That agent, who had remained imperturbably at his post, had not seen the man pass. It sometimes happens that a stag is lost head and horns. That is to say, he escapes, although he has the pack on his very heels, and then the oldest huntsmen know not what to say. Duvivier, Ligneville, and Desprez halt short. In a discomfiture of this sort, Arton exclaims, "It was not a stag, but a sorcerer." Javert would have liked to utter the same cry. His disappointment bordered for a moment on despair and rage. It is certain that Napoleon made mistakes during the war with Russia, that Alexander committed blunders in the war in India, that Caesar made mistakes in the war in Africa, that Cyrus was at fault in the war in Scythia, and that Javert blundered in this campaign against Jean Valjean. He was wrong, perhaps, in hesitating in his recognition of the ex-convict. The first glance should have sufficed him. He was wrong in not arresting him purely and simply in the old building. He was wrong in not arresting him when he had positively recognized him in the Rue de Pontoise. He was wrong in taking counsel with his auxiliaries in the full light of the moon at the Carrefour Rollin. Advice is certainly useful. It is a good thing to know and to interrogate those of the dogs who deserve confidence. But the hunter cannot be too cautious when he is chasing uneasy animals like the wolf and the convict. Javert, by taking too much thought as to how he should set the bloodhounds of the pack on the trail, alarmed the beast by giving him wind of the dart, and so made him run. Above all, he was wrong in that after he had picked up the scent again on the bridge of Austerlitz, he played that formidable and puerile game of keeping such a man at the end of a thread. He thought himself stronger than he was, and believed that he could play at the game of the mouse and the lion. At the same time, he reckoned himself as too weak when he judged it necessary to obtain reinforcement. Fatal precaution, waste of precious time. Javert committed all these blunders, and none the less was one of the cleverest and most correct spies that ever existed. He was, in full force of the term, what is called in venery a knowing dog. But what is there that is perfect? Great strategists have their eclipses. The greatest follies are often composed, like the largest ropes, of a multitude of strands. Take the cable thread by thread, take all the petty determining motives separately, and you can break them one after the other, and you say, that is all there is of it. Braid them, twist them together. The result is enormous. It is Attila hesitating between Marcian on the east and Valentinian on the west. It is Hannibal tarrying at Capua. It is Danton falling asleep at Arcis Arabe. However that may be, even at the moment when he saw that Jean Valjean had escaped him, Javert did not lose his head. Sure that the convict who had broken his band could not be far off, he established sentinels, he organized traps and ambuscades, and beat the quarter all that night. The first thing he saw was the disorder in the street lantern whose rope had been cut. A precious sign, which, however, led him astray, since it caused him to turn all his researches in the direction of the cul-de-sac Genrot. In this blind alley there were tolerably low walls, which abutted on gardens whose bounds adjoined the immense stretches of waste land. Jean Valjean evidently must have fled in that direction. The fact is, that had he penetrated a little further in the cul-de-sac Genrot, he would probably have done so and have been lost. Javert explored these gardens and these waste stretches as though he had been hunting for a needle. At daybreak he left two intelligent men on the lookout, and returned to the prefecture of police, as much ashamed as a police spy who had been captured by a robber might have been. End of Book 5, Chapter 10. Chapter 1 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kai Lu. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, PETIT-PICPUS. Chapter 1. Number 62, Rue PETIT-PICPUS. Nothing, half a century ago, more resembled every other carriage gate than the carriage gate of number 62 Rue PETIT-PICPUS. This entrance, which usually stood ajar in the most inviting fashion, permitted a view of two things, neither of which have anything very funereal about them: a courtyard surrounded by walls hung with vines, and the face of a lounging porter. Above the wall, at the bottom of the court, tall trees were visible. When a ray of sunlight enlivened the courtyard, when a glass of wine cheered up the porter, it was difficult to pass number 62 Little Picpus Street without carrying away a smiling impression of it. Nevertheless, it was a sombre place of which one had had a glimpse. The threshold smiled. The house prayed and wept. If one succeeded in passing the porter, which was not easy, which was even nearly impossible for everyone, for there was an open sesame which it was necessary to know. If, the porter once passed, one entered a little vestibule on the right, on which opened a staircase, shut in between two walls and so narrow that only one person could ascend it at a time. If one did not allow oneself to be alarmed by a daubing of canary yellow, with a dado of chocolate which clothed this staircase, if one ventured to ascend it, one crossed a first landing, then a second, and arrived on the first story at a corridor where the yellow wash and the chocolate-hued plinth pursued one with a peaceable persistency. Staircase and corridor were lighted by two beautiful windows. The corridor took a turn and became dark. If one doubled this cape, one arrived a few paces further on, in front of a door which was all the more mysterious because it was not fastened. If one opened it, one found oneself in a little chamber about 6 feet square, tiled, well scrubbed, clean, cold, and hung with nankin paper with green flowers, at 15 sous the roll. A white, dull light fell from a large window with tiny panes on the left, which usurped the whole width of the room. One gazed about but saw no one. One listened. One heard neither a footstep nor a human murmur. The walls were bare. The chamber was not furnished. There was not even a chair. One looked again and beheld on the wall facing the door a quadrangular hole, about a foot square, with a grating of interlacing iron bars, black, knotted, solid, which formed squares, I had almost said meshes, of less than 1.5 inches in diagonal length. The little green flowers of a nankin paper ran in a calm and orderly manner to those iron bars, without being startled or thrown into confusion by their funereal contact. Supposing that a living thing had been so wonderfully thin as to essay an entrance or an exit through the square hole, this grating would have prevented it. It did not allow the passage of the body, but it did allow the passage of the eyes, that is to say, of the mind. This seems to have occurred to them, for it had been reinforced by a sheet of tin inserted in the wall a little in the rear, and pierced with 1,000 holes more microscopic than the holes of a strainer. At the bottom of this plate, an aperture had been pierced exactly similar to the orifice of a letter-box. A bit of tape attached to a bell wire hung at the right of the grated opening. If the tape was pulled, a bell rang, and one heard a voice very near at hand, which made one start. "Who is there?" the voice demanded. It was a woman's voice, a gentle voice, so gentle that it was mournful. Here, again, there was a magical word which it was necessary to know. If one did not know it, the voice ceased, the wall became silent once more, as though the terrified obscurity of the sepulchre had been on the other side of it. If one knew the password, the voice resumed, "Enter on the right." One then perceived on the right, facing the window, a glass door surmounted by a frame glazed and painted gray. On raising the latch and crossing the threshold, one experienced precisely the same impression as when one enters at the theatre into a grated baignoire, before the grating is lowered and the chandelier is lighted. One was, in fact, in a sort of theatre box, narrow, furnished with 2 old chairs and a much frayed straw matting, sparely illuminated by the vague light from the glass door, a regular box, with its front just of a height to lean upon, bearing a tablet of black wood. This box was grated, only the grating of it was not of gilded wood, as at the opera. It was a monstrous lattice of iron bars, hideously interlaced and riveted to the wall by enormous fastenings, which resembled clenched fists. The first minutes passed. When one's eyes began to grow used to this cellar-like half-twilight, one tried to pass the grating, but got no further than 6 inches beyond it. There he encountered a barrier of black shutters, reinforced and fortified with transverse beams of wood painted a gingerbread yellow. These shutters were divided into long, narrow slats, and they masked the entire length of the grating. They were always closed. At the expiration of a few moments one heard a voice proceeding from behind these shutters, and saying, "I am here. What do you wish with me?" It was a beloved, sometimes an adored voice. No one was visible. Hardly the sound of a breath was audible. It seemed as though it were a spirit which had been evoked, that was speaking to you across the walls of the tomb. If one chanced to be within certain prescribed and very rare conditions, the slat of one of the shutters opened opposite you, the evoked spirit became an apparition. Behind the grating, behind the shutter, one perceived, so far as the grating permitted sight, a head, of which only the mouth and the chin were visible. The rest was covered with a black veil. One caught a glimpse of a black GUIMPE, and a form that was barely defined, covered with a black shroud. That head spoke with you, but did not look at you and never smiled at you. The light which came from behind you was adjusted in such a manner that you saw her in the white, and she saw you in the black. This light was symbolical. Nevertheless, your eyes plunged eagerly through that opening which was made in that place shut off from all glances. A profound vagueness enveloped that form clad in mourning. Your eyes searched that vagueness, and sought to make out the surroundings of the apparition. At the expiration of a very short time you discovered that you could see nothing. What you beheld was night, emptiness, shadows, a wintry mist mingled with a vapor from the tomb, a sort of terrible peace, a silence from which you could gather nothing, not even sighs, a gloom in which you could distinguish nothing, not even phantoms. What you beheld was the interior of a cloister. It was the interior of that severe and gloomy edifice which was called the Convent of the Bernardines of the Perpetual Adoration. The box in which you stood was the parlor. The first voice which had addressed you was that of the portress, who always sat motionless and silent, on the other side of the wall, near the square opening, screened by the iron grating and the plate with its 1,000 holes, as by a double visor. The obscurity which bathed the grated box arose from the fact that the parlor, which had a window on the side of the world, had none on the side of the convent. Profane eyes must see nothing of that sacred place. Nevertheless, there was something beyond that shadow. There was a light. There was life in the midst of that death. Although this was the most strictly walled of all convents, we shall endeavor to make our way into it, and to take the reader in, and to say, without transgressing proper bounds, things which storytellers have never seen, and have, therefore, never described. End of Book 6, Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Shiwitz. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le Petit-PICPUS. Chapter 2, The Obedience of Martin Verga. This convent, which in 1824 had already existed for many a long year in the Rue Petit-PICPUS, was a community of Bernardines in the obedience of Martin Verga. These Bernardines were attached, in consequence, not to Clairvaux, like the Bernardine monks, but to Citeaux, like the Benedictine monks. In other words, they were the subjects not of Saint Bernard, but of Saint Benoit. Anyone who has turned over old folios to any extent knows that Martin Verga founded in 1425 a congregation of Bernardines Benedictines, with Salamanca for the head of the order, and Alcalá as the branch establishment. This congregation had sent out branches throughout all the Catholic countries of Europe. There is nothing unusual in the Latin Church in these grafts of one order on another. To mention only a single order of Saint Benoit, which is here in question, there are attached to this order, without counting the obedience of Martin Verga, 4 congregations, 2 in Italy, Montcassin and Saint Justine of Padua, 2 in France, Cluny and Saint-Maur, and 9 orders, Vallombrosa, Gramont, the Celestins, the Camardules, the Carthusians, the Humilies, the Oliveteurs, the Sylvestrins, and lastly Citeaux. For Citeaux itself, a trunk for other orders, is only an offshoot of Saint Benoit. Citeaux dates from Saint Robert, Abbé de Molesme, in the Diocese of Langres in 1098. Now it was in 529 that the devil, having retired to the desert of Subiaco, he was old, had he turned hermit, was chased from the ancient temple of Apollo, where he dwelt, by Saint Benoit, then aged 17. After the rule of the Carmelites, who go barefoot, wear a bit of willow on their throats, and never sit down, the harshest rule is that of the Bernardine Benedictines, of Martin Verga. They are clothed in black, with a guimpe, which, in accordance to the express command of Saint Benoit, mounts to the chin, a robe of serge with large sleeves, a woolen veil, the guimpe which mounts to the chin cut square on the breast, the band which descends over their brow to their eyes. This is their dress. All is black except the band, which is white. The novices wear the same habit, but all in white. The professed nuns also wear a rosary at their side. The Bernardine Benedictines of Martin Verga practice the perpetual adoration, like the Benedictines called Ladies of the Holy Sacrament, who at the beginning of this century had 2 houses in Paris, one at the Temple, the other in the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève. However, the Bernardine Benedictines of the Petit-PICPUS, of whom we are speaking, were a totally different order from the Ladies of the Holy Sacrament, cloistered in the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève and at the Temple. There were numerous differences in their rule. There were some in their costume. The Bernardine Benedictine of the Petit-PICPUS wore the black guimpe, and the Benedictine of the Holy Sacrament and of the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève wore a white one, and had, besides, on their breasts a Holy Sacrament about 3 inches long, in silver gilt or gilded copper. The nuns of the Petit-PICPUS did not wear this Holy Sacrament. The perpetual adoration, which was common to the house of the Petit-PICPUS and to the house of the Temple, leaves those 2 orders perfectly distinct. Their only resemblance lies in this practice of the Ladies of the Holy Sacrament and the Bernardines of Martin Verga, just as there existed a similarity in the study and the glorification of all the mysteries relating to the infancy, the life, and the death of Jesus Christ and the Virgin, between the two orders, which were, nevertheless, widely separated, and on occasion even hostile. The Oratory of Italy, established at Florence by Philip de Neri, and the Oratory of France, established by Pierre de Bérulle. The Oratory of France claimed the precedence, since Philip de Neri was only a saint, while Bérulle was a cardinal. Let us return to the harsh Spanish rule of Martin Verga. The Bernardine Benedictines of this obedience fast all the year round, abstain from meat, fast in Lent and on many other days which are peculiar to them, rise from their first sleep from 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning to read their breviary and to chant matins, sleep in all seasons between serge sheets and on straw, make no use of the bath, never light a fire, scourge themselves every Friday, observe the rule of silence, speak to each other only during the recreation hours, which are very brief, and wear drugget chemises for 6 months in the year, from September 14th, which is the exaltation of the Holy Cross, until Easter. These 6 months are a modification. The rule says all the year, but this drugget chemise, intolerable in the heat of summer, produced fevers and nervous spasms. The use of it had to be restricted. Even with this palliation, when the nuns put on this chemise on the 14th of September, they suffer from fever for 3 or 4 days. Obedience, poverty, chastity, perseverance in their seclusion, these are their vows, which the rule greatly aggravates. The prioress is elected for 3 years by the mothers, who are called mère vocale because they have a voice in the chapter. A prioress can only be re-elected twice, which fixes the longest possible reign of a prioress at 9 years. They never see the officiating priest, who is always hidden from them by a serge curtain 9 feet in height. During the sermon, when the preacher is in the chapel, they drop their veils over their faces. They must always speak low, walk with their eyes on the ground and their heads bowed. 1 man only is allowed to enter the convent, the archbishop of the diocese. There is really one other, the gardener, but he is always an old man, and in order that he may always be alone in the garden, and that the nuns may be warned to avoid him, a bell is attached to his knee. Their submission to the prioress is absolute and passive. It is the canonical subjection in the full force of its abnegation, as at the voice of Christ, ut voci Christi, at a gesture, at the first sign, ad nutum, ad primum signum, immediately, with cheerfulness, with perseverance, with a certain blind obedience, prompte, hilariter, perseveranter, et ceca quadam obedientia, as in the file in the hand of the workman, quasi limam in manibus fabri, without power to read or to write, without express permission, legere vel scribere, non ariscerit, sine expressa superioris licentia. Each one of them in turn makes what they call reparation. The reparation is the prayer for all the sins, for all the faults, for all the dissensions, for all the violations, for all the iniquities, for all the crimes committed on earth, for the space of 12 consecutive hours, from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 4 o'clock in the morning, or from 4 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sister who is making reparation remains on her knees, on the stone before the Holy Sacrament, with hands clasped, a rope around her neck. When her fatigue becomes unendurable, she prostrates herself flat on her face against the earth, with her arms outstretched in the form of a cross. This is her only relief. In this attitude she prays for all the guilty in the universe. This is great to sublimity. As this act is performed in front of a post on which burns a candle, it is called without distinction to make reparation or to be at the post. The nuns even prefer, out of humility, this last expression, which contains an idea of torture and abasement. The To make reparation is a function in which the whole soul is absorbed. The sister at the post would not turn round were a thunderbolt to fall directly behind her. Besides this, there is always a sister kneeling before the Holy Sacrament. This station lasts an hour. They relieve each other like soldiers on guard. This is the perpetual adoration. The prioresses and the mothers almost always bear names stamped with peculiar solemnity, recalling, not the saints and martyrs, but moments in the life of Jesus Christ, as Mother Nativity, Mother Conception, Mother Presentation, Mother Passion, but the names of saints are not interdicted. When one sees them, one never sees anything but their mouths. All their teeth are yellow. No toothbrush ever entered that convent. Brushing one's teeth is at the top of a ladder, at whose bottom is the loss of one's soul. They never say my. They possess nothing of their own, and they must not attach themselves to anything. They call everything our, thus, our veil, our chaplet. If they were speaking of their chemise, they would say our chemise. Sometimes they grow attached to some petty object, to a book of hours, a relic, a medal that has been blessed. As soon as they become aware that they are growing attached to this object, they must give it up. They recall the words of Saint Therese, to whom a great lady said, as she was on the point of entering her order, "Permit me, mother, to send for a Bible to which I am greatly attached." "Ah, you are attached to something. In that case, do not enter our order." Every person whatever is forbidden to shut herself up, to have a place of her own, a chamber. They live with their cells open. When they meet, one says, "Blessed and adored be the most holy sacrament of the altar." The other responds, "Forever." The same ceremony when one taps at the other's door. Hardly has she touched the door when a soft voice on the other side is heard to say hastily, "Forever." Like all practices, this becomes mechanical by force of habit, and one sometimes says "forever" before the other has had time to say the rather long sentence, "Praised and adored be the most holy sacrament of the altar." Among the visitandines, the one who enters says "Ave Maria," and the one whose cell is entered says "Gratia plena." It is their way of saying "good day," which is in fact full of grace. At each hour of the day 3 supplementary strokes sound from the church bell of the convent. At this signal, prioress, vocal mothers, professed nuns, lay sisters, novices, postulants, interrupt what they are saying, what they are doing, or what they are thinking, and all say in unison if it is 5 o'clock, for instance, "At 5 o'clock and at all hours, praised and adored be the most holy sacrament of the altar." If it is 8 o'clock, at 8 o'clock and at all hours, and so on, according to the hour. This custom, the object of which is to break the thread of thought and to lead it back constantly to God, exists in many communities. The formula alone varies. Thus, at the infant Jesus, they say, "At this hour and at every hour may the love of Jesus kindle my heart." The Bernardine Benedictines of Martin Verga, cloistered 50 years ago at PETIT-PICPUS, chant the offices to a solemn psalmody, a pure Gregorian chant, and always with full voice during the whole course of the office. Everywhere in the missal where an asterisk occurs, they pause and say in a low voice, "Jésus, Marie, Joseph." For the office of the dead, they adopt a tone so low that the voices of women can hardly descend to such a depth. The effect produced is striking and tragic. The nuns of the PETIT-PICPUS had made a vault under their grand altar for the burial of their community. The government, as they say, does not permit this vault to receive coffins, so they leave the convent when they die. This is an affliction to them, and it causes them consternation as an infraction of the rules. They had obtained a mediocre consolation at best, permission to be interred at a special hour and in a special corner, in the ancient Vaulx-Guérard cemetery, which was made of land which had formerly belonged to their community. On Fridays, the nuns hear High Mass, Vespers, and all the offices as on Sunday. They scrupulously observe, in addition to all the little festivals unknown to people of the world, of which the Church of France was so prodigal in the olden days, and of which it is still prodigal in Spain and Italy. Their stations in the chapel are interminable. As for the number and duration of their prayers, we can convey no better idea of them than by quoting the ingenuous remark of one of them. The prayers of the postulants are frightful, the prayers of the novices are still worse, and the prayers of the professed nuns are still worse. Once a week the chapter assembles. The prioress presides, the vocal mothers assist. Each sister kneels in turn on the stones, and confesses aloud, in the presence of all, the faults and sins which she has committed during the week. The vocal mothers consult after each confession, and inflict the penance aloud. Besides this confession in a loud tone, for which all faults in the least serious are reserved, they have for their venial offences what they call the culpe. To make one's culpe means to prostrate oneself flat on one's face during the office in front of the prioress, until the latter, who is never called anything but our mother, notifies the culprit by a slight tap of her foot against the wood of her stall that she can rise. The culpe, or perchavi, is made for a very small matter: a broken glass, a torn veil, an involuntary delay of a few seconds at an office, a false note in church, etc. This suffices and the culpe is made. The culpe is entirely spontaneous. It is the culpable person herself, the word is etymologically in its place here, who judges herself and inflicts it on herself. On festival days and Sundays, 4 mother precentors intone the offices before a large reading desk with 4 places. One day one of the mother precentors intoned a psalm beginning with ecce, and instead of ecce she uttered aloud the 3 notes do si sol. For this piece of absent-mindedness she underwent a culpe, which lasted during the whole service. What rendered the fault enormous was the fact that the chapter had laughed. When a nun is summoned to the parlor, even were it the prioress herself, she drops her veil, as will be remembered, so that only her mouth is visible. The prioress alone can hold communication with strangers. The others can only see their immediate family, and that very rarely. If, by chance, an outsider presents herself to see a nun, or one whom she has known and loved in the outer world, a regular series of negotiations is required. If it is a woman, the authorization may sometimes be granted. The nun comes, and they talk to her through the shutters, which are opened only for a mother or sister. It is unnecessary to say that permission is always refused to men. Such is the rule of Saint Benoit, aggravated by Martin Verga. These nuns are not gay, rosy, and fresh, as the daughters of other orders often are. They are pale and grave. Between 1825 and 1830, 3 of them went mad. End of Book 6, Chapter 2. Recording by Amy Shiwitz.
Chapter 3 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le Petit-PICPUS. Chapter 3, Austerities. One is a postulant for 2 years at least, often for 4, a novice for 4. It is rare that the definitive vows can be pronounced earlier than the age of 23 or 24 years. The Bernardines Benedictines of Martin Verga do not admit widows to their order. In their cells they deliver themselves up to many unknown macerations of which they must never speak. On the day when a novice makes her profession, she is dressed in her handsomest attire. She is crowned with white roses, her hair is brushed until it shines, and curled. Then she prostrates herself, a great black veil is thrown over her, and the office for the dead is sung. Then the nuns separate into two files. One file passes close to her, saying in plaintive accents, "Our sister is dead," and the other file responds in a voice of ecstasy, "Our sister is alive in Jesus Christ." At the epoch when this story takes place, a boarding school was attached to the convent, a boarding school for young girls of noble and mostly wealthy families, among whom could be remarked Mademoiselle de Saint-Aulaire and de Bellisson, and an English girl bearing the illustrious Catholic name of Talbot. These young girls, reared by these nuns between four walls, grew up with a horror of the world and of the age. One of them said to us one day, "The sight of the street pavement made me shudder from head to foot." They were dressed in blue, with a white cap, and a Holy Spirit of silver gilt or of copper on their breast. On certain grand festival days, particularly St. Martha's Day, they were permitted, as a high favour and a supreme happiness, to dress themselves as nuns, and to carry out the offices and practice of Saint Benoît for a whole day. In the early days the nuns were in the habit of lending them their black garments. This seemed profane, and the prioress forbade it. Only the novices were permitted to lend. It is remarkable that these performances, tolerated and encouraged, no doubt, in the convent out of a secret spirit of proselytism, and in order to give these children a foretaste of the holy habit, were a genuine happiness and a real recreation for the scholars. They simply amused themselves with it. It was new, it gave them a change. Candid reasons of childhood, which do not, however, succeed in making us worldlings comprehend the felicity of holding a holy water sprinkler in one's hand, and standing for hours together singing hard enough for four in front of a reading desk. The pupils conformed, with the exception of the austerities, to all the practices of the convent. There was a certain young woman who entered the world, and who, after many years of married life, had not succeeded in breaking herself of the habit of saying in great haste, whenever any one knocked at her door, "For ever." Like the nuns, the pupils saw their relatives only in the parlour. Their very mothers did not obtain permission to embrace them. The following illustrates to what a degree severity on that point was carried. One day a young girl received a visit from her mother, who was accompanied by a little sister 3 years of age. The young girl wept, for she wished greatly to embrace her sister. Impossible. She begged that at least the child might be permitted to pass her little hand through the bars, so that she could kiss it. This was almost indignantly refused. End of Book Sixth, Chapter 3. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 4 of Book 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le Petit-PICPUS, Chapter 4, Gayeties. None the less, These young girls filled this grave house with charming souvenirs. At certain hours childhood sparkled in that cloister. The recreation hour struck, a door swung on its hinges, the birds said, "Good, here come the children." An eruption of youth inundated that garden intersected with a cross, like a shroud. Radiant faces, white foreheads, innocent eyes, full of merry light, all sorts of auroras were scattered about amid these shadows. After the psalmodies, the bells, the peals, and knells, and offices, the sound of these little girls burst forth on a sudden, more sweetly than the noise of bees. The hive of joy was opened, and each one brought her honey. They played, they called to each other, they formed into groups, they ran about. Pretty little white teeth chattered in the corners. The veils superintended the laughs from a distance, shades kept watch of the sunbeams, but what mattered it? Still they beamed and laughed. Those four lugubrious walls had their moment of dazzling brilliancy. They looked on, vaguely blanched with the reflection of so much joy at this sweet swarming of the hives. It was like a shower of roses falling athwart this house of mourning. The young girls frolicked beneath the eyes of the nuns. The gaze of impeccability does not embarrass innocence. Thanks to these children, there was, among so many austere hours, 1 hour of ingenuousness. The little ones skipped about, the elder ones danced. In this cloister, play was mingled with heaven. Nothing is so delightful and so august as all these fresh, expanding young souls. Homer would have come thither to laugh with Perrault, and there was in that black garden youth, health, noise, cries, giddiness, pleasure, happiness enough to smooth out the wrinkles of all their ancestresses, those of the epic as well as those of the fairy tale, those of the throne as well as those of the thatched cottage, from Hecuba to la Mère Grand. In that house more than anywhere else, perhaps, arise those children's sayings which are so graceful, and which evoke a smile that is full of thoughtfulness. It was between those four gloomy walls that a child of 5 years exclaimed one day, "Mother, one of the big girls has just told me that I have only 9 years and 10 months longer to remain here. What happiness!" It was here, too, that this memorable dialogue took place. A vocal mother: "Why are you weeping, my child?" The child, aged 6: "I told Alix that I knew my French history. She says that I do not know it, but I do." Alix, the big girl, aged 9: "No, she does not know it." The mother: "How is that, my child?" Alix: "She told me to open the book at random and to ask her any question in the book, and she would answer it." "Well?" "She did not answer it." "Let us see about it. What did you ask her?" "I opened the book at random, as she proposed, and I put the first question that I came across." "And what was the question?" "It was, what happened after that?" It was there that that profound remark was made anent a rather greedy paroquet, which belonged to a lady boarder: "How well bred! It eats the top of the slice of bread and butter just like a person." It was on one of the flagstones of this cloister that there was once picked up a confession, which had been written out in advance, in order that she might not forget it, by a sinner of 7 years. "Father, I accuse myself of having been avaricious. Father, I accuse myself of having been an adulteress. Father, I accuse myself of having raised my eyes to the gentleman." It was on one of the turf benches of this garden that a rosy mouth 6 years of age improvised the following tale, which was listened to by blue eyes aged 4 and 5 years. There were 3 little cocks who owned a country where there were a great many flowers. They plucked the flowers and put them in their pockets. After that they plucked the leaves and put them in their playthings. There was a wolf in that country. There was a great deal of forest, and the wolf was in the forest, and he ate the little cocks. And this other poem. There came a blow with a stick. It was Punchinello who bestowed it on the cat. It was not good for her, it hurt her. Then a lady put Punchinello in prison. It was there that a little abandoned child, a foundling whom the convent was bringing up out of charity, uttered this sweet and heart-breaking saying. She heard the others talking of their mothers, and she murmured in her corner, "As for me, my mother was not there when I was born." There was a stout portress who could always be seen hurrying through the corridors with her bunch of keys, and whose name was Sister Agatha. The big, big girls, those over 10 years of age, called her Agathocles. The refectory, a large apartment of an oblong square form, which received no light except through a vaulted cloister on a level with the garden, was dark and damp, and, as the children say, full of beasts. All the places round about furnished their contingent of insects. Each of its 4 corners had received, in the language of the pupils, a special and expressive name. There was Spider Corner, Caterpillar Corner, Woodlouse Corner, and Cricket Corner. Cricket Corner was near the kitchen, and was highly esteemed. It was not so cold there as elsewhere. From the refectory the names had passed to the boarding school, and there served, as in the old college Mazarin, to distinguish 4 nations. Every pupil belonged to one of these 4 nations according to the corner of the refectory in which she sat at meals. One day, Monseigneur the Archbishop, while making his pastoral visit, saw a pretty little rosy girl, with beautiful golden hair, enter the classroom through which he was passing. He inquired of another pupil, a charming brunette with rosy cheeks, who stood near him, "Who is that?" "She is a spider, Monseigneur." "Bah! And that one yonder?" "She is a cricket." "And that one?" "She is a caterpillar." "Really? And yourself?" "I am a woodlouse, Monseigneur." Every house of this sort has its own peculiarities. At the beginning of this century, Écouen was one of those strict and graceful places where young girls pass their childhood in a shadow that is almost august. At Écouen, in order to take rank in the procession of the Holy Sacrament, a distinction was made between virgins and florists. There were also the deis and the censors, the first who held the cords of the deis, and the others who carried incense before the Holy Sacrament. The flowers belonged by right to the florists. 4 virgins walked in advance. On the morning of that great day, it was no rare thing to hear the question put in the dormitory, "Who is a virgin?" Madame Campan used to quote this saying of a little one of 7 years to a big girl of 16, who took the head of the procession, while she, the little one, remained at the rear. "You are a virgin, but I am not." End of Book Sixth, Chapter 4. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 5 of Book 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le Petit-PICPUS, Chapter 5, Distractions. Above the door of the refectory this prayer, which was called the White Paternoster, and which possessed the property of bearing people straight to Paradise, was inscribed in large black letters. Little white Paternoster which God made, which God said, which God placed in Paradise. In the evening, when I went to bed, I found 3 angels sitting on my bed, 1 at the foot, 2 at the head, the good Virgin Mary in the middle, who told me to lie down without hesitation. The good God is my Father, the good Virgin is my mother, the 3 apostles are my brothers, the 3 virgins are my sisters. The shirt in which God was born envelops my body. St. Margaret's cross is written on my breast. Madame the Virgin was walking through the meadows weeping for God when she met Monsieur St. John. Monsieur St. John, whence come you? I come from Ave Salus. You have not seen the good God. Where is he? He is on the tree of the cross, his feet hanging, his hands nailed, a little cap of white thorns on his head. Whoever shall say this thrice at eventide, thrice in the morning, shall win Paradise at the last. In 1827 this characteristic orison had disappeared from the wall under a triple coating of daubing paint. At the present time it is finally disappearing from the memories of several who were young girls then, and who are old women now. A large crucifix fastened to the wall completed the decoration of this refectory, whose only door, as we think we have mentioned, opened on the garden. 2 narrow tables, each flanked by 2 wooden benches, formed 2 long parallel lines from one end to the other of the refectory. The walls were white, the tables were black. These 2 mourning colours constitute the only variety in convents. The meals were plain, and the food of the children themselves severe. A single dish of meat and vegetables combined, or salt fish, such was their luxury. This meagre fare, which was reserved for the pupils alone, was nevertheless an exception. The children ate in silence under the eye of the mother whose turn it was, who, if a fly took a notion to fly or to hum against the rule, opened and shut a wooden book from time to time. This silence was seasoned with the lives of the saints, read aloud from a little pulpit with a desk, which was situated at the foot of the crucifix. The reader was one of the big girls in weekly turn. At regular distances, on the bare tables, there were large varnished bowls, in which the pupils washed their own silver cups and knives and forks, and into which they sometimes threw some scrap of tough meat or spoiled fish. This was punished. These bowls were called rondeaux. The child who broke the silence made a cross with her tongue. Where? On the ground. She licked the pavement. The dust, that end of all joys, was charged with the chastisement of those poor little rose leaves which had been guilty of chirping. There was in the convent a book which has never been printed except as a unique copy, and which it is forbidden to read. It is the Rule of Saint Benoît, an arcanum which no profane eye must penetrate. Nemo regulas seu constitutiones nostras externis communicabit. The pupils one day succeeded in getting possession of this book. and set to reading it with avidity, a reading which was often interrupted by the fear of being caught, which caused them to close the volume precipitately. From the great danger thus incurred, they derived but a very moderate amount of pleasure. The most interesting thing they found were some unintelligible pages about the sins of young boys. They played in an alley of the garden bordered with a few shabby fruit trees. In spite of the extreme surveillance and the severity of the punishments administered, when the wind had shaken the trees, they sometimes succeeded in picking up a green apple, or a spoiled apricot, or an inhabited pear, on the sly. I will now cede the privilege of speech to a letter which lies before me, a letter written 25 years ago by an old pupil, now Madame la Duchesse de —, one of the most elegant women in Paris. I quote literally: "One hides one's pear or one's apple as best one may. When one goes upstairs to put the veil on the bed before supper, one stuffs them under one's pillow, and at night one eats them in bed. And when one cannot do that, one eats them in the closet." That was one of their greatest luxuries. Once, it was at the epoch of the visit from the Archbishop to the convent, one of the young girls, Mlle. Bouchard, who was connected with the Montmorency family, laid a wager that she would ask for a day's leave of absence, an enormity in so austere a community. The wager was accepted, but not one of those who bet believed that she would do it. When the moment came, as the Archbishop was passing in front of the pupils, Mlle. Bouchard, to the indescribable terror of her companions, stepped out of the ranks, and said, "Monseigneur, a day's leave of absence." Mlle. Bouchard was tall, blooming, with the prettiest little rosy face in the world. Monsieur de Quélen smiled and said, "What, my dear child, a day's leave of absence? 3 days, if you like. I grant you 3 days." The prioress could do nothing. The Archbishop had spoken. Horror of the convent, but joy of the pupil. The effect may be imagined. This stern cloister was not so well walled off, however, but that the life of the passions of the outside world, drama, and even romance, did not make their way in. To prove this, we will confine ourselves to recording here, and to briefly mentioning, a real and incontestable fact, which, however, bears no reference in itself to, and is not connected by any thread whatever with the story which we are relating. We mention the fact for the sake of completing the physiognomy of the convent in the reader's mind. About this time there was in the convent a mysterious person who was not a nun, who was treated with great respect, and who was addressed as Madame Albertine. Nothing was known about her, save that she was mad, and that in the world she passed for dead. Beneath this history, it was said there lay the arrangements of fortune necessary for a great marriage. This woman, hardly 30 years of age, of dark complexion and tolerably pretty, had a vague look in her large black eyes. Could she see? There was some doubt about this. She glided rather than walked. She never spoke. It was not quite known whether she breathed. Her nostrils were livid and pinched, as after yielding up their last sigh. To touch her hand was like touching snow. She possessed a strange, spectral grace. Wherever she entered, people felt cold. One day a sister, on seeing her pass, said to another sister, "She passes for a dead woman." "Perhaps she is one," replied the other. 100 tales were told of Madame Albertine. This arose from the eternal curiosity of the pupils. In the chapel there was a gallery called l'Œil de Bœuf. It was in this gallery, which had only a circular bay, an œil de bœuf, that Madame Albertine listened to the offices. She always occupied it alone, because this gallery, being on the level of the first story, the preacher or the officiating priest could be seen, which was interdicted to the nuns. One day the pulpit was occupied by a young priest of high rank, Monsieur le Duc de Rohan, peer of France, officer of the Red Musketeers in 1815, when he was Prince de Léon, and who died afterward, in 1830, as Cardinal and Archbishop of Besançon. It was the first time that Monsieur de Rohan had preached at the Petit-Picpus convent. Madame Albertine usually preserved perfect calmness and complete immobility during the sermons and services. That day, as soon as she caught sight of Monsieur de Rohan, she half rose and said in a loud voice, amid the silence of the chapel, "Ah, Auguste!" The whole community turned their heads in amazement. The preacher raised his eyes, but Madame Albertine had relapsed into her immobility. A breath from the outer world, a flash of life, had passed for an instant across that cold and lifeless face, and had then vanished, and the mad woman had become a corpse again. Those 2 words, however, had set every one in the convent who had the privilege of speech to chattering. How many things were contained in that "Ah, Auguste!" What revelations! Monsieur de Rohan's name really was Auguste. It was evident that Madame Albertine belonged to the very highest society, since she knew Monsieur de Rohan, and that her own rank there was of the highest, since she spoke thus familiarly of so great a lord, and that there existed between them some connection, of relationship perhaps, but a very close one in any case, since she knew his pet name. 2 very severe duchesses, Mesdames de Choiseul and de Sérent, often visited the community, whither they penetrated, no doubt, in virtue of the privilege magnates mulieres, and caused great consternation in the boarding school. When these 2 old ladies passed by, all the poor young girls trembled and dropped their eyes. Moreover, Monsieur de Rohan, quite unknown to himself, was an object of attention to the schoolgirls. At that epoch he had just been made, while waiting for the episcopate, Vicar General of the Archbishop of Paris. It was one of his habits to come tolerably often to celebrate the offices in the chapel of the nuns of the Petit-Picpus. Not one of the young recluses could see him because of the serge curtain, but he had a sweet and rather shrill voice, which they had come to know and to distinguish. He had been a mousquetaire, and then he was said to be very coquettish, that his handsome brown hair was very well dressed in a roll around his head, and that he had a broad girdle of magnificent moire, and that his black cassock was of the most elegant cut in the world. He held a great place in all these imaginations of 16 years. Not a sound from without made its way into the convent. But there was one year when the sound of a flute penetrated thither. This was an event, and the girls who were at school there at the time still recall it. It was a flute which was played in the neighbourhood. This flute always played the same air, an air which is very far away nowadays. My Zétulbé, come reign o'er my soul, and it was heard 2 or 3 times a day. The young girls passed hours in listening to it, the vocal mothers were upset by it, brains were busy, punishments descended in showers. This lasted for several months. The girls were all more or less in love with the unknown musician. Each one dreamed that she was Zétulbé. The sound of the flute proceeded from the direction of the Rue Droit Mur, and they would have given anything, compromised everything, attempted anything, for the sake of seeing, of catching a glance, if only for a second, of the young man who played that flute so deliciously, and who, no doubt, played on all these souls at the same time. There were some who made their escape by a back door and ascended to the third story on the Rue Droit Mur side in order to attempt to catch a glimpse through the gaps. Impossible. One even went so far as to thrust her arm through the grating and to wave her white handkerchief. Two were still bolder. They found means to climb on a roof and risk their lives there, and succeeded at last in seeing the young man. He was an old émigré gentleman, blind and penniless, who was playing his flute in his attic in order to pass the time. End of Book 6, Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Book 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paradise Camouflage. Les Misérables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabelle Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le Petit-PICPUS. Chapter 6, The Little Convent. In this enclosure of the Petit-PICPUS there were three perfectly distinct buildings. The great convent inhabited by the nuns, the boarding school where the scholars were lodged, and lastly, what was called the little convent. It was a building with a garden, in which lived all sorts of aged nuns of various orders, the relics of cloisters destroyed in the Revolution, a reunion of all the black, grey, and white medleys of all communities, and all possible varieties. What might be called, if such a coupling of words is permissible, a sort of harlequin convent. When the empire was established, all those poor, old dispersed and exiled women had been accorded permission to come and take shelter under the wings of the Bernardines Benedictines. The government paid them a small pension. The ladies of the Petit-PICPUS received them cordially. It was a singular pêle-mêle. Each followed her own rule. Sometimes the pupils of the boarding school were allowed, as a great recreation, to pay them a visit. The result is that all those young memories have retained amongst other souvenirs that of Mother Saint Basile, Mother Saint Scholastique, and Mother Jacob. One of these refugees found herself almost at home. She was a nun of Sainte-Aure, the only one of her order who had survived. The ancient convent of the ladies of Sainte-Aure occupied, at the beginning of the 18th century, this very house of the Petit-PICPUS, which belonged later to the Benedictines of Martin VERGA. This holy woman, too poor to wear the magnificent habit of her order, which was a white robe with a scarlet scapulary, had piously put it on a little mannikin, which she exhibited with complacency, and which she bequeathed to the house at her death. In 1824, only one nun of this order remained. Today there remains only a doll. In addition to these worthy mothers, some old society women had obtained permission of the prioress, like Madame Albertine, to retire into the little convent. Among the number were Madame Beaufort d'Hautpoul and Marquise Dufresne. Another was never known in the convent, except by the formidable noise which she made when she blew her nose. The pupils called her Madame Vacamini, hubbub. About 1820 or 1821, Madame de Genlis, who was at that time editing a little periodical publication called L'Lapides, asked to be allowed to enter the convent of the PETIT-PICPUS as lady resident. The Duc d'Orléans recommended her. Uproar in the hive. The vocal mothers were all in a flutter. Madame de Genlis had made romances, but she declared that she was the first to detest them, and then she had reached her fierce stage of devotion. With the aid of God and of the Prince, she entered. She departed at the end of 6 or 8 months, alleging as a reason that there was no shade in the garden. The nuns were delighted. Although very old, she still played the harp, and did it very well. When she went away, she left her mark in her cell. Madame de Genlis was superstitious and a Latinist. These 2 words furnish a tolerably good profile of her. A few years ago, there was still to be seen, pasted in the inside of a little cupboard in her cell, which she locked up her silverware and her jewels, these 5 lines in Latin, written with her own hand in red ink on yellow paper, and which, in her opinion, possessed the property of frightening away robbers. In paribus merites pendent tria corporaramis, dismasse gemas, mediae divina potestas, alta PETIT-PICPUS infelis infima gesmas, nos et res nostras conservet summa potestas, os versus dicas, ne tu furto tua perdas. These verses in 6th century Latin raise the question whether the 2 thieves of Calgary were named, as is commonly believed, Dimae gestas, or Dismasi gesmas. This orthography might have confounded the pretensions put forward in the last century by the Vicomte de Gistas of a descent from the wicked thief. However, the useful virtue attached to these verses forms an article of faith in the order of the Hospitaliers. The church of the house, constructed in such a manner as to separate the great convent from the boarding school like a veritable entrenchment, was, of course, common to the boarding school, the great convent, and the little convent. The public was even admitted by a sort of lazaretto entrance on the street, but all was so arranged that none of the inhabitants of the cloister could see a face from the outside world. Suppose a church whose choir is grasped in a gigantic hand, and folded in such a manner as to form, not, as in ordinary churches, a prolongation behind the altar, but a sort of hall, or obscure cellar, to the right of the officiating priest. Suppose this hall to be shut off by a curtain 7 feet in height, of which we have already spoken. In the shadow of that curtain, pile up on wooden stalls the nuns in the choir on the left, the schoolgirls on the right, the lay sisters and the novices at the bottom, and you will have some idea of the nuns of the PETIT-PICPUS assisting at divine service. That cavern, which was called a choir, communicated with the cloister by a lobby. The church was lighted from the garden. When the nuns were present at services, where their rule enjoined silence, the public was warned of their presence only by the folding seats of the stalls, noisily rising and falling. End of Book 6, Chapter 6. Recording by Andy in Inverarden, Scotland. MELYS.WS. Chapter 7 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AUDIOBOOK.org. Recording by Paradise Camouflage. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabelle Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le PETIT-PICPUS. Chapter 7, Some Silhouettes of this Darkness. During the 6 years which separate 1819 from 1825, the prioress of the PETIT-PICPUS was Mademoiselle de Blemeur, whose name in religion was Mother Innocente. She came of the family of Marguerite de Blemeur, author of Lives of the Saints of the Order of Saint Benoit. She had been re-elected. She was a woman about 60 years of age, short, thick, singing like a cracked pot, says the letter which we have already quoted. An excellent woman, moreover, and the only merry one in the whole convent, and for that reason adored. She was learned, erudite, wise, competent, curiously proficient in history, crammed with Latin, stuffed with Greek, full of Hebrew, and more of a Benedictine monk than a Benedictine nun. The sub-prioress was an old Spanish man, Mother Cineres, who was almost blind. The most esteemed among the vocal mothers was Mother Sainte Honorine, the treasurer, Mother Sainte Gertrude, the chief mistress of the novices, Mother Saint Ange, the assistant mistress, Mother Annonciation, the sacristan, Mother Saint Augustine, the nurse, the only one in the convent who was malicious, then Mother Sainte Mechtilde, Mademoiselle Gauvin, very young and with a beautiful voice, Mother des Anges, Mademoiselle Drouet, who had been in the convent of the Filles Dieu and in the convent du Trésor between Gisors and Magny, Mother Saint Joseph, Mademoiselle de Gogoludu, Mother Sainte Adelaide, Mademoiselle d'Auvernay, Mother Miséricorde, Mademoiselle de Cifuentes, who could not resist austerities, Mother Compassion, Mademoiselle de la Mitière, received at the age of 60 in defiance of the rule and very wealthy, Mother Providence, Mademoiselle de Laudonnière, Mother Presentation, Mademoiselle de Sigenza, who was prioress in 1847, and finally Mother Sainte Céline, sister of the sculptor Serracchi, who went mad, Mother Sainte Chantal, Mademoiselle de Suzanne, who went mad. There was also, among the prettiest of them, a charming girl of 23, who was from the Isle du Bourbon, a descendant of the Chevalier Rose, whose name had been Mademoiselle Rose, and who was called Mother Assumption. Mother Sainte Mechtilde, entrusted with the singing in the choir, was fond of making use of the pupils in this quarter. She usually took a complete scale of them, that is to say 7, from 10 to 16 years of age inclusive, of assorted voices and sizes, whom she made sing standing, drawn up in a line, side by side, according to age, from the smallest to the largest. This presented to the eye something in the nature of a reed pipe of young girls, a sort of living panpipe made of angels. Those of the lay sisters whom the scholars loved most were Sister Euphrasie, Sister Sainte Marguerite, Sister Sainte Marthe, who was in her dotage, and Sister Saint Michel, whose long nose made them laugh. All these women were gentle with the children. The nuns were severe only towards themselves. No fire was lighted except in the school, and the food was choice compared to that in the convent. Moreover, they lavished 1,000 cares on their scholars. Only, when a child passed near a nun and addressed her, the nun never replied. This rule of silence had had this effect, that throughout the whole convent speech had been withdrawn from human creatures and bestowed on inanimate objects. Now it was the church bell which spoke, now it was the gardener's bell, a very sonorous bell placed beside the portress, and which was audible throughout the house, indicated by its varied peals, which formed a sort of acoustic telegraph, all the actions of material life which were to be performed, and summoned to the parlour, in case of need, such or such an inhabitant of the house. Each person and each thing had its own peal. The prioress had one and one, the sub-prioress one and two. 6-5 announced lessons, so that the pupils never said go to lessons, but to go to 6-5. 4-4 was Madame de Genlis's signal. It was very often heard. C'est le diable à 4. It's the very deuce, said the uncharitable. 10 strokes announced a great event. It was the opening of the door of seclusion, a frightful sheet of iron, bristling with bolts which only turned on its hinges in the presence of the Archbishop. With the exception of the Archbishop and the gardener, no man entered the convent, as we have already said. The schoolgirls saw 2 others. One, the chaplain, the Abbé Ban, old and ugly, whom they were permitted to contemplate in the choir through a grating. The other, the drawing-master, Monsieur Ansiot, whom the latter, of which we have perused a few lines, calls Monsieur Ansiot, and describes as a frightful old hunchback. It will be seen that all these men were carefully chosen. Such was this curious house. End of Book 6, Chapter 7. Recording by Andy in Vernon, Scotland. MELYS.WS.
Chapter 8 of Book 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le PETIT-PICPUS, Chapter 8, Post CORDA LAPIDES. After having sketched its moral face, it will not prove unprofitable to point out in a few words its material configuration. The reader already has some idea of it. The convent of the Petit-Picpus Saint-Antoine filled almost the whole of the vast trapezium which resulted from the intersection of the Rue Polonceau, the Rue Droit-Mur, the Rue Petit-Picpus, and the unused lane called Rue Aumarais on old plans. These 4 streets surrounded this trapezium like a moat. The convent was composed of several buildings and a garden. The principal building, taken in its entirety, was a juxtaposition of hybrid constructions which, viewed from a bird's-eye view, outlined with considerable exactness a gibbet laid flat on the ground. The main arm of the gibbet occupied the whole of the fragment of the Rue Droit-Mur, comprised between the Rue Petit-Picpus and the Rue Polonceau. The lesser arm was a lofty, grey, severe, grated façade which faced the Rue Petit-Picpus. The carriage entrance number 62 marked its extremity. Towards the centre of this façade was a low arched door, whitened with dust and ashes, where the spiders wove their webs, and which was open only for an hour or 2 on Sundays, and on rare occasions when the coffin of a nun left the convent. This was the public entrance of the church. The elbow of the gibbet was a square hall, which was used as the servants' hall, and which the nuns called the buttery. In the main arm were the cells of the mothers, the sisters, and the novices. In the lesser arm lay the kitchens, the refectory, backed up by the cloisters and the church. Between the door No. 62 and the corner of the closed lane Aumarais was the school, which was not visible from without. The remainder of the trapezium formed the garden, which was much lower than the level of the Rue Polonceau, which caused the walls to be very much higher on the inside than on the outside. The garden, which was slightly arched, had in its centre, on the summit of a hillock, a fine pointed and conical fir tree, whence ran, as from the peaked boss of a shield, 4 grand alleys, and ranged by twos in between the branchings of these 8 small ones, so that, if the enclosure had been circular, the geometrical plan of the alleys would have resembled a cross superposed on a wheel. As the alleys all ended in the very irregular walls of the garden, they were of unequal length. They were bordered with currant bushes. At the bottom, an alley of tall poplars ran from the ruins of the old convent, which was at the angle of the Rue Droit Mur, to the house of the little convent, which was at the angle of the Aumarais lane. In front of the little convent was what was called the little garden. To this whole let the reader add a courtyard, all sorts of varied angles formed by the interior buildings, prison walls, the long black line of roofs which bordered the other side of the Rue Polonceau for its sole perspective and neighbourhood, and he will be able to form for himself a complete image of what the house of the Bernardines of the PETIT-PICPUS was 40 years ago. This holy house had been built on the precise site of a famous tennis ground of the 14th to the 16th century, which was called the tennis ground of the 11,000 devils. All these streets, moreover, were more ancient than Paris. These names, Droit Mur and Aumarais, are very ancient. The streets which bear them are very much more ancient still. Aumarais Lane was called Maugout Lane. The Rue Droit Mur was called the Rue des Églantiers, for God opened flowers before man cut stones. End of Book 6, Chapter 8. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Chapter 9 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Kenning. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel F. Hapgood. Chapter 9. A Century Under a GIMPE. Since we are engaged in giving details as to what the convent of the PETIT-PICPUS was in former times, and since we have ventured to open a window on that discreet retreat, the reader will permit us one other little digression, utterly foreign to this book, but characteristic and useful, since it shows that the cloister even has its original figures. In the little convent there was a centenarian who came from the abbey of Fontevraud. She had even been in society before the Revolution. She talked a great deal of M. de Miromesnil, keeper of the seals under Louis XVI, and of a Presidentess Duplat, with whom she had been very intimate. It was her pleasure and her vanity to drag in these names on every pretext. She told wonders of the abbey of Fontevraud, that it was like a city, and that there were streets in the monastery. She talked with a Picard accent which amused the pupils. Every year she solemnly renewed her vows, and at the moment of taking the oath, she said to the priest, Monseigneur Saint Francois gave it to Monseigneur Saint Julien, Monseigneur Saint Julien gave it to Monseigneur Saint Eusebius, Monseigneur Saint Eusebius gave it to Monseigneur Saint Procopius, etc., etc., and thus I give it to you, Father. And the schoolgirls would begin to laugh, not in their sleeves, but under their veils, charming little stifled laughs, which made the vocal mothers frown. On another occasion, the centenarian was telling stories. She said that in her youth the Bernardine monks were every whit as good as the Mousquetaires. It was a century which spoke through her, but it was the 18th century. She told about the custom of the 4 wines, which existed before the Revolution in Champagne and Bourgogne. When a great personage, a marshal of France, a prince, a duke, and a peer, traversed a town in Burgundy or Champagne, the city fathers came out to harangue him and presented him with 4 silver gondolas into which they had poured 4 different sorts of wine. On the first goblet this inscription could be read, "Monkey wine," on the second, "Lion wine," on the third, "Sheep wine," on the fourth, "Hog wine." These 4 legends express the 4 stages descended by the drunkard: the first, intoxication, which enlivens; the second, that which irritates; the third, that which dulls; and the fourth, that which brutalizes. In a cupboard, under lock and key, she kept a mysterious object of which she thought a great deal. The rule of Fontevraud did not forbid this. She would not show this object to anyone. She shut herself up, which her rule allowed her to do, and hid herself, every time that she desired to contemplate it. If she heard a footstep in the corridor, she closed the cupboard again as hastily as it was possible with her aged hands. As soon as it was mentioned to her, she became silent, she was so fond of talking. The most curious were baffled by her silence, and the most tenacious by her obstinacy. Thus it furnished a subject of comment for all those who were unoccupied or bored in the convent. What could that treasure of the centenarian be, which was so precious and so secret? Some holy book, no doubt? Some unique chaplet? Some authentic relic? They lost themselves in conjectures. When the poor old woman died, they rushed to her cupboard more hastily than was fitting, perhaps, and opened it. They found the object beneath a triple linen cloth, like some consecrated paten. It was a Faenza platter, representing little loves flitting away, pursued by apothecary lads armed with enormous syringes. The chase abounds in grimaces and in comical postures. One of the charming little loves is already fairly spitted. He is resisting, fluttering his tiny wings, and still making an effort to fly, but the dancer is laughing with a satanical air. Moral: love conquered by the colic. This platter, which is very curious, and which had possibly the honor of furnishing Molière with an idea, was still in existence in September, 1845. It was for sale by a bric-a-brac merchant in the Boulevard Beaumarchais. This good old woman would not receive any visits from outside, because, said she, the parlour is too gloomy. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Book 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6, Le Petit-PICPUS, Chapter 10, Origin of the Perpetual Adoration. However, this almost sepulchral parlour, of which we have sought to convey an idea, is a purely local trait, which is not reproduced with the same severity in other convents. At the convent of the Rue du Temple, in particular, which belonged in truth to another order, the black shutters were replaced by brown curtains, and the parlour itself was a salon with a polished wood floor, whose windows were draped in white muslin curtains, and whose walls admitted all sorts of frames, a portrait of a Benedictine nun with unveiled face, painted bouquets, and even the head of a Turk. It is in that garden of the Temple convent that stood that famous chestnut tree which was renowned as the finest and the largest in France, and which bore the reputation among the good people of the 18th century of being the father of all the chestnut trees of the realm. As we have said, this convent of the Temple was occupied by Benedictines of the Perpetual Adoration, Benedictines quite different from those who depended on Cîteaux. This order of the Perpetual Adoration is not very ancient, and does not go back more than 200 years. In 1649 the Holy Sacrament was profaned on 2 occasions a few days apart in 2 churches in Paris, at Saint-Sulpice and at Saint-Jean-en-Grève, a rare and frightful sacrilege which set the whole town in an uproar. Monsieur the Prior and Vicar General of Saint-Germain-des-Prés ordered a solemn procession of all his clergy, in which the Pope's nuncio officiated. But this expiation did not satisfy 2 sainted women, Madame Courtin, Marquise de Boucs, and the Comtesse de Châteauvieux. This outrage committed on "the most holy sacrament of the altar," though but temporary, would not depart from these holy souls, and it seemed to them that it could only be extenuated by a perpetual adoration in some female monastery. Both of them, one in 1652, the other in 1653, made donations of notable sums to Mother Catherine de Bar, called of the Holy Sacrament, a Benedictine nun, for the purpose of founding, to this pious end, a monastery of the order of Saint Benoît. The first permission for this foundation was given to Mother Catherine de Bar by Monsieur de Metz, Abbé of Saint Germain, on condition that no woman could be received unless she contributed 300 livres income, which amounts to 6,000 livres, to the principal. After the Abbé of Saint Germain, the king accorded letters patent, and all the rest, abbatial charter and royal letters, was confirmed in 1654 by the Chamber of Accounts and the Parliament. Such is the origin of the legal consecration of the establishment of the Benedictines of the Perpetual Adoration of the Holy Sacrament at Paris. Their first convent was a new building in the Rue Cassette, out of the contributions of Mesdames de Boucs and de Châteauvieux. This order, as it will be seen, was not to be confounded with the Benedictine nuns of Cîteaux. It mounted back to the Abbé of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, in the same manner that the Ladies of the Sacred Heart go back to the General of the Jesuits, and the Sisters of Charity to the General of the Lazarists. It was also totally different from the Bernardines of the PETIT-PICPUS, whose interior we have just shown. In 1657 Pope Alexander VII had authorised, by a special brief, the Bernardines of the Rue Petit-Picpus to practise the perpetual adoration, like the Benedictine nuns of the Holy Sacrament, but the 2 orders remained distinct none the less. End of Book Sixth, Chapter 10. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Chapter 11 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6. Le Petit-Picpus. Chapter 11. End of the Petit-Picpus. At the beginning of the Restoration, the convent of the Petit-Picpus was in its decay. This forms a part of the general death of the order, which after the 18th century has been disappearing, like all the religious orders. Contemplation is, like prayer, one of humanity's needs. But, like everything which the Revolution touched, it will be transformed, and from being hostile to social progress, it will become favorable to it. The house of the Petit-Picpus was becoming rapidly depopulated. In 1840, the little convent had disappeared, the school had disappeared. There were no longer any old women, nor young girls. The first were dead, The latter had taken their departure. Volverund. The rule of the perpetual adoration is so rigid in its nature that it alarms. Vocations recoil before it. The order receives no recruits. In 1845 it still obtained lay sisters here and there, but of professed nuns, none at all. 40 years ago the nuns numbered nearly 100. 15 years ago there were not more than 28 of them. How many are there today? In 1847 the prioress was young, a sign that the circle of choice was restricted. She was not 40 years old. In proportion as the number diminishes, the fatigue increases, the service of each becomes more painful. The moment could then be seen drawing near, when there would be but a dozen bent and aching shoulders to bear the heavy rule of Saint Benoit. The burden is implacable, and remains the same for the few as for the many. It weighs down, it crushes. Thus they die. At the period when the author of this book still lived in Paris, 2 died. One was 25 years old, the other 23. This latter can say, like Julia Alpinula, Hic jaceo, vixi annus viginti et tres. It is in consequence of this decay that the convent gave up the education of girls. We have not felt able to pass before this extraordinary house without entering it, and without introducing the minds which accompany us and which are listening to our tale to the profit of some perchance, of the melancholy history of Jean Valjean. We have penetrated into this community, full of those old practices which seem so novel today. It is the closed garden, hortus conclusus. We have spoken of this singular place in detail, but with respect in so far at least as detail and respect are compatible. We do not understand all, but we insult nothing. We are equally far removed from the Hosanna of Joseph de Maistre, who wound up by anointing the executioner, and from the sneer of Voltaire, who even goes so far as to ridicule the cross. An illogical act on Voltaire's part, we may remark by the way, for Voltaire would have defended Jesus as he defended Calas. And even for those who deny superhuman incarnations, what does the crucifix represent? The assassinated sage. In this 19th century, the religious idea is undergoing a crisis. People are unlearning certain things, and they do well, provided that, while unlearning them, they learn this. There is no vacuum in the human heart. Certain demolitions take place, and it is well that they do, but on condition that they are followed by reconstructions. In the meantime, let us study things which are no more. It is necessary to know them, if only for the purpose of avoiding them. The counterfeits of the past assume false names, and gladly call themselves the future. This spectre, this past, is given to falsifying its own passport. Let us inform ourselves of the trap. Let us be on our guard. The past has a visage, superstition, and a mask, hypocrisy. Let us denounce the visage, and let us tear off the mask. As for convents, they present a complex problem. A question of civilization which condemns them. A question of liberty which protects them. End of Book 6, Chapter 11.
Chapter 1 of Book 7 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book Seventh, Parenthesis. Chapter 1. The Convent as an Abstract Idea. This book is a drama whose leading personage is the infinite. Man is the second. Such being the case, and a convent having happened to be on our road, it has been our duty to enter it. Why? Because the convent, which is common to the Orient as well as to the Occident, to antiquity as well as to modern times, to paganism, to Buddhism, to Mahometanism, as well as to Christianity, is one of the optical apparatuses applied by man to the infinite. This is not the place for enlarging disproportionately on certain ideas. Nevertheless, while absolutely maintaining our reserves, our restrictions, and even our indignations, we must say that every time we encounter man in the infinite, either well or ill understood, we feel ourselves overpowered with respect. There is, in the synagogue, in the mosque, in the pagoda, in the wigwam, a hideous side which we execrate, and a sublime side which we adore. What a contemplation for the mind, and what endless food for thought, is the reverberation of God upon the human wall. End of Book Seventh, Chapter 1. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Chapter 2 of Book 7 of Les Miserables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Lynch. Les Miserables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 7, parenthesis, Chapter 2. The Convent as an historical fact. From the point of view of history, of reason, and of truth, monasticism is condemned. Monasteries, when they abound in a nation, are clogs in its circulation, cumbrous establishments, centers of idleness, where centers of labor should exist. Monastic communities are to the great social community what the mistletoe is to the oak, what the wart is to the human body. Their prosperity and their fatness mean the impoverishment of the country. The monastic regime, good at the beginning of civilization, useful in the reduction of the brutal by the spiritual, is bad when peoples have reached their manhood. Moreover, when it becomes relaxed, and when it enters into its period of disorder, it becomes bad for the very reasons which rendered it salutary in its period of purity, because it still continues to set the example. Claustration has had its day. Cloisters, useful in the early education of modern civilization, have embarrassed its growth, and are injurious to its development. So far as institution and formation with relation to man are concerned, monasteries, which were good in the 10th century, questionable in the 15th, are detestable in the 19th. The leprosy of monasticism has gnawed nearly to a skeleton two wonderful nations, Italy and Spain, the one the light, the other the splendor of Europe for centuries, and at the present day these two illustrious peoples are but just beginning to convalesce, thanks to the healthy and vigorous hygiene of 1789 alone. The convent, the ancient female convent in particular, such as it still presents itself on the threshold of this century, in Italy, in Austria, in Spain, is one of the most somber concretions of the Middle Ages. The cloister, that cloister, is the point of intersection of horrors. The Catholic cloister, properly speaking, is wholly filled with the black radiance of death. The Spanish convent is the most funereal of all. There rise in obscurity, beneath vaults filled with gloom, beneath domes vague with shadow, massive altars of Babel, as high as cathedrals. Their immense white crucifixes hang from chains in the dark. There are extended, all nude on the ebony, great Christs of ivory, more than bleeding, bloody, hideous and magnificent, with their elbows displaying the bones, their knee-pans showing their integuments, their wounds showing their flesh, crowned with silver thorns, nailed with nails of gold, with blood drops of rubies on their brows, and diamond tears in their eyes. The diamonds and rubies seem wet, and make veiled beings in the shadow below weep. Their sides bruised with the hair shirt and their iron tipped scourges, their breasts crushed with wicker hurdles, their knees excoriated with prayer. Women who think themselves wives, spectres who think themselves seraphim. Do these women think? No. Have they any will? No. Do they love? No. Do they live? No. Their nerves have turned to bone, their bones have turned to stone. Their veil is of woven night. Their breath under their veil resembles the indescribably tragic respiration of death. The abbess, a spectre, sanctifies them and terrifies them. The Immaculate One is there, and very fierce. Such are the ancient monasteries of Spain, lyres of terrible devotion, caverns of virgins, ferocious places. Catholic Spain is more Roman than Rome herself. The Spanish convent was, above all others, the Catholic convent. There was a flavor of the Orient about it. The archbishop, the Kislar Aga of heaven, locked up and kept watch over the seraglio of souls reserved for God. The nun was the odalisque, the priest was the eunuch. The fervent were chosen in dreams and possessed Christ. At night, the beautiful nude young man descended from the cross and became the ecstasy of the cloistered one. Lofty walls guarded the mystic sultana, who had the crucified for her sultan, from all living distraction. A glance in the outer world was infidelity. The in-pace replaced the leather sack. That which was cast into the sea in the east was thrown into the ground in the west. In both quarters women wrung their hands, the waves for the first, the grave for the last, here the drowned, there the buried. Monstrous parallel. Today the upholders of the past, unable to deny these things, have adopted the expedient of smiling at them. There has come into fashion a strange and easy manner of suppressing the revelations of history, of invalidating the commentaries of philosophy, of eliding all embarrassing facts and all gloomy questions. A matter for declamations, say the clever. Declamations repeat the foolish. Jean-Jacques, a declaimer. Diderot, a declaimer. Voltaire en Calas, Labarre, and Sirven, declaimers. I know not who has recently discovered that Tacitus was a declaimer, that Nero was a victim, and that pity is decidedly due to that poor Holofernes. Facts, however, are awkward things to disconcert, and they are obstinate. The author of this book has seen, with his own eyes, 8 leagues distant from Brussels. There are relics of the Middle Ages there which are attainable for everybody. At the Abbey of Villers, the hole of the oubliettes, in the middle of the field, which was formerly the courtyard of the cloister, and on the banks of the Till, 4 stone dungeons, half underground, half under the water. They were in pace. Each of these dungeons has the remains of an iron door, a vault, and a grated opening, which, on the outside, is 2 feet above the level of the river, and on the inside 6 feet above the level of the ground. 4 feet of the river flow past along the outside wall. The ground is always soaked. The occupant of the in-pace had the wet soil for his bed. In one of these dungeons there is a fragment of an iron necklet riveted to the wall. In another there can be seen a square box made of 4 slabs of granite, too short for a person to lie down in, too low for him to stand upright in. A human being was put inside, with a coverlid of stone on top. This exists. It can be seen. It can be touched. These in pace, these dungeons, these iron hinges, these necklets, that lofty peephole on a level with the river's current, that box of stone closed with a lid of granite like a tomb, with this difference, that the dead man here was a living being. That soil which is but mud, that vault hole, those oozing walls, what declaimers. End of Book 7, Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Book 7 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 7, Parenthesis. Chapter 3. On what conditions one can respect the past. Monasticism, such as it existed in Spain, and such as it still exists in Tibet, is a sort of thesis for civilization. It stops life short. It simply depopulates. Claustration, castration. It has been the scourge of Europe. Add to this the violence so often done to the conscience, the forced vocations, feudalism bolstered up by the cloister, the right of the firstborn pouring the excess of the family into monasticism, the ferocities of which we have just spoken, the in pace, the closed mouths, the walled-up brains. So many unfortunate minds, placed in the dungeon of eternal vows, the taking of the habit, the interment of living souls. Add individual tortures to national degradations, and whoever you may be, you will shudder before the frock and the veil, those two winding sheets of human devising. Nevertheless, at certain points and in certain places, in spite of philosophy, in spite of progress, the spirit of the cloister persists in the midst of the 19th century, and a singular ascetic recrudescence is at this moment astonishing the civilized world. The obstinacy of antiquated institutions in perpetuating themselves resembles the stubbornness of the rancid perfume which should claim our hair, the pretensions of the spoiled fish which should persist in being eaten, the persecution of the child's garment which should insist on clothing the man, the tenderness of corpses which should return to embrace the living. "Ingrates," says the garment, "I protected you in inclement weather. Why will you have nothing to do with me?" "I have just come from the deep sea," says the fish. "I have been a rose," says the perfume. "I have loved you," says the corpse. "I have civilized you," says the convent. To this there is but one reply. In former days. To dream of the indefinite prolongation of defunct things, and of the government of men by embalming, to restore dogmas in a bad condition, to re-gild shrines, to patch up cloisters, to re-bless reliquaries, to re-furnish superstitions, to re-victual fanaticisms, to put new handles on holy water brushes and militarism, to reconstitute monasticism and militarism, to believe in the salvation of society by the multiplication of parasites, to force the past on the present. This seems strange. Still, there are theorists who hold such theories. These theorists, who are in other respects people of intelligence, have a very simple process. They apply to the past a glazing, which they call social order, divine right, morality, family, the respect of elders, antique authority, sacred tradition, legitimacy, religion. And they go about shouting, "Look, take this, honest people!" This logic was known to the ancients. The soothsayers practiced it. They rubbed a black heifer over with chalk, and said, "She is white, bos cretatus." As for us, we respect the past here and there, and we spare it, above all, provided that it consents to be dead. If it insists on being alive, we attack it, and we try to kill it. Superstitions, bigotries, affected devotion, prejudices, those forms, all forms as they are tenacious of life. They have teeth and nails in their smoke, and they must be clasped close, body to body, and war must be made on them, and that without truce. For it is one of the fatalities of humanity to be condemned to eternal combat with phantoms. It is difficult to seize darkness by the throat, and to hurl it to the earth. A convent in France, in the broad daylight of the 19th century, is a college of owls facing the light. A cloister caught in the very act of asceticism, in the very heart of the city of '89, and of 1830, and of 1848, Rome blossoming out in Paris, is an anachronism. In ordinary times, in order to dissolve an anachronism and to cause it to vanish, one has only to make it spell out the date. But we are not in ordinary times. Let us fight. Let us fight, but let us make a distinction. The peculiar property of truth is never to commit excesses. What need has it of exaggeration? There is that which it is necessary to destroy, and there is that which it is simply necessary to elucidate and examine. What a force is kindly and serious examination! Let us not apply a flame where only a light is required. So, given the 19th century, we are opposed as a general proposition and among all peoples, in Asia as well as in Europe, in India as well as in Turkey, to ascetic claustration. Whoever says cloister says marsh. Their putrescence is evident. Their stagnation is unhealthy. Their fermentation infects people with fever and etiolates them. Their multiplication becomes a plague of Egypt. We cannot think without affright of those lands where fakirs, bonzes, santons, Greek monks, marabouts, talapoins, and dervishes multiply, even like swarms of vermin. This said, the religious question remains. This question has certain mysterious, almost formidable sides. May we be permitted to look at it fixedly. End of Book 7, Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Book 7 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 7th. Parenthesis. Chapter 4. The Convent from the Point of View of Principles. Men unite themselves and dwell in communities. By virtue of what right? By virtue of the right of association. They shut themselves up at home. By virtue of what right? By virtue of the right which every man has to open or shut his door. They do not come forth. By virtue of what right? By virtue of the right to go and come, which implies the right to remain at home. There, at home, what do? They speak in low tones. They drop their eyes. They toil. They renounce the world, towns, sensualities, pleasures, vanities, pride, interests. They are clothed in coarse woolen or coarse linen. Not one of them possesses in his own right anything whatever. On entering there, each one who was rich makes himself poor. What he has he gives to all. He who was what is called noble, a gentleman and a lord, is the equal of him who was a peasant. The cell is identical for all. All undergo the same tonsure, wear the same frock, eat the same black bread, sleep on the same straw, die on the same ashes. The same sack on their backs, the same rope around their loins. If the decision has been to go barefoot, all go barefoot. There may be a prince among them. That prince is the same shadow as the rest. No titles, even family names have disappeared. They bear only first names. All are bowed beneath the equality of baptismal names. They have dissolved the carnal family and constituted in their community a spiritual family. They have no other relatives than all men. They succour the poor, they care for the sick. They elect those whom they obey. They call each other my brother. You stop me and exclaim, but that is the ideal convent. It is sufficient that it may be the possible convent, that I should take notice of it. Thence it results that, in the preceding book, I have spoken of a convent with respectful accents. The Middle Ages cast aside, Asia cast aside, the historical and political question held in reserve, from the purely philosophical point of view, outside the requirements of militant policy, on condition that the monastery shall be absolutely a voluntary matter, and shall contain only consenting parties, I shall always consider a cloistered community with a certain attentive, and in some respects a deferential gravity. Wherever there is a community, there is a commune. Where there is a commune, there is right. The monastery is the product of the formula equality, fraternity. Oh, how grand is liberty! And what a splendid transfiguration! Liberty suffices to transform the monastery into a republic. Let us continue. But these men, or these women who are behind these four walls, they dress themselves in coarse woollen, they are equals, they call each other brothers, that is well. But they do something else? Yes. What? They gaze on the darkness, they kneel and they clasp their hands. What does this signify? End of Book 7th, Chapter 4. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 5 of Book 7 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 7th, Parenthesis. Chapter 5. Prayer. They pray. To whom? To God. To pray to God, what is the meaning of these words? Is there an infinite beyond us? Is that infinite there, inherent, permanent, necessarily substantial since it is infinite? And because, if it lacked matter, it would be bounded. Necessarily intelligent, since it is infinite, and because, if it lacked intelligence, it would end there? Does this infinite awaken in us the idea of essence, while we can attribute to ourselves only the idea of existence? In other terms, is it not the absolute, of which we are only the relative? At the same time that there is an infinite without us, is there not an infinite within us? Are not those two infinites, what an alarming plural, superposed, the one upon the other? Is not this second infinite, so to speak, subjacent to the first? Is it not the latter's mirror, reflection, echo? an abyss which is concentric with another abyss. Is this second infinity intelligent also? Does it think? Does it love? Does it will? If these two infinities are intelligent, each of them has a will principle, and there is an I in the upper infinity as there is an I in the lower infinity. The I below is the soul, the I on high is God. To place the infinity here below in contact, by the medium of thought, with the infinity on high, is called praying. Let us take nothing from the human mind. To suppress is bad. We must reform and transform. Certain faculties in man are directed towards the unknown: thought, reverie, prayer. The unknown is an ocean. What is conscience? It is the compass of the unknown. Thought, reverie, prayer, these are great and mysterious radiations. Let us respect them. Whither go these majestic irradiations of the soul? Into the shadow, that is to say, to the light. The grandeur of democracy is to disown nothing and to deny nothing of humanity. Close to the right of the man, beside it, at the least, there exists the right of the soul. To crush fanaticism and to venerate the infinite, such is the law. Let us not confine ourselves to prostrating ourselves before the tree of creation, and to the contemplation of its branches full of stars. We have a duty to labour over the human soul, to defend the mystery against the miracle, to adore the incomprehensible and reject the absurd, to admit as an inexplicable fact only what is necessary, to purify belief, to remove superstitions from above religion, to clear God of caterpillars. End of Book 7th, Chapter 5. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Chapter 6 of Book 7 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kai Lu. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 7. Parentheses. Chapter 6. The Absolute Goodness of Prayer. With regard to the modes of prayer, all are good provided that they are sincere. Turn your book upside down and be in the infinite. There is, as we know, a philosophy which denies the infinite. There is also a philosophy, pathologically classified, which denies the sun. This philosophy is called blindness. To erect a sense which we lack into a source of truth is a fine blind man's self-sufficiency. The curious thing is the haughty, superior, and compassionate airs which this groping philosophy assumes toward the philosophy which beholds God. One fancies he hears a mole crying, "I pity them with their sun." There are, as we know, powerful and illustrious atheists. At bottom, led back to the truth by their very force, they are not absolutely sure that they are atheists. It is with them only a question of definition, and in any case, if they do not believe in God, being great minds, they prove God. We salute them as philosophers, while inexorably denouncing their philosophy. Let us go on. The remarkable thing about it is, also, their facility in paying themselves off with words. A metaphysical school of the North, impregnated to some extent with fog, has fancied that it has worked a revolution in human understanding by replacing the word force with the word will, to say the plant wills instead of the plant grows. This would be fecund in results, indeed, if we were to add the universe wills. Why? Because it would come to this: the plant wills, therefore it has an I. The universe wills, therefore it has a God. As for us who, however, in contradistinction to this school, reject nothing a priori, a will in the plant, accepted by this school, appears to us more difficult to admit than a will in the universe denied by it. To deny the will of the infinite, that is to say, God, is impossible on any other conditions than a denial of the infinite. We have demonstrated this. The negation of the infinite leads straight to nihilism. Everything becomes a mental conception. With nihilism, no discussion is possible, for the nihilist logic doubts the existence of its interlocutor, and is not quite sure that it exists itself. From its point of view, it is possible that it may be for itself only a mental conception. Only, it does not perceive that all which has denied it admits in the lump, simply by the utterance of the word mind. In short, no way is open to the thought by a philosophy which makes all end in the monosyllable no. To no, there is only one reply: yes. Nihilism has no point. There is no such thing as nothingness. Zero does not exist. Everything is something. Nothing is nothing. Man lives by affirmation even more than by bread. Even to see and to show does not suffice. Philosophy should be an energy. It should have for effort and effect to ameliorate the condition of man. Socrates should enter into Adam and produce Marcus Aurelius. In other words, the man of wisdom should be made to emerge from the man of felicity. Eden should be changed into a lyceum. Science should be a cordial. To enjoy, what a sad aim, and what a paltry ambition! The brute enjoys. To offer thought to the thirst of men, to give them all as an elixir the notion of God, to make conscience and science fraternize in them, to render them just by this mysterious confrontation. Such is the function of real philosophy. Morality is a blossoming out of truths. Contemplation leads to action. The absolute should be practicable. It is necessary that the ideal should be breathable, drinkable, and eatable to the human mind. It is the ideal which has the right to say, "Take this." It is on this condition that it ceases to be a sterile love of science, and becomes the one and sovereign mode of human rallying, and that philosophy herself is promoted to religion. Philosophy should not be a corbel erected on mystery to gaze upon it at its ease, without any other result than that of being convenient to curiosity. For our part, adjourning the development of our thought to another occasion, we will confine ourselves to saying that we neither understand man as a point of departure nor progress as an end, without those two forces which are their two motors, faith and love. Progress is the goal, the ideal is the type. What is this ideal? It is God. Ideal, absolute, perfection, infinity. Identical words. End of Book 7, Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Book 7 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 7th, parenthesis. Chapter 7. Precautions to be observed in blame. History and philosophy have eternal duties, which are at the same time simple duties. To combat Caiaphas the high priest, Draco the lawgiver, Trimalcion the legislator, Tiberius the emperor. This is clear, direct, and limpid, and offers no obscurity. But the right to live apart, even with its inconveniences and its abuses, insists on being stated and taken into account. Cenobitism is a human problem. When one speaks of convents, those abodes of error but of innocence, of aberration but of goodwill, of ignorance but of devotion, of torture but of martyrdom, it always becomes necessary to say either yes or no. A convent is a contradiction. Its object, salvation; its means thereto, sacrifice. The convent is supreme egoism, having for its result supreme abnegation. To abdicate with the object of reigning seems to be the device of monasticism. In the cloister one suffers in order to enjoy. One draws a bill of exchange on death. One discounts in terrestrial gloom celestial light. In the cloister hell is accepted in advance as a post-obit on paradise. The taking of the veil or the frock is a suicide paid for with eternity. It does not seem to us that on such a subject mockery is permissible. All about it is serious, the good as well as the bad. The just man frowns, but never smiles with a malicious sneer. We understand wrath, but not malice. End of Book 7th, Chapter 7. Recording by Ruth Golding.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Geneva. Les Miserables by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Volume 2, Book 7, Chapter 8, Faith, Law. A few words more. We blame the Church when she is saturated with intrigues. We despise the spiritual which is harsh toward the temporal. But we, everywhere, honor the thoughtful man. We salute the man who kneels. A faith, this is a necessity for man. Woe to him who believes nothing. One is not unoccupied because one is absorbed. There is visible labor and invisible labor. To contemplate is to labor, to think is to act. Folded arms toil, clasped hands work. A gaze fixed on heaven is a work. Thales remained motionless for 4 years. He founded philosophy. In our opinion, cenobites are not lazy men, and recluses are not idlers. To meditate on the shadow is a serious thing. Without invalidating anything that we have just said, we believe that a perpetual memory of the tomb is proper for the living. On this point, the priest and the philosopher agree. We must die. The Abbé de la Trempe replies to Horace. To mingle with one's life a certain presence of the sepulchre, this is the law of the sage, and it is the law of the ascetic. In this respect, the ascetic and the sage converge. There is a material growth, we admit it. There is a moral grandeur, we hold to that. Thoughtless and vivacious spirits say, "What is the good of those motionless figures on the side of mystery? What purpose do they serve? What do they do?" Alas! In the presence of the darkness which environs us, and which awaits us, in our ignorance of what the immense dispersion will make of us, we reply, "There is probably no work more divine than that performed by these souls." And we add, "There is probably no work which is more useful." There certainly must be some who pray constantly for those who never pray at all. In our opinion, the whole question lies in the amount of thought that is mingled with prayer. Leibniz's praying is grand, Voltaire adoring is fine. Dieu exercit futile. We are for religion as against religions. We are of the number who believe in the wretchedness of orisons and the sublimity of prayer. Moreover, at this minute which we are now traversing, a minute which will not, fortunately, leave its impress on the 19th century, at this hour, when so many men have low brows and souls but little elevated, among so many mortals whose morality consists in enjoyment, and who are busied with the brief and misshapen things of matter, whoever excites himself seems worthy of veneration to us. The monastery is a renunciation. Sacrifice wrongly directed is still sacrifice. To mistake a grave error for a duty has a grandeur of its own. Taken by itself, and ideally, and in order to examine the truth on all sides until all aspects have been impartially exhausted, the monastery, the female convent in particular, for in our century it is woman who suffers the most, and in this exile of the cloister there is something of protestation. The female convent has incontestably a certain majesty. This cloistered existence, which is so austere, so depressing, a few of whose features we have just traced, is not life, for it is not liberty. It is not a tomb, for it is not plenitude. It is the strange place whence one beholds, as from the crest of a lofty mountain, on one side the abyss where we are, on the other the abyss whither we shall go. It is the narrow and misty frontier separating two worlds, illuminated and obscured by both at the same time, where the ray of life which has become enfeebled is mingled with the vague ray of death. It is the half-obscurity of the tomb. We, who do not believe what these women believe, but who, like them, live by faith, we have never been able to think without a sort of tender and religious terror, without a sort of pity that is full of envy, of those devoted, trembling, and trusting creatures, of these humble and august souls, who dare to dwell on the very brink of the mystery, waiting between the world which is closed and the heaven which is not yet open, turned towards the light which one cannot see, possessing the sole happiness of thinking that they know where it is, aspiring towards the gulf and the unknown, their eyes fixed motionless on the darkness, kneeling, bewildered, stupefied, shuddering, half lifted, at times, by the deep breeze of eternity. End of chapter 8. Les Miserables, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Recording by Ginevra.
Chapter 1 of Book 8 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which is committed to them. Chapter 1, which treats of the manner of entering a convent. It was into this house that Jean Valjean had, as Fauchelevent expressed it, fallen from the sky. He had scaled the wall of the garden which formed the angle of the Rue Polonceau. That hymn of the angels which he had heard in the middle of the night was the nuns chanting matins. That hall of which he had caught a glimpse in the gloom was the chapel. That phantom which he had seen stretched on the ground was the sister who was making reparation. That bell, the sound of which had so strangely surprised him, was the gardener's bell attached to the knee of Father Fauchelevent. Cosette once put to bed, Jean Valjean and Fauchelevent had, as we have already seen, supped on a glass of wine and a bit of cheese, before a good crackling fire. Then, the only bed in the hut being occupied by Cosette, each threw himself on a truss of straw. Before he shut his eyes, Jean Valjean said, "I must remain here henceforth." This remark trotted through Fauchelevent's head all night long. To tell the truth, neither of them slept. Jean Valjean, feeling that he was discovered, and that Javert was on his scent, understood that he and Cosette were lost if they returned to Paris. Then the new storm which had just burst upon him had stranded him in this cloister. Jean Valjean had henceforth but one thought, to remain there. Now, for an unfortunate man in his position, this convent was both the safest and the most dangerous of places. The most dangerous, because as no men might enter there, if he were discovered it was a flagrant offence, and Jean Valjean would find but one step intervening between the convent and the prison. The safest, because if he could manage to get himself accepted there and remain there, who would ever seek him in such a place? To dwell in an impossible place was safety. On his side, Fauchelevent was cudgelling his brains. He began by declaring to himself that he understood nothing of the matter. How had Monsieur Madeleine got there, when the walls were what they were? Cloister walls are not to be stepped over. How did he get there with a child? One cannot scale a perpendicular wall with a child in one's arms. Who was that child? Where did they both come from? Since Fauchelevent had lived in the convent, he had heard nothing of Monsieur sur M., and he knew nothing of what had taken place there. Father Madeleine had an air which discouraged questions, and besides, Fauchelevent said to himself, "One does not question a saint." Monsieur Madeleine had preserved all his prestige in Fauchelevent's eyes. Only, from some words which Jean Valjean had let fall, the gardener thought he could draw the inference that Monsieur Madeleine had probably become bankrupt through the hard times, and that he was pursued by his creditors, or that he had compromised himself in some political affair and was in hiding, which last did not displease Fauchelevent, who, like many of our peasants of the north, had an old fund of Bonapartism about him. While in hiding, Monsieur Madeleine had selected the convent as a refuge, and it was quite simple that he should wish to remain there. But the inexplicable point, to which Fauchelevent returned constantly and over which he wearied his brain, was that Monsieur Madeleine should be there, and that he should have that little girl with him. Fauchelevent saw them, touched them, spoke to them, and still did not believe it possible. The incomprehensible had just made its entrance into Fauchelevent's hut. Fauchelevent groped about amid conjectures, and could see nothing clearly but this: Monsieur Madeleine saved my life. This certainty alone was sufficient, and decided his course. He said to himself, "It is my turn now." He added in his conscience, "Monsieur Madeleine did not stop to deliberate when it was a question of thrusting himself under the cart for the purpose of dragging me out." He made up his mind to save Monsieur Madeleine. Nevertheless, he put many questions to himself, and made himself divers replies. And what he did for me, would I save him if he were a thief? Just the same. If he were an assassin, would I save him? Just the same. Since he is a saint, shall I save him? Just the same. But what a problem it was to manage to have him remain in the convent! Fauchelevent did not recoil in the face of this almost chimerical undertaking, this poor peasant of Picardy, without any other ladder than his self-devotion, his good-will, and a little of that old rustic cunning, on this occasion enlisted in the service of a generous enterprise, undertook to scale the difficulties of the cloister and the steep escarpments of the rule of Saint-Benoît. Father Fauchelevent was an old man who had been an egoist all his life, and who, towards the end of his days, halt, infirm, with no interest left to him in the world, found it sweet to be grateful, and perceiving a generous action to be performed, flung himself upon it like a man who, at the moment when he is dying, should find close to his hand a glass of good wine which he had never tasted, and should swallow it with avidity. We may add that the air which he had breathed for many years in this convent had destroyed all personality in him, and had ended by rendering a good action of some kind absolutely necessary to him. So he took his resolve, to devote himself to Monsieur Madeleine. We have just called him a poor peasant of Picardy. That description is just, but incomplete. At the point of this story which we have now reached, a little of Father Fauchelevent's physiology becomes useful. He was a peasant, but he had been a notary, which added trickery to his cunning, and penetration to his ingenuousness. Having through various causes failed in his business, he had descended to the calling of a carter and a labourer. But in spite of oaths and lashings, which horses seem to require, something of the notary had lingered in him. He had some natural wit, he talked good grammar, he conversed, which is a rare thing in a village, and the other peasants said of him, "He talks almost like a gentleman with a hat." Fauchelevent belonged, in fact, to that species which the impertinent and flippant vocabulary of the last century qualified as demi-bourgeois, demi-lout, and which the metaphors showered by the château upon the thatched cottage ticketed in the pigeon-hole of the plebeian, rather rustic, rather citified, pepper and salt. Fauchelevent, though sorely tried and harshly used by fate, worn out, a sort of poor, threadbare old soul, was, nevertheless, an impulsive man, and extremely spontaneous in his actions, a precious quality which prevents one from ever being wicked. His defects and his vices, for he had some, were all superficial. In short, his physiognomy was of the kind which succeeds with an observer. His aged face had none of those disagreeable wrinkles at the top of the forehead which signify malice or stupidity. At daybreak Father Fauchelevent opened his eyes, after having done an enormous deal of thinking, and beheld Monsieur Madeleine seated on his truss of straw, and watching Cosette's slumbers. Fauchelevent sat up and said, "Now that you are here, how are you going to contrive to enter?" This remark summed up the situation, and aroused Jean Valjean from his reverie. The two men took counsel together. "In the first place," said Fauchelevent, "you will begin by not setting foot outside of this chamber, either you or the child. One step in the garden, and we are done for." "That is true." "Monsieur Madeleine," resumed Fauchelevent, "you have arrived at a very auspicious moment, I mean to say, a very inauspicious moment. One of the ladies is very ill. This will prevent them from looking much in our direction. It seems that she is dying. The prayers of the 40 hours are being said. The whole community is in confusion. That occupies them. The one who is on the point of departure is a saint. In fact, we are all saints here. All the difference between them and me is that they say 'our cell,' and that I say 'my cabin.' The prayers for the dying are to be said, and then the prayers for the dead. We shall be at peace here for to-day, but I will not answer for to-morrow." "Still," observed Jean Valjean, "this cottage is in the niche of the wall. It is hidden by a sort of ruin. There are trees. It is not visible from the convent. And I add that the nuns never come near it." "Well?" said Jean Valjean. The interrogation mark which accentuated this "well" signified, "It seems to me that one may remain concealed here?" It was to this interrogation point that Fauchelevent responded, "There are the little girls." "What little girls?" asked Jean Valjean. Just as Fauchelevent opened his mouth to explain the words which he had uttered, a bell emitted one stroke. "The nun is dead," said he. "There is the knell." And he made a sign to Jean Valjean to listen. The bell struck a second time. "It is the knell, Monsieur Madeleine. The bell will continue to strike once a minute for 24 hours, until the body is taken from the church. You see they play. At recreation hours it suffices to have a ball roll aside, to send them all hither, in spite of prohibitions, to hunt and rummage for it all about here. Those cherubs are devils." "Who?" asked Jean Valjean. "The little girls. You would be very quickly discovered. They would shriek, 'Oh, a man!' There is no danger to-day. There will be no recreation hour. The day will be entirely devoted to prayers. You hear the bell. As I told you, a stroke each minute. It is the death knell." "I understand, Father Fauchelevent. There are pupils." And Jean Valjean thought to himself, "Here is Cosette's education already provided." Fauchelevent exclaimed, "Pardine, there are little girls indeed, and they would bawl around you, and they would rush off. To be a man here is to have the plague. You see how they fasten a bell to my paw, as though I were a wild beast." Jean Valjean fell into more and more profound thought. "This convent would be our salvation," he murmured. Then he raised his voice. "Yes, the difficulty is to remain here." "No," said Fauchelevent, "the difficulty is to get out." Jean Valjean felt the blood rush back to his heart. "To get out?" "Yes, Monsieur Madeleine. In order to return here, it is first necessary to get out." and after waiting until another stroke of the knell had sounded, Fauchelevent went on:— "You must not be found here in this fashion. Whence come you? For me you fall from heaven, because I know you, but the nuns require one to enter by the door." All at once they heard a rather complicated pealing from another bell. "Ah," said Fauchelevent, "they are ringing up the vocal mothers. They are going to the chapter. They always hold a chapter when any one dies. She died at daybreak. People generally do die at daybreak. But cannot you get out by the way in which you entered? Come, I do not ask for the sake of questioning you, but how did you get in?" Jean Valjean turned pale. The very thought of descending again into that terrible street made him shudder. You make your way out of a forest filled with tigers, and once out of it, imagine a friendly council that shall advise you to return thither. Jean Valjean pictured to himself the whole police force still engaged in swarming in that quarter, agents on the watch, sentinels everywhere, frightful fists extended toward his collar, Javert at the corner of the intersection of the streets, perhaps. "Impossible," said he. "Father Fauchelevent, say that I fell from the sky." "But I believe it, I believe it," retorted Fauchelevent. "You have no need to tell me that. The good God must have taken you in his hand for the purpose of getting a good look at you close to, and then dropped you. Only he meant to place you in a man's convent; he made a mistake. Come, there goes another peal; that is to order the porter to go and inform the municipality that the dead doctor is to come here and view a corpse. All that is the ceremony of dying. These good ladies are not at all fond of that visit. A doctor is a man who does not believe in anything. He lifts the veil. Sometimes he lifts something else too. How quickly they have had the doctor summoned this time! What is the matter? Your little one is still asleep. What is her name?" "Cosette." "She is your daughter? You are her grandfather, that is?" "Yes." "It will be easy enough for her to get out of here. I have my service door which opens on the courtyard. I knock, the porter opens, I have my vintage basket on my back, the child is in it, I go out. Father Fauchelevent goes out with his basket, that is perfectly natural. You will tell the child to keep very quiet. She will be under the cover. I will leave her for whatever time is required with a good old friend, a fruit seller whom I know, in the Rue Chemin Vert, who is deaf and who has a little bed. I will shout in the fruit seller's ear that she is a niece of mine, and that she is to keep her for me until tomorrow. Then the little one will re-enter with you, for I will contrive to have you re-enter. It must be done. But how will you manage to get out?" Jean Valjean shook his head. "No one must see me, the whole point lies there, Father Fauchelevent. Find some means of getting me out in a basket under cover, like Cosette." Fauchelevent scratched the lobe of his ear with the middle finger of his left hand, a sign of serious embarrassment. A third peal created a diversion. "That is the dead doctor taking his departure," said Fauchelevent. "He has taken a look and said, 'She is dead, that is well.' When the doctor has signed the passport for paradise, the undertaker's company sends a coffin. If it is a mother, the mothers lay her out; if she is a sister, the sisters lay her out. After which I nail her up. That forms a part of my gardener's duty. A gardener is a bit of a grave digger. She is placed in a lower hall of the church which communicates with the street, and into which no man may enter save the doctor of the dead. I don't count the undertaker's men and myself as men. It is in that hall that I nail up the coffin. The undertaker's men come and get it, and whip up coachmen, that's the way one goes to heaven. They fetch a box with nothing in it, they take it away again with something in it. That's what a burial is like, de profundis." A horizontal ray of sunshine lightly touched the face of the sleeping Cosette, who lay with her mouth vaguely open, and had the air of an angel drinking in the light. Jean Valjean had fallen to gazing at her. He was no longer listening to Fauchelevent. That one is not listened to is no reason for preserving silence. The good old gardener went on tranquilly with his babble. "The grave is dug in the Vaugirard cemetery. They declare that they are going to suppress that Vaugirard cemetery. It is an ancient cemetery which is outside the regulations, which has no uniform, and which is going to retire. It is a shame, for it's convenient. I have a friend there, Father Mestienne, the grave digger. The nuns here possess one privilege; it is to be taken to that cemetery at nightfall. There is a special permission from the prefecture on their behalf. But how many events have happened since yesterday! Mother Crucifixion is dead, and Father Madeleine—" "Is buried," said Jean Valjean, smiling sadly. Fauchelevent caught the word. "Goodness! If you were here for good, it would be a real burial." A fourth peal burst out. Fauchelevent hastily detached the belled knee-cap from its nail and buckled it on his knee again. This time it is for me. The mother prioress wants me. Good. Now I am pricking myself on the tongue of my buckle. Monsieur Madeleine, don't stir from here, and wait for me. Something new has come up. If you are hungry, there is wine, bread, and cheese. And he hastened out of the hut, crying, Coming! Coming! Jean Valjean watched him hurrying across the garden as fast as his crooked leg would permit, casting a sidelong glance by the way on his melon patch. Less than 10 minutes later, Father Fauchelevent, whose bell put the nuns in his road to flight, tapped gently at a door, and a gentle voice replied, Forever, forever. That is to say, enter. The door was the one leading to the parlour reserved for seeing the gardener on business. This parlour adjoined the chapter hall. The prioress, seated on the only chair in the parlour, was waiting for Fauchelevent. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 13th, 2009.
Chapter 2 of Book 8 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which is committed them. Chapter 2. Fauchelevent in the presence of a difficulty. It is the peculiarity of certain persons and certain professions, notably priests and nuns, to wear a grave and agitated air on critical occasions. At the moment when Fauchelevent entered, this double form of preoccupation was imprinted on the countenance of the prioress, who was that wise and charming Mademoiselle de Blemeur, Mother Innocente, who was ordinarily cheerful. The gardener made a timid bow and remained at the door of the cell. The prioress, who was telling her beads, raised her eyes and said, "Ah, it is you, Father Fauvent." This abbreviation had been adopted in the convent. Fauchelevent bowed again. "Father Fauvent, I have sent for you." "Here I am, Reverend Mother." "I have something to say to you." "And so have I," said Fauchelevent, with a boldness which caused him inward terror. "I have something to say to the very Reverend Mother." The prioress stared at him. "Ah, you have a communication to make to me." "A request." "Very well, speak." Goodman Fauchelevent, the ex-notary, belonged to the category of peasants who have assurance. A certain clever ignorance constitutes a force. You do not distrust it, and you are caught by it. Fauchelevent had been a success during the something more than 2 years which he had passed in the convent. Always solitary and busied about his gardening, he had nothing else to do than to indulge his curiosity. As he was at a distance from all those veiled women passing to and fro, he saw before him only an agitation of shadows. By dint of attention and sharpness, he had succeeded in clothing all those phantoms with flesh, and those corpses were alive for him. He was like a deaf man whose sight grows keener, and like a blind man whose hearing becomes more acute. He had applied himself to riddling out the significance of the different peals, and he had succeeded, so that this taciturn and enigmatical cloister possessed no secrets for him. The Sphinx babbled all her secrets in his ear. Fauchelevent knew all and concealed all that constituted his art. The whole convent thought him stupid, a great merit in religion. The vocal mothers made much of Fauchelevent. He was a curious mute. He inspired confidence. Moreover, he was regular, and never went out except for well-demonstrated requirements of the orchard and vegetable garden. This discretion of conduct had inured to his credit. None the less, he had set 2 men to chattering. The porter in the convent, and he knew the singularities of their parlour, and the grave-digger at the cemetery, and he was acquainted with the peculiarities of their sepulture. In this way he possessed a double light on the subject of these nuns, one as to their life, the other as to their death, but he did not abuse his knowledge. The congregation thought a great deal of him. Old, lame, blind to everything, probably a little deaf into the bargain, what qualities! They would have found it difficult to replace him. The goodman, with the assurance of a person who feels that he is appreciated, entered into a rather diffuse and very deep rustic harangue to the Reverend Prioress. He talked a long time about his age, his infirmities, the surcharge of years counting double for him henceforth, of the increasing demands of his work, and of the great size of the garden, of nights which must be passed, like the last, for instance, when he had been obliged to put straw mats over the melon beds because of the moon, and he wound up as follows: that he had a brother, the Prioress made a movement, a brother no longer young, a second movement on the part of the Prioress, but one expressive of reassurance, that if he might be permitted, this brother would come and live with him and help him, that he was an excellent gardener, that the community would receive from him good service, better than his own, that otherwise, if his brother were not admitted, as he, the elder, felt that his health was broken, and that he was insufficient for the work, he should be obliged, greatly to his regret, to go away, and that his brother had a little daughter whom he would bring with him, who might be reared for God in the house, and who might, who knows, become a nun some day. When he had finished speaking, the Prioress stayed the slipping of her rosary between her fingers, and said to him, "Could you procure a stout iron bar between now and this evening?" "For what purpose?" "To serve as a lever." "Yes, Reverend Mother," replied Fauchelevent. The Prioress, without adding a word, rose and entered the adjoining room, which was the hall of the chapter, and where the vocal mothers were probably assembled. Fauchelevent was left alone. End of Book 8, Chapter 2 of Les Miserables by Victor Hugo. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, January 2009.
Chapter 3 of Book 8 of Les Miserables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Kenning. Les Miserables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8, The Wicked Poor Man. Chapter 3, Mother Innocent. About a quarter of an hour elapsed. The Prioress returned and seated herself once more on her chair. The two interlocutors seemed preoccupied. We will present a stenographic report of the dialogue which then ensued, to the best of our ability. Father Fauvent! Reverend Mother! Do you know the chapel? I have a little cage there, where I hear the Mass in the offices. And you have been in the choir in pursuance of your duties? 2 or 3 times. There is a stone to be raised. Heavy? The slab of the pavement which is at the side of the altar. The slab which closes the vault? Yes. It would be a good thing to have 2 men for it. Mother Ascension, who is as strong as a man, will help you. A woman is never a man. We have only women here to help you. Each one does what he can. Because Dom Mabillon gives 417 epistles of St. Bernard, while Merlonus Hortius only gives 367, I do not despise Merlonus Hortius. Neither do I. Merit consists in working according to one's strength. A cloister is not a dockyard. And a woman is not a man, but my brother is the strong one, though. And can you get a lever? That is the only sort of key that fits that sort of door. There is a ring in the stone. I will put the lever through it. And the stone is so arranged that it swings on a pivot. That is good, Reverend Mother. I will open the vault. And the 4 mother precentors will help you. And when the vault is open, it must be closed again. Will that be all? No. Give me your orders, Very Reverend Mother. Fauvent, we have confidence in you. I am here to do anything you wish, and to hold your peace about everything. Yes, Reverend Mother. When the vault is open, I will close it again. But before that— What, Reverend Mother? Something must be lowered into it. A silence ensued. The prioress, after a pout of the underlip which resembled hesitation, broke it. "Father Fauvent." "Reverend Mother." "You know that a mother died this morning?" "No." "Did you not hear the bell?" "Nothing can be heard at the bottom of the garden." "Really? I can hardly distinguish my own signal." "She died at daybreak." "And then the wind is not blowing in my direction this morning." "It was Mother Crucifixion, a blessed woman." The prioress paused, moved her lips, as though in mental prayer, and resumed. 3 years ago, Madame de Bethune, a Jansenist, turned Orthodox, merely from having seen Mother Crucifixion at prayer." "Ah, yes, now I hear the knell, Reverend Mother." "The mothers have taken her to the dead room, which opens on the church." "I know." "No other man than you can, or must enter that chamber. See to that. A fine sight it would be, to see a man enter the dead room." "More often." "Hey? More often." "What do you say?" "I say more often." "More often than what?" "Reverend Mother, I did not say more often than what. I said more often." "I don't understand you. Why do you say more often?" "In order to speak like you, Reverend Mother." "But I did not say more often." At that moment 9 o'clock struck. "At 9 o'clock in the morning, and at all hours, praised and adored be the most holy sacrament of the altar," said the prioress. "Amen," said Fauchelevent. The clock struck opportunely. It cut more often short. It is probable that had it not been for this, the prioress and Fauchelevent would never have unravelled that skein. Fauchelevent mopped his forehead. The prioress indulged in another little inward murmur, probably sacred, then raised her voice. "In her lifetime, Mother Crucifixion made converts. After her death, she will perform miracles." "She will," replied Father Fauchelevent, falling into step and striving not to flinch again. "Father Fauvent, the community has been blessed in Mother Crucifixion. No doubt it is not granted to every one to die, like Cardinal de Bérulle, while saying the Holy Mass, and to breathe forth their souls to God, while pronouncing these words, Hanc igitur oblationem. But without attaining such happiness, Mother Crucifixion's death was very precious. She retained her consciousness to the very last moment. She spoke to us, then she spoke to the angels. She gave us her last commands. If you had a little more faith, and if you could have been in her cell, she would have cured your leg merely by touching it. She smiled. We felt that she was regaining her life in God. There was something of paradise in that death." Fauchelevent thought that it was an orison which she was finishing. "Amen," said he. "Father Fauvent, what the dead wish must be done." The prioress took off several beads of her chaplet. Fauchelevent held his peace. She went on. "I have consulted upon this point many ecclesiastics laboring in our Lord, who occupy themselves in the exercises of the clerical life, and who bear wonderful fruit. Reverend Mother, you can hear the knell much better here than in the garden. Besides, she is more than a dead woman, she's a saint. Like yourself, Reverend Mother. She slept in her coffin for 20 years, by express permission of our Holy Father, Pius VII. The one who crowned the Emperor Bonaparte. For a clever man like Fauchelevent, this allusion was an awkward one. Fortunately, the prioress, completely absorbed in her own thoughts, did not hear it. She continued. Father Fauvent. Reverend Mother. Saint Diderus, Archbishop of Cappadocia, desired that this single word might be inscribed on his tomb, Acarus, which signifies a worm of the earth. This was done. Is this true? Yes, Reverend Mother. The blessed Mezzocane, abbot of Aquila, wished to be buried beneath the gallows. This was done. That is true. Saint Terentius, Bishop of Port, where the mouth of the Tiber empties into the sea, requested that on his tomb might be engraved the sign which was placed on the graves of parricides, in the hope that passers-by would spit on his tomb. This was done. The dead must be obeyed. So be it. The body of Bernard Gaïdanis, born in France near Rocheabeille, was, as he had ordered, and in spite of the King of Castile, borne to the church of the Dominicans in Limoges. Although Bernard Guidoni was Bishop of Tai in Spain, can the contrary be confirmed? For that matter, no, Reverend Mother. The fact is attested by Planteville de la Fosse. Several beads of the chaplet were told off, still in silence. The prioress resumed. Father Fauvent, Mother Crucifixion will be interred in the coffin in which she has slept for the last 20 years. That is just. It is a continuation of her slumber. So I shall have to nail up that coffin? Yes. And we are to reject the undertaker's coffin. Precisely. I am at the orders of the very reverend community. The 4 mother precentors will assist you. In nailing up the coffin, I do not need them. No, in lowering the coffin. Where? Into the vault. What vault? Under the altar. Fauchelevent started. The vault under the altar? Under the altar. But you will have an iron bar. Yes, but you will raise the stone with the bar by means of the ring. But the dead must be obeyed, to be buried in the vault under the altar of the chapel, not to go to profane earth, to remain there in death where she prayed while living. Such was the last wish of Mother Crucifixion. She asked it of us, that is to say, commanded us. But it is forbidden. Forbidden by men, enjoined by God. What if it became known? We have confidence in you. Oh, I am a stone in your walls. The chapter assembled, the vocal mothers, whom I have just consulted again, and who are now deliberating, have decided that Mother Crucifixion shall be buried, according to her wish, in her own coffin, under our altar. Think, Father Fauvent, if she were to work miracles here, what a glory of God for the community, and miracles issue from tombs. But, Reverend Mother, if the agent of the Sanitary Commission, Saint Benoit too, in the matter of sepulture, resisted Constantine Pogonatus. But the commissary of police, Chauneau de Mer, one of the 7 German kings who entered among the Gauls under the empire of Constantius, expressly recognized the right of nuns to be buried in religion, that is to say, beneath the altar. But the inspector from the prefecture, the world is nothing in the presence of the cross. Martin, the 11th general of the Carthusians, gave to his order this device: Stat cru dum volvatur orbis. Amen, said Fauchelevent, who imperturbably extricated himself in this manner from the dilemma whenever he heard Latin. Any audience suffices for a person who has held his peace too long. On the day when the rhetorician Gymnastoras left his prison, bearing in his body many dilemmas and numerous syllogisms which had struck in, he halted in front of the first tree which he came to, harangued it, and made very great efforts to convince it. The prioress, who was usually subjected to the barrier of silence, and whose reservoir was over full, rose and exclaimed with the loquacity of a dam which has broken away. I have on my right Benoit, and on my left Bernard. Who was Bernard? The first abbot of Clairvaux. Fontaine, in Burgundy, is a country that is blessed because it gave him birth. His father was named Tesselin, and his mother Elise. He began at Citeaux to end in Clairvaux. He was ordained abbot by the Bishop of Chalons-sur-Saône, Guillaume de Champeaux. He had 700 novices, and founded 160 monasteries. He overthrew Abélard at the Council of Sens in 1140, and Pierre de Bray and Henry his disciple, and another sort of erring spirits, who were called the Apostolics. He confounded Arnauld de Brescia, darted lightning at the monk Raoul, the murderer of the Jews, dominated the Council of Rheims in 1148, caused the condemnation of Gilbert de Perea, Bishop of Poitiers, caused the condemnation of Ian de la Toile, arranged the disputes of princes, enlightened King Louis the Young, advised Pope Eugene III, regulated the temple, preached the crusade, performed 250 miracles during his lifetime, and as many as 39 in one day. Who was Benoit? He was the patriarch of Mont Cassin. He was the second founder of the Sainte Claustrale. He was the Basil of the West. His order has produced 40 popes, 200 cardinals, 50 patriarchs, 1,600 archbishops, 4,600 bishops, 4 emperors, 12 empresses, 46 kings, 41 queens, 3,600 canonized saints, and has been in existence for 1,400 years. On one side Saint Bernard, on the other the agent of the sanitary department. On one side Saint Benoit, on the other the inspector of public ways. The state, the road commissioners, the public undertaker, regulations, the administration, what do we know of all that? There is not a chance passer-by who would not be indignant to see how we are treated. We have not even the right to give our dust to Jesus Christ. Your sanitary department is a revolutionary invention, God subordinated to the commissary of police. Such is the age. Silence, Fauvent! Fauchelevent was but ill at ease under this shower-bath. The prioress continued. No one doubts the right of the monastery to sepulture. Only fanatics and those in error deny it. We live in times of terrible confusion. We do not know that which it is necessary to know, and we know that which we should ignore. We are ignorant and impious. In this age there exist people who do not distinguish between the very great Saint Bernard and the Saint Bernard dominated of the poor Catholics, a certain good ecclesiastic who lived in the 13th century. Others are so blasphemous as to compare the scaffold of Louis XVI to the cross of Jesus Christ. Louis XVI was merely a king. Let us beware of God. There is no longer just nor unjust. The name of Voltaire is known, but not the name of Caesar de Bus. Nevertheless, Caesar de Bus is a man of blessed memory, and Voltaire one of unblessed memory. The last archbishop, the Cardinal de Périgord, did not even know that Charles de Gondren succeeded to Berulle, and François Bourgeois to Gondren, and Jean-François Senault to Bourgeois, and Father Saint-Marthe to Jean-François Senault. The name of Father Coton is known, not because he was one of the three who urged the foundation of the Oratory, but because he furnished Henry XIV, the Huguenot king, with the material for an oath. That which pleases people of the world in Saint François de Sales is that he cheated at play. And then religion is attacked. Why? Because there have been bad priests, because Sagittaire, Bishop of Gap, was the brother of Salone, Bishop of Embrun, and because both of them followed Mamal. What has that to do with the question? Does that prevent Martin de Tours from being a saint, and giving half of his cloak to a beggar? They persecute the saints. They shut their eyes to the truth. Darkness is the rule. The most ferocious beasts are beasts which are blind. No one thinks of hell as a reality. Oh, how wicked people are! By order of the king signifies today. By order of the revolution. One no longer knows what is due to the living or to the dead. A holy death is prohibited. Burial is a civil matter. This is horrible. Saint Leo II wrote 2 special letters, one to Pierre Notaire, the other to the king of the Visigoths, for the purpose of combating and rejecting, in questions touching the dead, the authority of the exarch and the supremacy of the emperor. Gauthier, Bishop of Chalon, held his own in this matter against Otho, Duke of Burgundy. The ancient magistracy agreed with him. In former times we had voices in the chapter, even on matters of the day. The abbot of Citeaux, the general of the order, was counsellor by right of birth to the Parliament of Burgundy. We do what we please with our dead. Is not the body of Saint Benoit himself in France, in the Abbey of Fleury, called Saint Benoit-sur-Loire, although he died in Italy at Montcassin, on Saturday, the 21st of the month of March of the year 543? All this is incontestable. I abhor psalm-singers, I hate priors, I execrate heretics, but I should detest yet more anyone who should maintain the contrary. One has only to read Arnauld Wayan, Gabriel Bucelin, Trithimus, Moralix, and Dom Luce d'Achery. The prioress took breath, then turned to Fauchelevent. Is it settled, Father Fauvent? It is settled, Reverend Mother. We may depend on you? I will obey. That is well. I am entirely devoted to the convent. That is understood. You will close the coffin. The sisters will carry it to the chapel. The office for the dead will then be said. Then we shall return to the cloister. Between 11 o'clock and midnight you will come with your iron bar. All will be done in the most profound secrecy. There will be in the chapel only the 4 mother precentors, Mother Ascension and yourself. And the sister at the post? She will not turn round. But she will hear. She will not listen. Besides, what the cloister knows the world learns not. A pause ensued. The prioress went on. You will remove your bell. It is not necessary that the sister at the post should perceive your presence. Reverend Mother, What, Father Fauvent? Has the doctor for the dead paid his visit? He will pay it at 4 o'clock today. The peal which orders the doctor for the dead to be summoned has already been rung. But you do not understand any of the peals. I pay no attention to any but my own. That is well, Father Fauvent. Reverend Mother, a lever at least 6 feet long will be required. Where will you obtain it? Where gratings are not lacking, iron bars are not lacking. I have my heap of old iron at the bottom of the garden. About 3/4 of an hour before midnight. Do not forget. Reverend Mother? What? If you were ever to have any other jobs of this sort, my brother is the strong man for you. A perfect Turk. You will do it as speedily as possible. I cannot work very fast. I am infirm. That is why I require an assistant. I limp. To limp is no sin, and perhaps it is a blessing. The Emperor Henry II, who combated Antipope Gregory and re-established Benoit VIII, has 2 surnames, the Saint and the Lame. 2 surtouts are a good thing, murmured Fauchelevent, who really was a little hard of hearing. Now that I think of it, Father Fauvent, let us give a whole hour to it. That is not too much. Be near the principal altar with your iron bar at 11 o'clock. The office begins at midnight. Everything must have been completed a good 1/4 of an hour before that. I will do anything to prove my zeal towards the community. These are my orders. I am to nail up the coffin. At 11 o'clock exactly I am to be in the chapel. The Mother Precentors will be there. Mother Ascension will be there. 2 men would be better. However, never mind. I shall have my lever. We will open the vault, we will lower the coffin, and we will close the vault again. After which there will be no trace of anything. The government will have no suspicion. Thus all has been arranged, Reverend Mother. No. What else remains? The empty coffin remains. This produced a pause. Fauchelevent meditated. The prioress meditated. What is to be done with that coffin, Father Fauvent? It will be given to the earth. Empty? Another silence. Fauchelevent made, with his left hand, that sort of a gesture which dismisses the troublesome subject. Reverend Mother, I am the one who is to nail up the coffin in the basement of the church, and no one can enter there but myself, and I will cover the coffin with the pall. Yes, but the bearers, when they place it in the hearse and lower it into the grave, will be sure to feel that there is nothing in it. Ah, exclaimed Fauchelevent. The prioress began to make the sign of the cross, and looked fixedly at the gardener. The veal stuck fast in his throat. He made haste to improvise an expedient to make her forget the oath. I will put earth in the coffin, Reverend Mother. That will produce the effect of a corpse. You are right. Earth, that is the same thing as man. You will manage the empty coffin? I will make that my special business. The prioress's face, up to that moment troubled and clouded, grew serene once more. She made the sign of a superior dismissing an inferior to him. Fauchelevent went towards the door. As he was on the point of passing out, the prioress raised her voice gently. I am pleased with you, Father Fauvent. Bring your brother to me tomorrow, after the burial, and tell him to fetch his daughter. End of Book 8, Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Book 8 of Les Miserables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Lambrick. Les Miserables, Volume 2 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which is committed them. Chapter 4, in which Jean Valjean has quite the air of having read Austin Castillejo. The strides of a lame man are like the ogling glances of a one-eyed man. They do not reach their goal very promptly. Moreover, Fauchelevent was in a dilemma. He took nearly a 1/4 of an hour to return to his cottage in the garden. Cosette had waked up. Jean Valjean had placed her near the fire. At the moment when Fauchelevent entered, Jean Valjean was pointing out to her the vintner's basket on the wall, and saying to her, "Listen attentively to me, my little Cosette. We must go away from this house.
but we shall return to it, and we shall be very happy here. The good man who lives here is going to carry you off on his back in that. You will wait for me at a lady's house. I shall come to fetch you. Obey, and say nothing, above all things, unless you want Madame Thénardier to get you again." Cosette nodded gravely. Jean Valjean turned round at the noise made by Fauchelevent opening the door. "Well, everything is arranged, and nothing is," said Fauchelevent. "I have permission to bring you in, but before bringing you in, you must be got out. That's where the difficulty lies. It is easy enough with the child. You will carry her out, and she will hold her tongue? I answer for that. But you, Father Madeleine—" And after a silence, fraught with anxiety, Fauchelevent exclaimed, "Why? Get out as you came in." Jean Valjean, as in the first instance, contented himself with saying, "Impossible." Fauchelevent grumbled, more to himself than to Jean Valjean. "There is another thing which bothers me. I have said that I would put earth in it. When I come to think it over, the earth instead of the corpse will not seem like the real thing. It won't do. It will get displaced, it will move about. The men will bear it. You understand, Father Madeleine, the government will notice it." Jean Valjean stared him straight in the eye and thought that he was raving. Fauchelevent went on, "How the deuce are you going to get out? It must all be done by tomorrow morning. It is tomorrow that I am to bring you in. The prioress expects you." Then he explained to Jean Valjean that this was his recompense for a service which he, Fauchelevent, was to render to the community, that it fell among his duties to take part in their burials, that he nailed up the coffins and helped the grave digger at the cemetery, that the nun who had died that morning had requested to be buried in the coffin which had served her for a bed, and interred in the vault under the altar of the chapel, that the police regulations forbade this, but that she was one of those dead to whom nothing is refused, that the prioress and the vocal mothers intended to fulfil the wish of the deceased, that it was so much the worse for the government, that he, Fauchelevent, was to nail up the coffin in the cell, raise the stone in the chapel, and lower the corpse into the vault, and that by way of thanks the prioress was to admit his brother to the house as a gardener, and his niece as a pupil, that his brother was Monsieur Madeleine, and that his niece was Cosette, that the prioress had told him to bring his brother on the following evening after the counterfeit interment in the cemetery, but that he could not bring Monsieur Madeleine in from the outside if Monsieur Madeleine was not outside. That was the first problem. And then that there was another, the empty coffin. "What is that empty coffin?" asked Jean Valjean. Fauchelevent replied, "The coffin of the administration." "What coffin? What administration?" "A nun dies. The municipal doctor comes and says a nun has died. The government sends a coffin. The next day it sends a hearse and undertaker's men to get the coffin and carry it to the cemetery. The undertaker's men will come and lift the coffin. There will be nothing in it." "Put something in it." "A corpse. I have none." "No." "What then?" "A living person." "What person?" "Me," said Jean Valjean. Fauchelevent, who was seated, sprang up as though a bomb had burst under his chair. "You?" "Why not?" Jean Valjean gave way to one of those rare smiles which lighted up his face like a flash from heaven in the winter. "You know, Fauchelevent, what you have said. Mother Crucifixion is dead. And I add, and Father Madeleine is buried." "Ah, you can laugh. You are not speaking seriously." "Very seriously. I must get out of this place." "Certainly. I have told you to find a basket, and a cover for me also." "Well?" "The basket will be of pine, and the cover a black cloth." "In the first place it will be a white cloth. Nuns are buried in white." "Let it be a white cloth, then." "You are not like other men, Father Madeleine." To behold such devices, which are nothing else than the savage and daring inventions of the galleys, spring forth from the peaceable things which surrounded him, and mingle with what he called the petty course of life in the convent, caused Fauchelevent as much amazement as a gull fishing in the gutter of the Rue Saint-Denis would inspire in a passer-by. Jean Valjean went on. The problem is to get out of here without being seen. This offers the means. Give me some information in the first place. How is it managed? Where is this coffin? The empty one? Yes. Downstairs, in what is called the dead room. It stands on 2 trestles under the pall. How long is the coffin? 6 feet. What is this dead room? It is a chamber on the ground floor which has a grated window opening on the garden, which is closed on the outside by a shutter, and 2 doors. One leads into the convent, the other into the church. What church? The church in the street, the church which anyone can enter. Have you the keys to those 2 doors? No. I have the key to the door which communicates with the convent. The porter has the key to the door which communicates with the church. When does the porter open that door? Only to allow the undertaker's men to enter when they come to get the coffin. When the coffin has been taken out, the door is closed again. Who nails up the coffin? I do. Who spreads the pall over it? I do. Are you alone? Not another man, except the police doctor, can enter the dead room. That is even written on the wall. Could you hide me in that room tonight, when everyone is asleep? No, but I could hide you in a small dark nook which opens on the dead room, where I keep my tools to use for burials, and of which I have the key. At what time will the hearse come for the coffin tomorrow? About 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The burial will take place at the VAULJEAN cemetery a little before nightfall. It is not very near. I will remain concealed in your tool closet all night and all the morning. And how about food? I shall be hungry. I will bring you something. You can come and nail me up in the coffin at 2 o'clock. Fauchelevent recoiled and cracked his finger joints. But that is impossible. Bah! Impossible? To take a hammer and drive some nails in a plank? What seemed unprecedented to Fauchelevent was, we repeat, a simple matter to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had been in worse straits than this. Any man who has been a prisoner understands how to contract himself to fit the diameter of the escape. The prisoner is subject to flight, as the sick man is subject to a crisis, which saves or kills him. An escape is a cure. What does not a man undergo for the sake of a cure? To have himself nailed up in a case and carried off like a bale of goods, to live for a long time in a box, to find air where there is none, to economize his breath for hours, to know how to stifle without dying. This was one of Jean Valjean's gloomy talents. Moreover, a coffin containing a living being, that convict's expedient, is also an imperial expedient. If we are to credit the monk Austin Castillejo, this was the means employed by Charles V, desirous of seeing the Plombe for the last time after his abdication. He had her brought into and carried out of the monastery of Saint-Just in this manner. Fauchelevent, who had recovered himself a little, exclaimed, "But how will you manage to breathe?" "I will breathe. In that box, the mere thought of it suffocates me." "You surely must have a gimlet. You will make a few holes here and there around my mouth, and you will nail the top plank on loosely." "Good. And what if you should happen to cough or to sneeze?" "A man who is making his escape does not cough or sneeze." And Jean Valjean added, "Father Fauchelevent, we must come to a decision. I must either be caught here or accept this escape through the hearse." Everyone has noticed the taste which cats have for pausing and lounging between the 2 leaves of a half-shut door. Who is there who has not said to a cat, "Do come in"? There are men who, when an incident stands half open before them, have the same tendency to halt in indecision between 2 resolutions, at the risk of getting crushed through the abrupt closing of the adventure by fate. The over-prudent, cats as they are, and because they are cats, sometimes incur more danger than the audacious. Fauchelevent was of this hesitating nature, but Jean Valjean's coolness prevailed over him in spite of himself. He grumbled, "Well, since there is no other means—" Jean Valjean resumed, "The only thing which troubles me is what will take place at the cemetery." "Oh, that is the very point that is not troublesome," exclaimed Fauchelevent. "If you are sure of coming out of the coffin all right, I am sure of getting you out of the grave. The grave digger is a drunkard and a friend of mine. He is Father Mestienne, an old fellow of the old school. The grave digger puts the corpses in the grave, and I put the grave digger in my pocket. I will tell you what will take place. They will arrive a little before dusk, 3/4 of an hour before the gates of the cemetery are closed. The hearse will drive directly up to the grave. I shall follow. That is my business. I shall have a hammer, a chisel, and some pincers in my pocket. The hearse halts. The undertaker's men knot a rope around your coffin and lower you down. The priest says the prayers, makes the sign of the cross, sprinkles the holy water, and takes his departure. I am left alone with Father Mestienne. He is my friend, I tell you. One of two things will happen. He will either be sober, or he will not be sober. If he is not drunk, I shall say to him, "Come and drink about while the bon coin," the good quince, is open. I carry him off, I get him drunk. It does not take long to make Father Mestienne drunk. He always has the beginning of it about him. I lay him under the table, I take his card, so that I can get into the cemetery again, and I return without him. Then you have no longer anyone but me to deal with. If he is drunk, I shall say to him, "Be off, I will do your work for you." Off he goes, and I drag you out of the hole. Jean Valjean held out his hand, and Fauchelevent precipitated himself upon it with the touching effusion of a peasant. "That is settled, Father Fauchelevent. All will go well." Provided nothing goes wrong, thought Fauchelevent. In that case, it would be terrible.
End of Book 8, Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Book 8 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabriel Lambrick. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which has committed them. Chapter 5. It is not necessary to be drunk in order to be immortal. On the following day, as the sun was declining, the very rare passers-by on the Boulevard du Maine pulled off their hats to an old-fashioned hearse, ornamented with skulls, crossbones, and tears. This hearse contained a coffin, covered with a white cloth, over which spread a large black cross, like a huge corpse with drooping arms. A mourning coach, in which could be seen a priest in his surplice and a choir-boy in his red cap, followed. 2 undertakers' men in grey uniforms trimmed with black walked on the right and the left of the hearse. Behind it came an old man in the garments of a labourer, who limped along. The procession was going in the direction of the Vaugirard cemetery. The handle of a hammer, the blade of a cold chisel, and the antennae of a pair of pincers were visible, protruding from the man's pocket. The Vaugirard cemetery formed an exception among the cemeteries of Paris. It had its peculiar usages, just as it had its carriage entrance and its house door, which old people in the quarter, who clung tenaciously to ancient words, still called the Porte Cavalière and the Porte Piétonne. The Bernardine Benedictine of the Rue Petit-Picpus had obtained permission, as we have already stated, to be buried there in a corner apart and at night, the plot of land having formerly belonged to their community. The grave diggers being thus bound to service in the evening in summer and at night in winter in this cemetery, they were subjected to a special discipline. The gates of the Paris cemeteries closed, at that epoch, at sundown,
and this being a municipal regulation, the Vaugirard cemetery was bound by it like the rest. The carriage gate and the house door were two contiguous grated gates, adjoining a pavilion built by the architect Perronnet, and inhabited by the doorkeeper of the cemetery. These gates, therefore, swung inexorably on their hinges at the instant when the sun disappeared behind the dome of the Invalides. If any gravedigger were delayed after that moment in the cemetery, there was but one way for him to get out: his gravedigger's card, furnished by the Department of Public Funerals. A sort of letter-box was constructed in the porter's window. The gravedigger dropped his card into this box, the porter heard it fall, pulled the rope, and the small door opened. If the man had not his card, he mentioned his name. The porter, who was sometimes in bed and asleep, rose, came out, and identified the man, and opened the gate with his key. The gravedigger stepped out, but had to pay a fine of 15 francs. This cemetery, with its peculiarities outside the regulations, embarrassed the symmetry of the administration. It was suppressed a little later than 1830. The cemetery of Montparnasse, called the Eastern Cemetery, succeeded to it, and inherited that famous dram shop next to the Vaugirard cemetery, which was surmounted by a quince painted on a board, and which formed an angle, one side on the drinkers' tables, and the other on the tombs, with this sign, Au bon coin. The Vaugirard cemetery was what may be called a faded cemetery. It was falling into disuse. Dampness was invading it. The flowers were deserting it. The bourgeois did not care much about being buried in the Vaugirard. It hinted at poverty. Père Lachaise, if you please. To be buried in Père Lachaise is equivalent to having furniture of mahogany. It is recognized as elegant. The Vaugirard cemetery was a venerable enclosure, planted like an old-fashioned French garden. Straight alleys, box, thuya trees, holly, ancient tombs beneath aged cypress trees, and very tall grass. In the evening it was tragic there. There were very lugubrious lines about it. The sun had not yet set when the hearse with the white pall and the black cross entered the avenue of the Vaugirard cemetery. The lame man who followed it was no other than Fauchelevent. The interment of Mother Crucifixion in the vault under the altar, the exit of Cosette, the introduction of Jean Valjean into the dead room, all had been executed without difficulty, and there had been no hitch. Let us remark in passing that the burial of Mother Crucifixion under the altar of the convent is a perfectly venial offence in our sight. It is one of the faults which resemble a duty. The nuns had committed it, not only without difficulty, but even with the applause of their own consciences. In the cloister, what is called the government is only an intermeddling with authority, an interference which is always questionable. In the first place, the rule. As for the code, we shall see. Make as many laws as you please, men, but keep them for yourselves. The tribute to Caesar is never anything but the remnants of the tribute to God. A prince is nothing in the presence of a principle. Fauchelevent limped along behind the hearse in a very contented frame of mind. His twin plots, the one with the nuns, the one for the convent, the other against it, the other with Monsieur Madeleine, had succeeded, to all appearance. Jean Valjean's composure was one of those powerful tranquillities which are contagious. Fauchelevent no longer felt doubtful as to his success. What remained to be done was a mere nothing. Within the last 2 years he had made good Father Mestienne a chubby-cheeked person, drunk at least 10 times. He played with Father Mestienne. He did what he liked with him. He made him dance according to his whim. Mestienne's head adjusted itself to the cap of Fauchelevent's will. Fauchelevent's confidence was perfect. At the moment when the convoy entered the avenue leading to the cemetery, Fauchelevent glanced cheerfully at the hearse, and said half aloud, as he rubbed his big hands, "Here's a fine farce." All at once the hearse halted. It had reached the gate. The permission for interment must be exhibited. The undertaker's man addressed himself to the porter of the cemetery. During this colloquy, which always is productive of a delay of from 1 to 2 minutes, someone, a stranger, came and placed himself behind the hearse, beside Fauchelevent. He was a sort of labouring man, who wore a waistcoat with large pockets, and carried a mattock under his arm. Fauchelevent surveyed this stranger. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man replied, "The grave digger." If a man could survive the blow of a cannon-ball full in the breast, he would make the same face that Fauchelevent made. "The grave digger?" "Yes." "You?" "I." "Father Mestienne is the grave digger?" "He was." "What? He was?" "He is dead." Fauchelevent had expected anything but this, that a grave digger could die. It is true, nevertheless, that grave diggers do die themselves. By dint of excavating graves for other people, one hollows out one's own. Fauchelevent stood there with his mouth wide open. He had hardly the strength to stammer, "But it is not possible." "It is so." "But," he persisted feebly, "Father Mestienne is the grave digger." "After Napoleon, Louis XVIII. After Mestienne, Gribier. Peasant, my name is Gribier." Fauchelevent, who was deadly pale, stared at this Gribier. He was a tall, thin, livid, utterly funereal man. He had the air of an unsuccessful doctor who had turned grave-digger. Fauchelevent burst out laughing. "Ah," said he, "what queer things do happen! Father Mestienne is dead, but long live little Father Lenoir. Do you know who little Father Lenoir is? He is a jug of red wine. It is a jug of Suresnes Morbigoux, of real Paris Suresnes. Ah, so old Mestienne is dead. I'm sorry for it. He was a jolly fellow. But you are a jolly fellow too. Are you not, comrade? We'll go and have a drink together presently." The man replied, "I have been a student. I passed my 4th examination. I never drink." The hearse had set out again, and was rolling up the grand alley of the cemetery. Fauchelevent had slackened his pace. He limped more out of anxiety than from infirmity. The grave-digger walked on in front of him. Fauchelevent passed the unexpected Gribier once more in review. He was one of those men who, though very young, have the air of age, and who, though slender, are extremely strong. "Comrade!" cried Fauchelevent. The man turned round. "I am the convent grave-digger." "My colleague," said the man. Fauchelevent, who was illiterate but very sharp, understood that he had to deal with a formidable species of man, with a fine talker. He muttered, "So Father Mestienne is dead." The man replied, "Completely. The good God consulted his notebook, which shows when the time is up. It was Father Mestienne's turn. Father Mestienne died." Fauchelevent repeated mechanically, "The good God, the good God," said the man authoritatively. "According to the philosophers, the eternal Father. According to the Jacobins, the supreme being." Shall we not make each other's acquaintance?" stammered Fauchelevent. "It is made. You are a peasant, I am a Parisian." "People do not know each other until they have drunk together. He who empties his glass empties his heart. You must come and have a drink with me. Such a thing cannot be refused." "Business first." Fauchelevent thought, "I am lost." They were only a few turns of the wheel distant from the small alley leading to the nuns' corner. The grave-digger resumed, "Peasant, I have 7 small children who must be fed. As they must eat, I cannot drink." And he added, with the satisfaction of a serious man who is turning a phrase well, "Their hunger is the enemy of my thirst." The hearse skirted a clump of cypress trees, quitted the grand alley, turned into a narrow one, entered the wasteland, and plunged into a thicket. This indicated the immediate proximity of the place of sepulture. Fauchelevent slackened his pace, but he could not detain the hearse. Fortunately, the soil, which was light and wet with the winter rains, clogged the wheels and retarded its speed. He approached the gravedigger. "They have such a nice little Argenteuil wine," murmured Fauchelevent. "Villager," retorted the man, "I ought not to be a gravedigger. My father was a porter at the Prytaneum (town hall). He destined me for literature, but he had reverses, he had losses on 'Change. I was obliged to renounce the profession of author. But I am still a public writer." "So you are not a gravedigger, then?" returned Fauchelevent, clutching at this branch, feeble as it was. "The one does not hinder the other. I accumulate." Fauchelevent did not understand this last word. "Come have a drink," said he. Here a remark becomes necessary. Fauchelevent, whatever his anguish, offered a drink, but he did not explain himself on one point: who was to pay? Generally, Fauchelevent offered, and Father Mestienne paid. An offer of a drink was the evident result of the novel situation created by the new gravedigger, and it was necessary to make this offer. But the old gardener left the proverbial quarter of an hour named after Rabelais in the dark, and that not unintentionally. As for himself, Fauchelevent did not wish to pay, troubled as he was. The gravedigger went on with a superior smile. "One must eat. I have accepted Father Mestienne's reversion. One gets to be a philosopher when one has nearly completed his classes. To the labour of the hand I join the labour of the arm. I have my scrivener's stall in the market of the Rue de Sèvres, you know, the umbrella market. All the cooks of the Red Cross apply to me. I scribble their declarations of love to the raw soldiers. In the morning I write love letters. In the evening I dig graves. Such is life, rustic." The hearse was still advancing. Fauchelevent, uneasy to the last degree, was gazing about him on all sides. Great drops of perspiration trickled down from his brow. "But," continued the gravedigger, "a man cannot serve two mistresses. I must choose between the pen and the mattock. The mattock is ruining my hand." The hearse halted. The choir-boy alighted from the mourning coach, then the priest. One of the small front wheels of the hearse had run up a little on a pile of earth, beyond which an open grave was visible. "What a farce this is!" repeated Fauchelevent in consternation. End of Book 8, Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8th. Cemeteries take that which is committed them. Chapter 6. Between four planks. Who was in the coffin? The reader knows. Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had arranged things so that he could exist there, and he could almost breathe. It is a strange thing to what a degree security of conscience confers security of the rest. Every combination thought out by Jean Valjean had been progressing, and progressing favourably, since the preceding day. He, like Fauchelevent, counted on Father Mestienne. He had no doubt as to the end. Never was there a more critical situation, never more complete composure. The four planks of the coffin breathe out a kind of terrible peace. It seemed as though something of the repose of the dead entered into Jean Valjean's tranquillity. From the depths of that coffin he had been able to follow, and he had followed, all the phases of the terrible drama which he was playing with death. Shortly after Fauchelevent had finished nailing on the upper plank, Jean Valjean had felt himself carried out, then driven off. He knew, from the diminution in the jolting, when they left the pavements and reached the earth road. He had divined, from a dull noise, that they were crossing the bridge of Austerlitz. At the first halt, he had understood that they were entering the cemetery. At the second halt, he said to himself, "Here is the grave." Suddenly he felt hands seize the coffin, then a harsh grating against the planks. He explained it to himself as the rope which was being fastened round the casket in order to lower it into the cavity. Then he experienced a giddiness. The undertaker's man and the gravedigger had probably allowed the coffin to lose its balance, and had lowered the head before the foot. He recovered himself fully when he felt himself horizontal and motionless. He had just touched the bottom. He had a certain sensation of cold. A voice rose above him, glacial and solemn. He heard Latin words which he did not understand pass over him so slowly that he was able to catch them one by one. Qui dormiunt in terrae pulvere, e vigilabunt, alii in vitam aeternam, et alii in opprobrium, ut videant semper. A child's voice said, De profundis. The grave voice began again, Requiem aeternam dona ei, Domine. The child's voice responded, Et lux perpetua luceat ei. He heard something like the gentle patter of several drops of rain on the plank which covered him. It was probably the holy water. He thought, this will be over soon now. Patience for a little while longer. The priest will take his departure. Fauchelevent will take Mestienne off to drink. I shall be left. Then Fauchelevent will return alone, and I shall get out. That will be the work of a good hour. The grave voice resumed, Requiescat in pace. And the child's voice said, Amen. Jean Valjean strained his ears and heard something like retreating footsteps. There, they are going now, thought he. I am alone. All at once he heard over his head a sound which seemed to him to be a clap of thunder. It was a shovelful of earth falling on the coffin. A second shovelful fell. One of the holes through which he breathed had just been stopped up. A third shovelful of earth fell. Then a fourth. There are things which are too strong for the strongest man. Jean Valjean lost consciousness. End of Book 8, Chapter 6. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 7 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which is committed them. Chapter 7, in which will be found the origin of the saying, Don't lose the card. This is what had taken place above the coffin in which lay Jean Valjean. When the hearse had driven off, when the priest and the choir-boy had entered the carriage again and taken their departure, Fauchelevent, who had not taken his eyes from the grave digger, saw the latter bend over and grasp his shovel, which was sticking upright in the heap of dirt. Then Fauchelevent took a supreme resolve. He placed himself between the grave and the grave digger, crossed his arms, and said, "I am the one to pay." The grave digger stared at him in amazement, and replied, "What's that, peasant?" Fauchelevent repeated, "I am the one who pays." "What?" "For the wine." "What wine?" "That Argenteuil wine." "Where is the Argenteuil?" "At the Bon Coing." "Go to the devil!" said the grave digger. And he flung a shovelful of earth on the coffin. The coffin gave back a hollow sound. Fauchelevent felt himself stagger, and on the point of falling headlong into the grave himself. He shouted in a voice in which the strangling sound of the death rattle began to mingle, "Comrade, before the Bon Coing is shut!" The grave digger took some more earth on his shovel. Fauchelevent continued, "I will pay." And he seized the man's arm. "Listen to me, comrade. I am the convent grave digger. I have come to help you. It is a business which can be performed at night. Let us begin, then, by going for a drink." And as he spoke and clung to this desperate insistence, this melancholy reflection occurred to him: "And if he drinks, will he get drunk?" "Provincial," said the man, "if you positively insist upon it, I consent. We will drink after work, never before." And he flourished his shovel briskly. Fauchelevent held him back. "It is Argenteuil wine at 6." "Oh, come," said the grave digger, "you are a bell ringer. Ding dong, ding dong. That's all you know how to say. Go hang yourself." And he threw in a second shovelful. Fauchelevent had reached a point where he no longer knew what he was saying. "Come along and drink," he cried, "since it is I who pays the bill." "When we have put the child to bed," said the grave digger. He flung in a third shovelful. Then he thrust his shovel into the earth, and added, "It's cold to night, you see, and the corpse would shriek out after us if we were to plant her there without a coverlet." At that moment, as he loaded his shovel, the grave digger bent over, and the pocket of his waistcoat gaped. Fauchelevent's wild gaze fell mechanically into that pocket, and there it stopped. The sun was not yet hidden behind the horizon. There was still light enough to enable him to distinguish something white at the bottom of that yawning pocket. The sum total of lightning that the eye of a Picard peasant can contain traversed Fauchelevent's pupils. An idea had just occurred to him. He thrust his hand into the pocket from behind, without the grave digger, who was wholly absorbed in his shovelful of earth, observing it, and pulled out the white object which lay at the bottom of it. The man sent a fourth shovelful tumbling into the grave. Just as he turned round to get the fifth, Fauchelevent looked calmly at him and said, "By the way, you new man, have you your card?" The grave digger paused. "What card?" "The sun is on the point of setting." "That's good. It's going to put on its nightcap." "The gate of the cemetery will close immediately." "Well, what then?" "Have you your card?" "Ah, my card," said the grave digger, and he fumbled in his pocket. Having searched one pocket, he proceeded to search the other. He passed on to his fobs, explored the first, returned to the second. "Why, no," said he, "I have not my card. I must have forgotten it." 15 francs fine," said Fauchelevent. The grave digger turned green. Green is the pallor of livid people. "Ah, Jésus, mon Dieu, bancroche à bas la lune!" he exclaimed. 15 francs fine! 3 pieces of 100 sous, said Fauchelevent. The grave digger dropped his shovel. Fauchelevent's turn had come. "Ah, come now, conscript," said Fauchelevent, "none of this despair. There is no question of committing suicide and benefiting the grave. 15 francs is 15 francs. And besides, you may not be able to pay it. I am an old hand, you are a new one. I know all the ropes and the devices. I will give you some friendly advice. One thing is clear, the sun is on the point of setting. It is touching the dome now. The cemetery will be closed in 5 minutes more." "That is true," replied the man. 5 minutes more, and you will not have time to fill the grave, it is as hollow as the devil, this grave, and to reach the gate in season to pass it before it is shut. "That is true." "In that case, a fine of 15 francs." 15 francs! But you have time. Where do you live?" "A couple of steps from the barrier, a quarter of an hour from here. Number 87, Rue du Vaugirard." "You have just time to get out by taking to your heels at your best speed." "That is exactly so." "Once outside the gate, you gallop home, you get your card, you return, the cemetery porter admits you. As you have your card, there will be nothing to pay, and you will bury your corpse. I'll watch it for you in the meantime, so that it shall not run away." "I am indebted to you for my life, peasant." "Decamp," said Fauchelevent. The grave digger, overwhelmed with gratitude, shook his hand, and set off on a run. When the man had disappeared in the thicket, Fauchelevent listened until he heard his footsteps die away in the distance. Then he leaned over the grave and said in a low tone, "Father Madeleine." There was no reply. Fauchelevent was seized with a shudder. He tumbled rather than climbed into the grave, flung himself on the head of the coffin, and cried, "Are you there?" Silence in the coffin. Fauchelevent, hardly able to draw his breath for trembling, seized his cold chisel and his hammer, and pried up the coffin lid. Jean Valjean's face appeared in the twilight. It was pale, and his eyes were closed. Fauchelevent's hair rose upright on his head. He sprang to his feet, then fell back against the side of the grave, ready to swoon on the coffin. He stared at Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean lay there, pallid and motionless. Fauchelevent murmured in a voice as faint as a sigh, "He is dead!" And drawing himself up, and folding his arms with such violence that his clenched fists came in contact with his shoulders, he cried, "And this is the way I save his life!" Then the poor man fell to sobbing. He soliloquized the while, for it is an error to suppose that the soliloquy is unnatural. Powerful emotion often talks aloud. "It is Father Mestienne's fault. Why did that fool die? What need was there for him to give up the ghost at the very moment when no one was expecting it? It is he who has killed Monsieur Madeleine. Father Madeleine, he is in the coffin. It is quite handy. All is over. Now, is there any sense in these things? Ah, my God, he is dead. Well, and his little girl, what am I to do with her? What will the fruit seller say? The idea of its being possible for a man like that to die like this! When I think how he put himself under that cart, Father Madeleine, Pardine, he was suffocated. I said so. He wouldn't believe me. Well, here's a pretty trick to play. He is dead, that good man. the very best man out of all the good God's good folks. And his little girl. Ah! In the first place, I won't go back there myself. I shall stay here, after having done such a thing as that. What's the use of being two old men if we are two old fools? But in the first place, how did he manage to enter the convent? That was the beginning of it all. One should not do such things. Father Madeleine, Father Madeleine, Father Madeleine, Madeleine, Monsieur Madeleine, Monsieur le Maire. He does not hear me. Now get out of this scrape if you can. And he tore his hair. A grating sound became audible through the trees in the distance. It was the cemetery gate closing. Fauchelevent bent over Jean Valjean. And all at once he bounded back and recoiled so far as the limits of a grave permit. Jean Valjean's eyes were open and gazing at him. To see a corpse is alarming. To behold a resurrection is almost as much so. Fauchelevent became like stone, pale, haggard, overwhelmed by all these excesses of emotion, not knowing whether he had to do with a living man or a dead one, and staring at Jean Valjean, who was gazing at him. "I fell asleep," said Jean Valjean, and he raised himself to a sitting posture. Fauchelevent fell on his knees. "Just good Virgin, how you frightened me!" Then he sprang to his feet and cried, "Thanks, Father Madeleine." Jean Valjean had merely fainted. The fresh air had revived him. Joy is the ebb of terror. Fauchelevent found almost as much difficulty in recovering himself as Jean Valjean had. "So you are not dead! Oh, how wise you are! I called you so much that you came back. When I saw your eyes shut, I said, 'Good, there he is, stifled.' I should have gone raving mad, mad enough for a strait-jacket. They would have put me in Bicêtre. What do you suppose I should have done if you had been dead? And your little girl, there's that fruit seller, she would never have understood it. The child is thrust into your arms, and then the grandfather is dead. What a story! Good saints of paradise, what a tale! Oh, you are alive, that's the best of it." "I am cold," said Jean Valjean. This remark recalled Fauchelevent thoroughly to reality, and there was pressing need of it. The souls of these two men were troubled even when they had recovered themselves, although they did not realize it, and there was about them something uncanny, which was the sinister bewilderment inspired by the place. "Let us get out of here quickly," exclaimed Fauchelevent. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a gourd with which he had provided himself. "But first take a drop," said he. The flask finished what the fresh air had begun. Jean Valjean swallowed a mouthful of brandy and regained full possession of his faculties. He got out of the coffin and helped Fauchelevent to nail on the lid again. 3 minutes later they were out of the grave. Moreover, Fauchelevent was perfectly composed. He took his time. The cemetery was closed. The arrival of the grave-digger Gribier was not to be apprehended. That conscript was at home, busily engaged in looking for his card, and at some difficulty in finding it in his lodgings, since it was in Fauchelevent's pocket. Without a card, he could not get back into the cemetery. Fauchelevent took the shovel and Jean Valjean the pickaxe, and together they buried the empty coffin. When the grave was full, Fauchelevent said to Jean Valjean, "Let us go. I will keep the shovel. Do you carry off the mattock." Night was falling. Jean Valjean experienced some difficulty in moving and in walking. He had stiffened himself in that coffin, and had become a little like a corpse. The rigidity of death had seized upon him between those four planks. He had, in a manner, to thaw out from the tomb. "You are benumbed," said Fauchelevent. "It is a pity that I have a game leg, for otherwise we might step out briskly." "Bah!" replied Jean Valjean. "4 paces will put life into my legs once more." They set off by the alleys through which the hearse had passed. On arriving before the closed gate and the porter's pavilion, Fauchelevent, who held the gravedigger's card in his hand, dropped it into the box. The porter pulled the rope, the gate opened, and they went out. "How well everything is going!" said Fauchelevent. "What a capital idea that was of yours, Father Madeleine." They passed the Vaugirard barrier in the simplest manner in the world. In the neighbourhood of the cemetery, a shovel and pick are equal to 2 passports. The Rue Vaugirard was deserted. "Father Madeleine," said Fauchelevent as they went along, and raising his eyes to the houses, "your eyes are better than mine. Show me number 87. "Here it is," said Jean Valjean. "There is no one in the street," said Fauchelevent. "Give me your mattock, and wait a couple of minutes for me." Fauchelevent entered number 87, ascended to the very top, guided by the instinct which always leads the poor man to the garret, and knocked in the dark at the door of an attic. A voice replied, "Come in." It was Gribier's voice. Fauchelevent opened the door. The gravedigger's dwelling was, like all such wretched habitations, an unfurnished and encumbered garret. A packing-case, a coffin perhaps, took the place of a commode, a butter-pot served for a drinking fountain, a straw mattress served for a bed, the floor served instead of tables and chairs. In a corner, on a tattered fragment which had been a piece of an old carpet, a thin woman and a number of children were piled in a heap. The whole of this poverty-stricken interior bore traces of having been overturned. One would have said that there had been an earthquake, for one. The covers were displaced, the rags scattered about, the jug broken, the mother had been crying, the children had probably been beaten. Traces of a vigorous and ill-tempered search. It was plain that the gravedigger had made a desperate search for his card, and had made everybody in the garret, from the jug to his wife, responsible for its loss. He wore an air of desperation. But Fauchelevent was in too great a hurry to terminate this adventure to take any notice of this sad side of his success. He entered and said, "I have brought you back your shovel and pick." Gribier gazed at him in stupefaction. "Is it you, peasant?" "And to-morrow morning you will find your card with the porter of the cemetery." And he laid the shovel and mattock on the floor. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded Gribier. "The meaning of it is, that you dropped your card out of your pocket, that I found it on the ground after you were gone, that I have buried the corpse, that I have filled the grave, that I have done your work, that the porter will return your card to you, and that you will not have to pay 15 francs. There you have it, conscript." "Thanks, villager!" exclaimed Gribier, radiant. "The next time I will pay for the drinks." End of Book 8, Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Book 8 of Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Les Miserables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which is committed them. Chapter 8. A Successful Interrogatory. An hour later, in the darkness of night, 2 men and a child presented themselves at number 62 Rue PETIT-PICPUS. The elder of the men lifted the knocker and rapped. They were Fauchelevent, Jean Valjean, and Cosette. The 2 old men had gone to fetch Cosette from the fruiterer's in the Rue du Chemin Vert, where Fauchelevent had deposited her on the preceding day. Cosette had passed these 24 hours trembling slightly and understanding nothing. She trembled to such a degree that she wept. She had neither eaten nor slept. The worthy fruit seller had plied her with 100 questions without obtaining any other reply than a melancholy and unvarying gaze. Cosette had betrayed nothing of what she had seen and heard during the last 2 days. She divined that they were passing through a crisis. She was deeply conscious that it was necessary to be good. Who has not experienced the sovereign power of those 2 words, pronounced with a certain accent in the ear of a terrified little being? Say nothing. Fear is mute. Moreover, no one guards a secret like a child. But when, at the expiration of these lugubrious 24 hours, she beheld Jean Valjean again, she gave vent to such a cry of joy that any thoughtful person who had chanced to hear that cry would have guessed that it issued from an abyss. Fauchelevent belonged to the convent and knew the passwords. All the doors opened. Thus was solved the double and alarming problem of how to get out and how to get in. The porter, who had received his instructions, opened the little servants' door which connected the courtyard with the garden, and which could still be seen from the street 20 years ago, in the wall at the bottom of the court which faced the carriage entrance. The porter admitted all 3 of them through this door, and from that point they reached the inner reserved parlour, where Fauchelevent, on the preceding day, had received his orders from the prioress. The prioress, rosary in hand, was waiting for them. A vocal mother, with her veil lowered, stood beside her. A discreet candle lighted, one might almost say, made a show of lighting the parlour. The prioress passed Jean Valjean in review. There is nothing which examines like a downcast eye. Then she questioned him. "You are the brother?" "Yes, Reverend Mother," replied Fauchelevent. "What is your name?" Fauchelevent replied, "Ultime Fauchelevent." He really had had a brother named Ultime, who was dead. "Where do you come from?" Fauchelevent replied, "From Picquigny, near Amiens." "What is your age?" Fauchelevent replied, 50. "What is your profession?" Fauchelevent replied, "Gardener." "Are you a good Christian?" Fauchelevent replied, "Every one is in the family." "Is this your little girl?" Fauchelevent replied, "Yes, Reverend Mother." "You are her father?" Fauchelevent replied, "Her grandfather." The vocal mother said to the prioress in a low voice, "He answers well." Jean Valjean had not uttered a single word. The prioress looked attentively at Cosette, and said half aloud to the vocal mother, "She will grow up ugly." The 2 mothers consulted for a few moments in very low tones in the corner of the parlour. Then the prioress turned around and said, "Father Fauvent, you will get another knee-cap with a bell. 2 will be required now." And the following day, therefore, 2 bells were audible in the garden, and the nuns could not resist the temptation to raise the corner of their veils. At the extreme end of the garden, under the trees, 2 men, Fauvent and another man, were visible as they dug side by side, an enormous event. Their silence was broken to the extent of saying to each other, "He is an assistant gardener." The vocal mothers added, "He is a brother of Father Fauvent." Jean Valjean was, in fact, regularly installed. He had his belled knee-cap, therefore he was official. His name was Ultime Fauchelevent. The most powerful determining cause of his admission had been the prioress's observation upon Cosette. "She will grow up ugly." The prioress, that pronounced prognosticator, immediately took a fancy to Cosette, and gave her a place in the school as a charity pupil. There is nothing that is not strictly logical about this. It is in vain that mirrors are banished from the convent. Women are conscious of their faces. Now, girls who are conscious of their beauty do not easily become nuns, the vocation being voluntary in inverse proportion to their good looks. More is to be hoped from the ugly than from the pretty. Hence a lively taste for plain girls. The whole of this adventure increased the importance of good old Fauchelevent. He won a triple success, in the eyes of Jean Valjean, whom he had saved and sheltered, in those of grave digger Gribier, who said to himself, "He spared me that fine," with the convent, which being enabled, thanks to him, to retain the coffin of Mother Crucifixion under the altar, eluded Cæsar and satisfied God. There was a coffin containing a body in the PETIT-PICPUS, and a coffin without a body in the Vaugirard cemetery. Public order had no doubt been deeply disturbed thereby, but no one was aware of it. As for the convent, its gratitude to Fauchelevent was very great. Fauchelevent became the best of servitors and the most precious of gardeners. Upon the occasion of the archbishop's next visit, the prioress recounted the affair to his grace, making something of a confession at the same time, and yet boasting of her deed. On leaving the convent, the archbishop mentioned it with approval, and in a whisper to M. de Latil, Monsieur's confessor, afterwards Archbishop of Rheims and Cardinal. This admiration for Fauchelevent became widespread, for it made its way to Rome. We have seen a note addressed by the then reigning Pope Leo XII to one of his relatives, a Monsignor in the Nuncio's establishment in Paris, and bearing, like himself, the name of de la Ginga. It contained these lines: "It appears that there is, in a convent in Paris, an excellent gardener, who is also a holy man, named Fauvent." Nothing of this triumph reached Fauchelevent in his hut. He went on grafting, weeding, and covering up his melon beds, without in the least suspecting his excellences and his sanctity. Neither did he suspect his glory, any more than a Durham or Surrey bull, whose portrait is published in the London Illustrated News, with this inscription, "Bull which carried off the prize at the cattle show." End of Book 8, Chapter 8. Read by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, December 2008.
Chapter 9 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Les Misérables, Volume 2, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 8. Cemeteries take that which is committed them. Chapter 9. Cloistered. Cosette continued to hold her tongue in the convent. It was quite natural that Cosette should think herself Jean Valjean's daughter. Moreover, as she knew nothing, she could say nothing, and then she would not have said anything in any case. As we have just observed, nothing trains children to silence like unhappiness. Cosette had suffered so much that she feared everything, even to speak or to breathe. A single word had so often brought down an avalanche upon her. She had hardly begun to regain her confidence since she had been with Jean Valjean. She speedily became accustomed to the convent. Only she regretted Catherine, but she dared not say so. Once, however, she did say to Jean Valjean, "Father, if I had known, I would have brought her away with me." Cosette had been obliged, on becoming a scholar in the convent, to don the garb of the pupils of the house. Jean Valjean succeeded in getting them to restore to him the garments which she laid aside. This was the same mourning suit which he had made her put on when she had quitted the Thénardiers' inn. It was not very threadbare even now. Jean Valjean locked up these garments, plus the stockings and the shoes, with a quantity of camphor and all the aromatics in which convents abound, in a little valise which he found means of procuring. He set this valise on a chair near his bed, and he always carried the key about his person. "Father," Cosette asked him one day, "what is there in that box which smells so good?" Father Fauchelevent received other recompense for his good action, in addition to the glory which we just mentioned, and of which he knew nothing. In the first place, it made him happy. Next, he had much less work, since it was shared. Lastly, as he was very fond of snuff, he found the presence of M. Madeleine an advantage, in that he used 3 times as much as he had done previously, and that in an infinitely more luxurious manner, seeing that M. Madeleine paid for it. The nuns did not adopt the name of Ultime. They called Jean Valjean the other Fauvent. If these holy women had possessed anything of Javert's glance, they would eventually have noticed that when there was any errand to be done outside in the behalf of the garden, it was always the elder Fauchelevent, the old, the infirm, the lame man, who went, and never the other. But whether it is that eyes constantly fixed on God know not how to spy, or whether they were by preference occupied in keeping watch on each other, they paid no heed to this. Moreover, it was well for Jean Valjean that he kept close and did not stir out. Javert watched the quarter for more than a month. This convent was for Jean Valjean like an island surrounded by gulfs. Henceforth, those 4 walls constituted his world. He saw enough of the sky there to enable him to preserve his serenity, and Cosette enough to remain happy. A very sweet life began for him. He inhabited the old hut at the end of the garden, in company with Fauchelevent. This hovel, built of old rubbish, which was still in existence in 1845, was composed, as the reader already knows, of 3 chambers, all of which were utterly bare, and had nothing beyond the walls. The principal one had been given up, by force, for Jean Valjean had opposed it in vain, to M. Madeleine, by Father Fauchelevent. The walls of this chamber had for ornament, in addition to the 2 nails whereon to hang the knee-cap and the basket, a royalist bank-note of 93, applied to the wall over the chimney-piece, and of which the following is an exact facsimile: Armée calbolique et royale, de par le roi, bon commerçable de 10 livres, pour objet fourni à l'armée, remboursable à la paix, série 3, numéro 10390. Stofflet. This specimen of Vendean paper money had been nailed to the wall by the preceding gardener, an old Chouan, who had died in the convent, and whose place Fauchelevent had taken. Jean Valjean worked in the garden every day, and made himself very useful. He had formerly been a pruner of trees, and he gladly found himself a gardener once more. It will be remembered that he knew all sorts of secrets and receipts for agriculture. He turned these to advantage. Almost all the trees in the orchard were ungrafted and wild. He budded them and made them produce excellent fruit. Cosette had permission to pass an hour with him every day. As the sisters were melancholy and he was kind, the child made comparisons, and adored him. At the appointed hour she flew to the hut. When she entered the lowly cabin, she filled it with paradise. Jean Valjean blossomed out, and felt his happiness increase with the happiness which he afforded Cosette. The joy which we inspire has this charming property, that far from growing meagre, like all reflections, it returns to us more radiant than ever. At recreation hours Jean Valjean watched her running and playing in the distance, and he distinguished her laugh from that of the rest. For Cosette laughed now. Cosette's face had even undergone a change to a certain extent. The gloom had disappeared from it. A smile is the same as sunshine. It banishes winter from the human countenance. Recreation over, when Cosette went into the house again, Jean Valjean gazed at the windows of her classroom, and at night he rose to look at the windows of her dormitory. God has his own ways, moreover. The convent contributed, like Cosette, to uphold and complete the bishop's work in Jean Valjean. It is certain that virtue adjoins pride on one side. A bridge built by the devil exists there. Jean Valjean had been, unconsciously perhaps, tolerably near that side and that bridge, when Providence cast his lot in the convent of the Petit-Picpus. So long as he had compared himself only to the bishop, he had regarded himself as unworthy, and had remained humble. But for some time past he had been comparing himself to men in general, and pride was beginning to spring up. Who knows? He might have ended by returning, very gradually, to hatred. The convent stopped him on that downward path. This was the second place of captivity which he had seen. In his youth, in what had been for him the beginning of his life, and later on, quite recently again, he had beheld another, a frightful place, a terrible place, whose severities had always appeared to him the iniquity of justice and the crime of the law. Now, after the galleys, he saw the cloister, and when he meditated how he had formed a part of the galleys, and that he now, so to speak, was a spectator of the cloister, he confronted the two in his own mind with anxiety. Sometimes he crossed his arms and leaned on his hoe, and slowly descended the endless spirals of reverie. He recalled his former companions, how wretched they were. They rose at dawn and toiled until night. Hardly were they permitted to sleep. They lay on camp beds, where nothing was tolerated but mattresses 2 inches thick, in rooms which were heated only in the very harshest months of the year. They were clothed in frightful red blouses. They were allowed, as a great favour, linen trousers in the hottest weather, and a woollen carter's blouse on their backs when it was very cold. They drank no wine, and ate no meat, except when they went on fatigue duty. They lived nameless, designated only by numbers, and converted, after a manner, into ciphers themselves, with downcast eyes, with lowered voices, with shorn heads, beneath the cudgel and in disgrace. Then his mind reverted to the beings whom he had under his eyes. These beings also lived with shorn heads, with downcast eyes, with lowered voices, not in disgrace, but amid the scoffs of the world, not with their backs bruised with the cudgel, but with their shoulders lacerated with their discipline. Their names also had vanished from among men. They no longer existed except under austere appellations. They never ate meat, and they never drank wine. They often remained until evening without food. They were attired, not in a red blouse, but in a black shroud of woollen, which was heavy in summer and thin in winter, without the power to add or subtract anything from it, without having even, according to the season, the resource of the linen garment or the woollen cloak. And for 6 months in the year they wore serge chemises, which gave them fever. They dwelt, not in rooms warmed only during rigorous cold, but in cells where no fire was ever lighted. They slept, not on mattresses 2 inches thick, but on straw. And finally, they were not even allowed their sleep. Every night, after a day of toil, they were obliged, in the weariness of their first slumber, at the moment when they were falling sound asleep and beginning to get warm, to rouse themselves, to rise, and to go and pray in an ice-cold and gloomy chapel, with their knees on the stones. On certain days, each of these beings in turn had to remain for 12 successive hours in a kneeling posture, or prostrate, with face upon the pavement, and arms outstretched in the form of a cross. The others were men, these were women. What had those men done? They had stolen, violated, pillaged, murdered, assassinated. They were bandits, counterfeiters, poisoners, incendiaries, murderers, parricides. What had these women done? They had done nothing whatever. On the one hand, highway robbery, fraud, deceit, violence, sensuality, homicide, all sorts of sacrilege, every variety of crime. On the other, one thing only, innocence. Perfect innocence, almost caught up into heaven in a mysterious assumption, attached to the earth by virtue, already possessing something of heaven through holiness. On the one hand, confidences over crimes, which are exchanged in whispers; on the other, the confession of faults made aloud. And what crimes, and what faults! On the one hand, miasms; on the other, an ineffable perfume. On the one hand, a moral pest, guarded from sight, penned up under the range of cannon, and literally devouring its plague-stricken victims. On the other, the chaste flame of all souls on the same hearth. There darkness, here the shadow, but a shadow filled with gleams of light, and of gleams full of radiance. Two strongholds of slavery, but in the first, deliverance possible, a legal limit always in sight, and then escape. In the second, perpetuity, the sole hope, at the distant extremity of the future, that faint light of liberty which men call death. In the first, men are bound only with chains; in the other, chained by faith. What flowed from the first? An immense curse, the gnashing of teeth, hatred, desperate viciousness, a cry of rage against human society, a sarcasm against heaven. What results flowed from the second? Blessings and love. And in these two places, so similar yet so unlike, these two species of beings, who were so very unlike, were undergoing the same work, expiation. Jean Valjean understood thoroughly the expiation of the former, that personal expiation, the expiation for one's self; but he did not understand that of these last, that of creatures without reproach and without stain, and he trembled as he asked himself, the expiation of what? What expiation? A voice within his conscience replied, the most divine of human generosities, the expiation for others. Here all personal theory is withheld. We are only the narrator. We place ourselves at Jean Valjean's point of view, and we translate his impressions. Before his eyes he had the sublime summit of abnegation, the highest possible pitch of virtue, the innocence which pardons men their faults, and which expiates in their stead, servitude submitted to, torture accepted, punishment claimed by souls which have not sinned, for the sake of sparing it to souls which have fallen, the love of humanity swallowed up in the love of God, but even there preserving its distinct and mediatorial character. Sweet and feeble beings, possessing the misery of those who are punished, and the smile of those who are recompensed. And he remembered that he had dared to murmur. Often, in the middle of the night, he rose to listen to the grateful song of those innocent creatures, weighed down with severities, and the blood ran cold in his veins at the thought that those who were justly chastised raised their voices heavenward only in blasphemy, and that he, wretch that he was, had shaken his fist at God. There was one striking thing which caused him to meditate deeply, like a warning whisper from Providence itself. The scaling of that wall, the passing of those barriers, the adventure accepted even at the risk of death, the painful and difficult ascent, all those efforts even, which he had made to escape from that other place of expiation, he had made in order to gain entrance into this one. Was this a symbol of his destiny? This house was a prison likewise, and bore a melancholy resemblance to that other one whence he had fled, and yet he had never conceived an idea of anything similar. Again he beheld gratings, bolts, iron bars. To guard whom? Angels. These lofty walls which he had seen around tigers, he now beheld once more around lambs. This was a place of expiation and not of punishment, and yet it was still more austere, more gloomy, and more pitiless than the other. These virgins were even more heavily burdened than the convicts. A cold, harsh wind, that wind which had chilled his youth, traversed the barred and padlocked grating of the vultures. A still harsher and more biting breeze blew in the cage of these doves. Why? When he thought on these things, all that was within him was lost in amazement before this mystery of sublimity. In these meditations his pride vanished. He scrutinized his own heart in all manner of ways. He felt his pettiness, and many a time he wept. All that had entered into his life for the last 6 months had led him back towards the bishop's holy injunctions: Cosette through love, the convent through humility. Sometimes at eventide, in the twilight, at an hour when the garden was deserted, he could be seen on his knees in the middle of the walk which skirted the chapel, in front of the window through which he had gazed on the night of his arrival, and turned towards the spot where, as he knew, the sister was making reparation, prostrated in prayer. Thus he prayed as he knelt before the sister. It seemed as though he dared not kneel directly before God. Everything that surrounded him, that peaceful garden, those fragrant flowers, those children who uttered joyous cries, those grave and simple women, that silent cloister, slowly permeated him, and little by little his soul became compounded of silence like the cloister, of perfume like the flowers, of simplicity like the women, of joy like the children. And then he reflected that these had been 2 houses of God which had received him in succession at two critical moments in his life. The first, when all doors were closed, and when human society rejected him. The second, at a moment when human society had again set out in pursuit of him, and when the galleys were again yawning, and that, had it not been for the first, he should have relapsed into crime, and had it not been for the second, into torment. His whole heart melted in gratitude, and he loved more and more. Many years passed in this manner. Cosette was growing up. End of Book 8, Chapter 9, and end of Book 8. Recording by Ruth Golding. End of Les Misérables, Volume 2, Cosette, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood.
Chapters 1 through 4 of Book 1 of Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Foley. Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1. Paris Studied in its Atom. Chapter 1. Parvulus. Paris has a child, and the forest has a bird. The bird is called the sparrow. The child is called the gamin. Couple these two ideas, which contain the one all the furnace, the other all the dawn. Strike these two sparks together. Paris, childhood. There leaps out from them a little being. Homuncio, Plautus would say. This little being is joyous. He has not food every day, and he goes to the play every evening if he sees good. He has no shirt on his body, no shoes on his feet, no roof over his head. He is like the flies of heaven, who have none of these things. He is from 7 to 13 years of age. He lives in bands, roams the streets, lodges in the open air, wears an old pair of trousers of his father's, which descend below his heels, an old hat of some other father, which descends below his ears, a single suspender of yellow listing. He runs, lies in wait, rummages about, wastes time, blackens pipes, swears like a convict, haunts the wine shops, knows thieves, calls yea women thou, talks slang, sings obscene songs, and has no evil in his heart. This is because he has in his heart a pearl, innocence, and pearls are not to be dissolved in mud. So long as man is in his childhood, God wills that he shall be innocent. If one were to ask that enormous city, "What is this?" she would reply, "It is my little one." Chapter 2. Some of his particular characteristics. The gamin, the street Arab, of Paris is the dwarf of the giant. Let us not exaggerate. This cherub of the gutter sometimes has a shirt, but in that case he owns but one. He sometimes has shoes, but then they have no soles. He sometimes has a lodging, and he loves it, for he finds his mother there. But he prefers the street, because there he finds liberty. He has his own games, his own bits of mischief, whose foundations consists of hatred for the bourgeois. His peculiar metaphors, to be dead is to eat dandelions by the root. His own preoccupations, calling hackney coaches, letting down carriage steps, establishing means of transit between the two sides of a street in heavy rains, which he calls making the Bridge of Arts, crying discourses pronounced by the authorities in favor of the French people, cleaning out cracks in the pavement. He has his own coinage, which is composed of all the little morsels of worked copper which are found on the public streets. This curious money, which receives the name of loques, rags, has an invariable and well-regulated currency in this little Bohemia of children. Lastly, he has his own fauna, which he observes attentively in the corners, the ladybird, the death's head plant louse, the daddy longlegs, the devil, a black insect which menaces by twisting about its tail armed with 2 horns. He has his fabulous monster, which has scales under its belly but is not a lizard, which has pustules on its back but is not a toad, which inhabits the nooks of old lime kilns and wells that have run dry, which is black, hairy, sticky, which crawls sometimes slowly, sometimes rapidly, which has no cry, but which has a look, and is so terrible that no one has ever beheld it. He calls this monster the deaf thing. The search for these deaf things among the stones is a joy of formidable nature. Another pleasure consists in suddenly prying up a paving stone and taking a look at the woodlice. Each region of Paris is celebrated for the interesting treasures which are to be found there. There are earwigs in the timber yards of Ursuline. There are millipedes in the Pantheon. There are tadpoles in the ditches of the Champ du Mars. As far as sayings are concerned, this child has as many of them as Talleyrand. He is no less cynical, but he is more honest. He is endowed with a certain indescribable, unexpected joviality. He upsets the composure of the shopkeeper with his wild laughter. He ranges boldly from high comedy to farce. A funeral passes by. Among those who are accompanying the dead, there is a doctor. "Hey there!" shouts some street Arab. "How long has it been customary for doctors to carry home their own work?" Another is in a crowd, a grave man, adorned with spectacles and trinkets, turns round indignantly. "You good-for-nothing, you have seized my wife's waist." "Aye, sir, search me." Chapter 3. He is agreeable. In the evening, thanks to a few sous, which he always finds means to procure, the homuncio enters a theatre. On crossing that magic threshold, he becomes transfigured. He was the street Arab. He becomes the Titi. Theatres are a sort of ship turned upside down with the keel in the air. It is in that keel that the Titi huddles together. The Titi is to the gamin what the moth is to the larva, the same being endowed with wings and soaring. It suffices for him to be there, with his radiance and happiness, with his power of enthusiasm and joy, with his hand clapping, which resembles a clapping of wings, to confer on that narrow, dark, fetid, sordid, unhealthy, hideous, abominable keel the name of Paradise. Bestow on an individual the useless and deprive him of the necessary, and you have the gamin. The gamin is not devoid of literary intuition. His tendency, as we say it with the proper amount of regret, would not constitute classic taste. He is not very academic by nature. Thus, to give an example, the popularity of Mademoiselle Mars among that little audience of stormy children was seasoned with a touch of irony. The gamin called her Mademoiselle Mouche. Hide yourself. This being bawls and scoffs and ridicules and fights, has rags like a baby and tatters like a philosopher, fishes in the sewer, hunts in the cesspool, extracts mirth from foulness, whips up the squares with his wit, grins and bites, whistles and sings, shouts and shrieks, tempers Alleluia with Montarte Lurette, chants every rhyme from the de profundis to the jack-pudding, finds without seeking, knows what he is ignorant of, is a Spartan to the point of thieving, is mad to wisdom, is lyrical to filth, would crouch down on Olympus, wallows in the dunghill and emerges from it covered with stars. The gamin of Paris is Rabelais in his youth. He is not content with his trousers unless they have a watch pocket. He is not easily astonished. He is still less easily terrified. He makes songs on superstitions. He takes the wind out of exaggerations. He twits mysteries. He thrusts out his tongue at ghosts. He takes the poetry out of stilted things. He introduces caricature into epic extravaganzas. It is not that he is prosaic, far from that, but he replaces the solemn vision by the farcical phantasmagoria. If Adamastor were to appear to him, the street Arab would say, "Hi there, bugaboo!" Chapter 4. he may be of use. Paris begins with the lounger and ends with the street Arab, two beings of which no other city is capable. The passive acceptance which contents itself with gazing, and the inexhaustible initiative, Prud'homme and Fouillou. Paris alone has this in its natural history. The whole of the monarchy is contained in the lounger, the whole of anarchy in the gamin. This pale child of the Parisian faubourgs lives and develops, makes connections, grows supple in suffering, in the presence of social realities and of human things, a thoughtful witness. He thinks himself heedless, and he is not. He looks and is on the verge of laughter. He is on the verge of something else also. Whoever you may be, if your name is prejudice, abuse, ignorance, oppression, iniquity, despotism, injustice, fanaticism, tyranny, beware of the gaping gamin. The little fellow will grow up. Of what clay is he made? Of the first mud that comes to hand. A handful of dirt, a breath, and behold, Adam. It suffices for a god to pass by. A god has always passed over the street Arab. Fortune labors at this tiny being. By the word fortune we mean chance, to some extent. That pygmy kneaded out of common earth, ignorant, unlettered, giddy, vulgar, low. Will that become an Ionian or Boeotian? Wait. Curate Rota, the spirit of Paris, that demon which creates the children of chance and the men of destiny, reversing the process of the Latin potter, makes of a jug an amphora. End of Book 1, Chapters 1 through 4. Chapters 5 and 6 of Book 1 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Foley. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1. Paris studied in its atom. Chapter 5. His frontiers. The gamin loves the city. He also loves solitude, since he has something of the sage in him. Urbis amator, like Fuscus, Ruris amator, like Flaccus. To roam thoughtfully about, that is to say, to lounge, is a fine employment of time in the eyes of the philosopher, particularly in that rather illegitimate species of campaign, which is tolerably ugly, but odd and composed of two natures, which surrounds certain great cities, notably Paris. To study the suburbs is to study the amphibious animal. End of the trees, beginning of the roofs. End of the grass, beginning of the pavements. End of the furrows, beginning of the shops. End of the wheel ruts, beginning of the passions. End of the divine murmur, beginning of the human uproar. Hence an extraordinary interest. Hence, in these not very attractive places, indelibly stamped by the passing stroller with the epithet melancholy, the apparently objectless promenades of the dreamer. He who writes these lines has long been a prowler about the barriers of Paris, and it is for him a source of profound souvenirs. That close-shaven turf, those pebbly paths, that chalk, those pools, those harsh monotonies of waste and fallow lands, the plants of early market garden suddenly springing into sight in a bottom, that mixture of the savage and the citizen, those vast desert nooks where the garrison drums practise noisily, the produce, a sort of lisping of battle, those hermits by day and cutthroats by night, that clumsy mill which turns in the wind, the hoisting wheels of the quarries, the tea gardens at the corners of the cemeteries, the mysterious charm of great sombre walls, squarely intersecting immense vague stretches of land, inundated with sunshine and full of butterflies, all this attracted him. There is hardly anyone on earth who is not acquainted with those singular spots, the glacière, the Cunette, the hideous wall of Grenelle, all speckled with balls, Montparnasse, the Fosse à Loup, Aubière on the bank of the Marne, Montsouris, the Toumissoir, the Pierre Plat de Chantillon, where there is an old exhausted quarry which no longer serves any purpose except to raise mushrooms, and which is closed on a level with the ground by a trap door of rotten planks. The Campagna of Rome is one idea, the banlieue of Paris is another. To behold nothing but fields, houses, or trees in what a stretch of country offers us, is to remain on the surface. All aspects of things are thoughts of God. The spot where a plain effects its junction with the city is always stamped with a certain piercing melancholy. Nature and humanity both appeal to you at the same time there. Local originalities there make their appearance. Anyone who, like ourselves, has wandered about in these solitudes contiguous to our faubourgs, which may be designated as the limbos of Paris, has seen here and there, in the most desert spot, at the most unexpected moment, behind a meagre hedge or in this corner of a lugubrious wall, children grouped tumultuously, fetid, muddy, dusty, ragged, dishevelled, playing hide and seek, and crowned with cornflowers. All of them are little ones who have made their escape from poor families. The outer boulevard is their breathing space, the suburbs belong to them. There they are eternally playing truant. There they innocently sing their repertory of dirty songs. There they are, or rather there they exist, far from every eye, in the sweet light of May or June, kneeling round a hole in the ground, snapping marbles with their thumbs, quarrelling over half-farthings, irresponsible, volatile, free, and happy. And no sooner do they catch sight of you than they recollect that they have an industry, and that they must earn their living, and they offer to sell you an old woolen stocking filled with cockchafers or a bunch of lilacs. These encounters with strange children are one of the charming and at the same time poignant graces of the environs of Paris. Sometimes there are little girls among the throngs of boys, are they their sisters, who are almost young maidens, thin, feverish, with sunburnt hands, covered with freckles, crowned with poppies and ears of rye, gay, haggard, barefooted. They can be seen devouring cherries among the wheat. In the evening they can be heard laughing. These groups, warmly illuminated by the full glow of midday, or distinctly seen in the twilight, occupy the thoughtful man for a very long time, and these visions mingle with his dreams. Paris, centre, banlieue, circumference. This constitutes all the earth to those children. They never venture beyond this. They can no more escape from the Parisian atmosphere than fish can escape from the water. For them, nothing exists 2 leagues beyond the barriers. Ivry, Chantilly, Arctueux, Bellevue, Aubervilliers, Ménilmontant, Choisy-le-Roi, Briancourt, Mendon, Issy, Vanvray, Sèvres, Puteaux, Neuilly, Geneviève, Colombes, Romainville, Château, Asnières, Bourguival, Nanterre, Enghien, Noisy-le-Sec, Nogent, Gournay, Drams, et Gonesse. The universe ends there. Chapter 6. A bit of history. At the epoch, nearly contemporary by the way, when the action of this book takes place, there is not, as there is today, a policeman at the corner of every street, a benefit which there is no time to discuss here. Stray children abounded in Paris. The statistics give an average of 260 homeless children picked up annually at that period by the police patrols in unenclosed lands, in houses in process of construction, and under the arches of the bridges. One of these nests, which has become famous, produced the swallows of the bridge of Arcola. This is, moreover, the most disastrous of social symptoms. All crimes of the man begin in the vagabondage of the children. Let us make an exception in favor of Paris, nevertheless. In a relative measure, and in spite of the souvenir which we have just recalled, the exception is just. While in any other great city the vagabond child is a lost man, while nearly everywhere the child left to itself is in some sort, sacrificed and abandoned to a kind of fatal immersion in the public vices which devour in him honesty and conscience. The street boy of Paris, we insist on this point, however defaced and injured on the surface, is almost intact on the interior. It is a magnificent thing to put on record, and one which shines forth in the splendid probity of our popular revolutions, that a certain incorruptibility results from the idea which exists in the air of Paris, as salt exists in the water of the ocean. To breathe Paris preserves the soul. What we have just said takes away nothing of the anguish of heart which one experiences every time that one meets one of these children, around whom one fancies that he beholds floating the threads of a broken family. In the civilization of the present day, incomplete as it still is, it is not a very abnormal thing to behold these fractured families pouring themselves out into the darkness, not knowing clearly what has become of their children, and allowing their own entrails to fall on the public highway. Hence these obscure destinies. This is called, for the sad thing has given rise to an expression, to be cast on the pavements of Paris. Let it be said, by the way, that this abandonment of children was not discouraged by the ancient monarchy. A little of Egypt and Bohemia and the lower regions suited the upper spheres, and compassed the aims of the powerful. The hatred of instruction for the children of the people was a dogma. What is the use of half-lights? Such was the countersign. Now, the erring child is the corollary of the ignorant child. Besides this, the monarchy sometimes was in need of children, and in that case it skimmed the streets. Under Louis XIV, not to go any further back, the king rightly desired to create a fleet. The idea was a good one, but let us consider the means. There can be no fleet if, beside the sailing ship, that plaything of the winds, and for the purpose of towing it, in case of necessity, there is not the vessel which goes where it pleases, either by means of oars or of steam. The galleys were then to the marine what steamers are today. Therefore galleys were necessary. But the galley is moved only by the galley slave. Hence galley slaves were required. Colbert had the commissioners of provinces and the parliaments make as many convicts as possible. The magistracy showed a great deal of complaisance in that matter. A man kept his hat on in the presence of a procession. It was a Huguenot attitude. He was sent to the galleys. A child was encountered in the streets. Provided that he was 15 years of age and did not know where he was to sleep, he was sent to the galleys. Grand reign, grand century. Under Louis XV, children disappeared in Paris. The police carried them off, for what mysterious purpose no one knew. People whispered with terror monstrous conjectures as to the king's baths of purple. Barbier speaks ingenuously of these things. It sometimes happened that the exempts of the guard, when they ran short of children, took those who had fathers. The fathers in despair attacked the exempts. In that case the Parliament intervened and had someone hung. Who? The exempts? No, the fathers. End of Book 1, Chapters 5 and 6.
Chapters 7 through 9 of Book 1 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1st, Paris Studied in its Atom. Chapter 7. The Gamin should have his place in the classifications of India. The body of street Arabs in Paris almost constitutes a caste. One might almost say, not everyone who wishes to belong to it can do so. This word gamin was printed for the first time and reached popular speech through the literary tongue in 1834. It is in a little work entitled Claude Gueux that this word made its first appearance. The horror was lively. The word passed into circulation. The elements which constitute the consideration of the gamins for each other are very various. We have known and associated with one who was greatly respected and vastly admired because he had seen a man fall from the top of the tower of Notre Dame. Another, because he had succeeded in making his way into the rear courtyard, where the statues of the dome of the Invalides had been temporarily deposited, and had prigged some lead from them. A third, because he had seen a diligence tip over. Still another, because he knew a soldier who came near putting out the eye of a citizen. This explains that famous exclamation of a Parisian gamin, a profound epiphonema, which the vulgar herd laughs at without comprehending. Dieu de Dieu! What ill luck I do have! To think that I have never yet seen anybody tumble from a fifth-story window! I have pronounced I have, and fifth pronounced fift. Surely this saying of a peasant is a fine one. Father so-and-so, your wife has died of her malady. Why did you not send for the doctor? What would you have, sir? We poor folks die of ourselves. But if the peasant's whole passivity lies in this saying, the whole of the free-thinking anarchy of the brat of the faubourg is, assuredly, contained in this other saying. A man condemned to death is listening to his confessor in the tumbrel. The child of Paris exclaims, "He is talking to his black cap! Oh, the sneak!" A certain audacity on matters of religion sets off the gamin. To be strong-minded is an important item. To be present at executions constitutes a duty. He shows himself at the guillotine, and he laughs. He calls it by all sorts of pet names. The end of the soup, the growler, the mother in the blue, the sky, the last mouthful, etc., etc. In order not to lose anything of the affair, he scales the walls, he hoists himself to balconies, he ascends trees, he suspends himself to gratings, he clings fast to chimneys. The gamin is born a tiler as he is born a mariner. A roof inspires him with no more fear than a mast. There is no festival which comes up to an execution on the Place de Grève. Samson and the Abbé Mont are the truly popular names. They hoot at the victim in order to encourage him. They sometimes admire him. Lacenaire, when a gamin, on seeing the hideous Dautin die bravely, uttered these words which contain a future. I was jealous of him. In the brotherhood of gamins, Voltaire is not known, but Papavoine is. Politicians are confused with assassins in the same legend. They have a tradition as to everybody's last garment. It is known that Tolleron had a fireman's cap, Avril an otter cap, Losvel a round hat, that old Delaporte was bald and bareheaded, that Castaing was all ruddy and very handsome, that Bourry had a romantic small beard, that Jean Martin kept on his suspenders, that Lecouf and his mother quarrelled. Don't reproach each other for your basket, shouted a gamin to them. Another, in order to get a look at Debarcaire as he passed, and being too small in the crowd, caught sight of the lantern on the quay and climbed it. A gendarme stationed opposite frowned. "Let me climb up, monsieur le gendarme," said the gamin, and, to soften the heart of the authorities, he added, "I will not fall." "I don't care if you do," retorted the gendarme. In the brotherhood of gamins, a memorable accident counts for a great deal. One reaches the height of consideration if one chances to cut oneself very deeply, to the very bone. The fist is no mediocre element of respect. One of the things that the gamin is fondest of saying is, "I am fine and strong, come now." To be left-handed renders you very enviable. A squint is highly esteemed. Chapter 8, in which the reader will find a charming saying of the last king. In summer he metamorphoses himself into a frog, and in the evening, when night is falling, in front of the bridges of Austerlitz and Jena, from the tops of coal wagons and the washerwomen's boats, he hurls himself headlong into the Seine and into all possible infractions of the laws of modesty and of the police. Nevertheless, the police keep an eye on him, and the result is a highly dramatic situation which once gave rise to a fraternal and memorable cry. That cry, which was celebrated about 1830, is a strategic warning from gamin to gamin. It scans like a verse from Homer. with a notation as inexpressible as the Elysiac chant of the Panathenaea, and in it one encounters again the ancient Evo. Here it is. Ohé! Titi! Ohé! Here comes the bobby! Here comes the police! Pick up your duds and be off, through the sewer with you. Sometimes this gnat, that is what he calls himself, knows how to read. Sometimes he knows how to write. He always knows how to daub. He does not hesitate to acquire, by no one knows what mysterious mutual instruction, all the talents which can be of use to the public. From 1815 to 1830 he imitated the cry of the turkey. From 1830 to 1848 he scrawled pears on the walls. One summer evening, when Louis Philippe was returning home on foot, he saw a little fellow, no higher than his knee, perspiring and climbing up to draw a gigantic pear in charcoal on one of the pillars of the gate of Neuilly. The king, with that good nature which came to him from Henry IV, helped the gamin, finished the pear, and gave the child a louis, saying, "The pear is on that also." The gamin loves uproar. A certain state of violence pleases him. He execrates the cures. One day, in the Rue de l'Université, one of these scamps was putting his thumb to his nose at the carriage gate of number 69. "Why are you doing that at the gate?" a passer-by asked. The boy replied, "There is a cure there." It was there, in fact, that the papal nuncio lived. Nevertheless, whatever may be the Voltairianism of this small gamin, if the occasion to become a chorister presents itself, it is quite possible that he will accept, and in that case he serves the Mass civilly. There are two things to which he plays Tantalus, and which he always desires without ever attaining them: to overthrow the government, and to get his trousers sewed up again. The gamin in his perfect state possesses all the policemen of Paris, and can always put the name to the face of any one which he chances to meet. He can tell them off on the tips of his fingers. He studies their habits, and he has special notes on each one of them. He reads the souls of the police like an open book. He will tell you fluently and without flinching, "Such an one is a traitor, such another is very malicious, such another is great, such another is ridiculous." All these words, traitor, malicious, great, ridiculous, have a particular meaning in his mouth. That one imagines that he owns the Pont Neuf, and he prevents people from walking on the cornice outside the parapet. That other has a mania for pulling persons' ears, etc., etc. Chapter 9. The Old Soul of Gaul. There was something of that boy in Poquelin, the son of the fish market. Beaumarchais had something of it. Gaminerie is a shade of the Gallic spirit. Mingled with good sense, it sometimes adds force to the latter, as alcohol does to wine. Sometimes it is a defect. Homer repeats himself eternally, granted. One may say that Voltaire plays the gamin. Camille Desmoulins was a native of the Faubourg. Championnet, who treated miracles brutally, rose from the pavements of Paris. He had, when a small lad, inundated the porticos of Saint-Jean-de-Beauvais and of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont. He had addressed the shrine of Sainte-Geneviève familiarly to give orders to the file of Saint Januarius. The gamin of Paris is respectful, ironical, and insolent. He has villainous teeth, because he is badly fed and his stomach suffers, and handsome eyes, because he has wit. If Jehovah himself were present, he would go hopping up the steps of paradise on one foot. He is strong on boxing. All beliefs are possible to him. He plays in the gutter and straightens himself up with a revolt. His effrontery persists even in the presence of grape-shot. He was a scapegrace. He is a hero. Like the little Theban, he shakes the skin from the lion. Barra, the drummer boy, was a gamin of Paris. He shouts "Forward," as the horse of Scripture says, "Va," and in a moment he has passed from the small brat to the giant. This child of the puddle is also the child of the ideal. Measure that spread of wings which reaches from Molière to Barra. To sum up the whole, and in one word, the gamin is a being who amuses himself because he is unhappy. End of Book 1, Chapters 7 through 9.
Chapters 10 and 11 of Book 1 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Ringeth. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1st. Paris Studied in its Atom. Chapter 10. Ecce Paris, Ecce Homo. To sum it all up once more, the Paris gamin of today, like the Græculus of Rome in days gone by, is the infant populace with the wrinkle of the old world on his brow. The gamin is a grace to the nation, and at the same time a disease. A disease which must be cured how? By light. Light renders healthy. Light kindles. All generous social irradiations spring from science, letters, arts, education. Make men. Make men. Give them light that they may warm you. Sooner or later, the splendid question of universal education will present itself with the irresistible authority of the absolute truth. And then, those who govern under the superintendence of the French idea will have to make this choice: the children of France or the gamins of Paris, flames in the light or will-o'-the-wisps in the gloom. The gamin expresses Paris, and Paris expresses the world. For Paris is a total. Paris is the ceiling of the human race. The whole of this prodigious city is a foreshortening of dead manners and living manners. He who sees Paris thinks he sees the bottom of all history, with heaven and constellations in the intervals. Paris has a capital, the town hall, a Parthenon, Notre Dame, a Mount Aventine, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, an Asinarium, the Sorbonne, a Pantheon, the Pantheon, a Via Sacra, the Boulevard des Italiens, a Temple of the Winds, opinion, and it replaces the Gemoniae by ridicule. Its Majo is called Férode. Its transvestirin is the man of the faubourgs. Its Hamal is the market porter. Its Lazarone is the pègre. Its Cockney is the native of Ghent. Everything that exists elsewhere exists at Paris. The fish-woman of Dumarsais can retort on the herb-seller of Euripides. The disco-balls of Janus lives again in the Forioso, the tightrope dancer. Theropontogonus Miles could walk arm in arm with Vaudeboncourt the grenadier. Damasippus, the second-hand dealer, would be happy among bric-a-brac merchants. Vincennes could grasp Socrates in its fist as just as Agora could imprison Diderot. Grimaud de la Reynière discovered larded roast beef as Curtillus invented roast hedgehog. We see the trapeze which figures in Plautus reappear under the vault of the Arc of l'Étoile. The sword-eater of Poicolus encountered by Opulius is a sword-swallower on the Pont Neuf. The nephew of Rameau and Curculio the parasite make a pair. Ergasilus could get himself presented to Cambyses by D'Agrafé. The four dandies of Rome, Alcasimarchus, Phodromus, Diabolus, and Argyrippus, descend from Courtille in Labatut's posting chaise. Aulus Gellius would halt no longer in front of Congrio than would Charles Nodier in front of Puccinello. Marto is not a tigress, but Pardalisca was not a dragon. Pantolabus the wag jeers in the Café Anglais at Nomentanus the fast liver. Hermogenes is a tenor in the Champs-Élysées, and round him Thracius the beggar, clad like Bobetche, takes up a collection. The boor who stops you by the button of your coat in the Tuileries makes you repeat after a lapse of 2,000 years Thesprion's apostrophe. Quis properantem me prehendit Palio. The wine on Cyrene is a parody of the wine of Alba. The red border of Desaugiers forms a balance to the great cutting of Balatro. Père Lachaise exhales beneath nocturnal rains some gleams at the Escoliae, and the grave of the poor bought for 5 years is certainly the equivalent of the slave's hived coffin. Seek something that Paris has not. The vat of Trophonius contains nothing that is not in Mesmer's tub. Ergaphilas lives again in Cagliostro. The Brahmin Vesiphanta becomes incarnate in the Comte de Saint-Germain. The cemetery of Saint-Médard works quite as good miracles as the mosque of Umumi at Damascus. Paris has an Aesop, Mailloux, and a Canidia, Mademoiselle Lenormand. It is terrified, like Delphos, at the fulgurating realities of the vision. It makes tables turn as Dodona did tripods. It places the grisette on the throne, as Rome placed the courtesan there. And, taking it all together, if Louis XV is worse than Claudian, Madame du Barry is better than Messalina. Paris combines in an unprecedented type, which has existed and which we have elbowed, Grecian nudity, the Hebraic ulcer, and the Gascon pun. It mingles Diogenes, Job, and Jack Pudding, dresses up a spectre in old numbers of the Constitutional, and makes Chodruc Duclos. Although Plutarch says the tyrant never grows old, Rome, under Sylla as under Domitian, resigned itself and willingly put water in its wine. The Tiber was a Lethe, if the rather doctrinary eulogium made of it by Verus Fibiscus is to be credited. Contra Gracchus Tiberim habemus, bibere Tiberim, id est seditionem oblivisci. Paris drinks 1,000,000 liters of water a day, but that does not prevent it from occasionally beating the general alarm and ringing the tocsin. With that exception, Paris is amiable. It accepts everything royally. It's not too particular about its Venus. Its Callipyge is Hottentot. Provided that it is made to laugh, it condones. Ugliness cheers it. Deformity provokes it to laughter. Vice diverts it. Be eccentric, and you may be an eccentric. Even hypocrisy, that supreme cynicism, does not disgust it. It is so literary that it does not hold its nose before Basile, and is no more scandalized by the prayer of Tartuffe than Horace was repelled by the hiccup of Priapus. No trait of the universal face is lacking in the profile of Paris. The bal mobile is not the Polymnia dance of the Janiculum, but the dealer in ladies' wearing apparel there devours the lorette with her eyes, exactly as the procuress Staphyla lay in wait for the virgin Planesium. The Barrière du Combat is not the Colosseum, but people are as ferocious there as though Caesar were looking on. The Syrian hostess has more grace than Mother Saguet, but, if Virgil haunted the Roman wine-shop, David d'Angers, Balzac, and Charlet have sat at the tables of Parisian taverns. Paris reigns. Geniuses flash forth there. The red-tails prosper there. Adonai passes on his chariot with its 12 wheels of thunder and lightning. Silenus makes his entry there on his ass, for Silenus read Ramponneau. Paris is the synonym of cosmos. Paris is Athens, Sybaris, Jerusalem, Pontin. All civilizations are there in an abridged form. All barbarisms also. Paris would greatly regret it if it had not a guillotine. A little of the Place de Grève is a good thing. What would all that eternal festival be without this seasoning? Our laws are wisely provided, and thanks to them, the blade drips on this Shrove Tuesday. Chapter 11. To scoff, to reign. There's no limit to Paris. No city has had that domination which sometimes derides those whom it subjugates. To please you, O Athenians, exclaimed Alexander. Paris makes more than the law, it makes the fashion. Paris sets more than the fashion, it sets the routine. Paris may be stupid if it sees fit. It sometimes allows itself this luxury. Then the universe is stupid in company with it. Then Paris awakes, rubs its eyes, says, "How stupid I am," and bursts out laughing in the face of the human race. What a marvel is such a city! It is a strange thing that this grandioseness and this burlesque should be amicable neighbors, that all this majesty should not be thrown into disorder by all this parody, and that the same mouth can today blow into the trump of the judgment day, and tomorrow into the reed flute. Paris has a sovereign joviality. Its gaiety is of the thunder, and its farce holds a scepter. Its tempest sometimes proceeds from a grimace. Its explosions, its days, its masterpieces, its prodigies, its epics, go forth to the bounds of the universe, and so also do its cock and bull stories. Its laugh is the mouth of a volcano which spatters the whole earth. Its jests are sparks. It imposes its caricatures as well as its ideal on people. The highest monuments of human civilization accept its ironies and lend their eternity to its mischievous pranks. It is superb. It has a prodigious 14th of July, which delivers the globe. It forces all nations to take the oath of tennis. Its night of the 4th of August dissolves in 3 hours 1,000 years of feudalism. It makes of its logic the muscle of unanimous will. It multiplies itself under all sorts of forms of the sublime. It fills with its light Washington, Kosciuszko, Bolivar, Bozaris, Riego, Bem, Manin, Lopez, John Brown, Garibaldi. It is everywhere where the future is being lighted up. At Boston in 1779, at the Ile de Leon in 1820, at Pest in 1848, at Palermo in 1860. It whispers the mighty countersign, Liberty, in the ear of the American abolitionists grouped about the boat at Harper's Ferry, and in the ear of the patriots of Ancona assembled in the shadow. To the art-chai before the Gauzy Inn on the seashore. It creates Canary. It creates Quiroga. It creates Pisacan. It irradiates the great on earth. It was while proceeding whither its breath urged them that Byron perished at Missolonghi and that Mazet died at Barcelona. It is the tribune under the feet of Mirabeau and a crater under the feet of Robespierre. Its books, its theatre, its art, its science, its literature, its philosophy are the manuals of the human race. It has Pascal, Regnier, Corneille, Descartes, Jean-Jacques, Voltaire for all moments, Molière for all centuries. It makes its language to be talked by the universal mouth, and that language becomes the word. It constructs in all minds the idea of progress. The liberating dogmas which it forges are for the generation's trusty friends, and it is with the soul of its thinkers and its poets that all heroes of all nations have been made since 1789. This does not prevent vagabondism, and that enormous genius which is called Paris, while transfiguring the world by its light, sketches in charcoal Bouginier's nose on the wall of the Temple of Theseus, and writes Crédville the thief on the pyramids. Paris is always showing its teeth. When it is not scolding, it is laughing. Such is Paris. The smoke of its roofs forms the ideas of the universe. A heap of mud and stone, if you will, but, above all, a moral being. It is more than great. It is immense. Why? Because it is daring. To dare, that is the price of progress. All sublime conquests are, more or less, the prizes of daring. In order that the revolution should take place, It does not suffice that Montesquieu should foresee it, that Diderot should preach it, that Beaumarchais should announce it, that Condorcet should calculate it, that Hérouet should prepare it, that Rousseau should premeditate it. It is necessary that Danton should dare it. The cry, audacity, is a fiat lux. It is necessary, for the sake of the forward march of the human race, that there should be proud lessons of courage permanently on the heights. Daring deeds dazzle history, and are one of man's great sources of light. The dawn dares when it rises. To attempt, to brave, to persist, to persevere, to be faithful to one's self, to grasp fate bodily, to astound catastrophe by the small amount of fear that it occasions us, now to affront unjust power, again to insult drunken victory, to hold one's position, to stand one's ground. That is the example which nations need. That is the light which electrifies them. The same formidable lightning proceeds from the torch of Prometheus to Cambronne's short pipe. End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Recording by Adam Ringeth. Chapters 12 and 13 of Book 1 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Ringeth. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 1st. Paris Studied in its Atom. Chapter 12. The Future Latent in the People. As for the Parisian populace, even when a man grown, it is always the street Arab. To paint the child is to paint the city, and it is for that reason that we have studied this eagle in this errant sparrow. It is in the faubourgs, above all, we maintain, that the Parisian race appears. There is the pure blood, there is the true physiognomy. There this people toils and suffering and toil are the two faces of man. There exist there immense numbers of unknown beings, among whom swarm types of the strangest, from the porter of La Rapée to the knacker of Montfaucon. Fex urbis, exclaims Cicero. Mob, adds Burke, indignantly. Rabble, multitude, populace. These are words and quickly uttered, but so be it. What does it matter? What is it to me if they do go barefoot? They do not know how to read. So much the worse. Would you abandon them for that? Would you turn their distress into a malediction? Cannot the light penetrate these masses? Let us return to that cry, light, and let us obstinately persist therein. Light, light. Who knows whether these opacities will not become transparent? Are not revolutions transfigurations? Come, philosophers, teach, enlighten, light up, think aloud, speak aloud, hasten joyously to the great sun, fraternize with the public place, announce the good news, spend your alphabets lavishly, proclaim rights, sing the Marselaises, sow enthusiasms, tear green boughs from the oaks. Make a whirlwind of the idea. This crowd may be rendered sublime. Let us learn how to make use of that vast conflagration of principles and virtues which sparkles, bursts forth, and quivers at certain hours. These bare feet, these bare arms, these rags, these ignorances, these abjectnesses, these darknesses, may be employed in the conquest of the ideal. Gaze past the people, and you will perceive truth. Let that vile sand, which you trample underfoot, be cast into the furnace. Let it melt and seethe there. It will become a splendid crystal, and it is thanks to it that Galileo and Newton will discover stars. Chapter 13. Little Gavroche. 8 or 9 years after the events narrated in the second part of this story, people noticed on the Boulevard du Temple, and in the regions of the Château d'Eau, a little boy 11 or 12 years of age, who would have realized with tolerable accuracy that ideal of the gamin sketched out above, if, with a laugh of his age on his lips, he had not had a heart absolutely sombre and empty. This child was well muffled up in a pair of man's trousers, but he did not get them from his father, and a woman's chemise, but he did not get it from his mother. Some people or other had clothed him in rags out of charity. Still he had a father and a mother, but his father did not think of him, and his mother did not love him. He was one of those children most deserving of pity among all, one of those who have father and mother, and who are orphans nevertheless. This child never felt so well as when he was in the street. The pavements were less hard to him than his mother's heart. His parents had dispatched him into life with a kick. He simply took flight. He was a boisterous, pallid, nimble, wide-awake, jeering lad, with a vivacious but sickly air. He went and came, sang, played at hopscotch, scraped the gutters, stole a little, but, like cats and sparrows, gaily laughed when he was called a rogue, and got angry when called a thief. He had no shelter, no bread, no fire, no love, but he was merry because he was free. When these poor creatures grow to be men, the millstones of the social order meet them and crush them, but so long as they are children, they escape because of their smallness. The tiniest hole saves them. Nevertheless, abandoned as this child was, it sometimes happened, every 2 or 3 months, that he said, "Come, I'll go and see mamma." Then he quitted the boulevard, the Cirque, the Porte Saint-Martin, descended to the quays, crossed the bridges, reached the suburbs, arrived at the Salpêtrière, and came to a halt. Where? Precisely at that double number, 5052, with which the reader is acquainted, at the Gorbeau hovel. At that epoch, the hovel 5052, generally deserted and eternally decorated with the placard "Chambers to Let," chanced to be, a rare thing, inhabited by numerous individuals who, however, as is always the case in Paris, had no connection with each other. All belonged to that indigent class which begins to separate from the lowest of the petty bourgeoisie in straitened circumstances, and which extends from misery to misery into the lowest depths of society down to those two beings in whom all the material things of civilization end, the sewer man who sweeps up the mud, and the rag picker who collects scraps. The principal lodger of Jean Valjean's day was dead, and had been replaced by another exactly like her. I know not what philosopher has said, old women are never lacking. This new old woman was named Madame Bourgon, and had nothing remarkable about her life, except a dynasty of 3 paroquets, who had reigned in succession over her soul. The most miserable of those who inhabited the hovel were a family of 4 persons, consisting of father, mother, and 2 daughters, already well grown, all 4 of whom were lodged in the same attic, one of the cells which we have already mentioned. At first sight this family presented no very special feature, except its extreme destitution. The father, when he hired the chamber, had stated that his name was Jondrette. Some time after his moving in, which had borne a singular resemblance to the entrance of nothing at all, to borrow the memorable expression of the principal tenant, this Jondrette had said to the woman, who, like her predecessor, was at the same time portress and stair-sweeper, "Mother so-and-so, if anyone should chance to come and inquire for a Pole or an Italian, or even a Spaniard perchance, it is I." This family was that of the merry barefoot boy. He arrived there and found distress, and, what is still sadder, no smile, a cold hearth, and cold hearts. When he entered, he was asked, "Whence come you?" He replied, "From the street." When he went away, they asked him, "Whither are you going?" He replied, "Into the streets." His mother said to him, "What did you come here for?" This child lived, in this absence of affection, like the pale plants which spring up in cellars. It did not cause him suffering, and he blamed no one. He did not know exactly how a father and mother should be. Nevertheless, his mother loved his sisters. We have forgotten to mention that on the Boulevard du Temple, this child was called Little Gavroche. Why was he called Little Gavroche? Probably because his father's name was Jondrette. It seems to be the instinct of certain wretched families to break the thread. The chamber which the Jondrettes inhabited in the Gorbeau hovel was the last at the end of the corridor. The cell next to it was occupied by a very poor young man who was called Monsieur Marius. Let us explain who this Monsieur Marius was. End of chapter 13 of Book 1 of Les Miserables, Volume 3. Recording by Adam Ringeth.
Chapter 1 of Book 2 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Bowman. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2, The Great Bourgeois. Chapter 1, 90 Years and 32 Teeth. In the Rue Boucherat, Rue de Normandie, and the Rue de Saint-Ange, there still exist a few ancient inhabitants who have preserved the memory of a worthy man named Monsieur Gillenormand, and who mention him with complacence. This good man was old when they were young. This silhouette has not yet entirely disappeared. For those who regard with melancholy that vague swarm of shadows which is called the past, from the labyrinth of streets in the vicinity of the Temple, to which, under Louis XIV, the names of all the provinces of France were appended exactly as in our day the streets of the New Tivoli quarter have received the names of all the capitals of Europe, a progression, by the way, in which progress is visible. Monsieur Gillenormand, who was as much alive as possible in 1831, was one of those men who had become curiosities to be viewed, simply because they have lived a long time, and who are strange because they formerly resembled everybody, and now resemble nobody. He was a peculiar old man, and in very truth a man of another age, the real, complete, and rather haughty bourgeois of the 18th century, who wore his good old bourgeoisie with the air with which marquises wear their marquisates. He was over 90 years of age. His walk was erect. He talked loudly, saw clearly, drank neat, ate, slept, and snored. He had all 32 of his teeth. He only wore spectacles when he read. He was of an amorous disposition, but declared that, for the last 10 years, he had wholly and decidedly renounced women. He could no longer please. He said, he did not add, "I am too old," but "I am too poor." He said, if I were not ruined, all he had left, in fact, was an income of about 15,000 francs. His dream was to come into an inheritance and to have 100,000 livres income for mistresses. He did not belong, as the reader will perceive, to that puny variety of octogenaries who, like M. de Voltaire, have been dying all their life. His was no longevity of a cracked pot. This jovial old man had always had good health. He was superficial, rapid, easily angered. He flew into a passion at everything, generally quite contrary to all reason. When contradicted, he raised his cane. He beat people as he had done in the great century. He had a daughter over 50 years of age and unmarried, whom he chastised severely with his tongue when in a rage, and whom he would have liked to whip. She seemed to him to be 8 years old. He boxed his servant's ears soundly and said, "Ah, carogne!" One of his oaths was by the pantafloche of the pantaflochade. He had singular freaks of tranquillity. He had himself shaved every day by a barber who had been mad and who detested him, being jealous of M. Gillenormand on account of his wife, a pretty and coquettish barberess. M. Gillenormand admired his own discernment in all things, and declared that he was extremely sagacious. Here is one of his sayings: "I have, in truth, some penetration. I am able to say when a flea bites me, from what woman it came." The words which he uttered the most frequently were, "the sensible man in nature." He did not give to this last word the grand acceptation which our epoch has accorded to it, but he made it enter, after his own fashion, into his little chimney-corner satires. "Nature," he said, "in order that civilization may have a little of everything, gives it even specimens of its amusing barbarism. Europe possesses specimens of Asia and Africa on a small scale. The cat is a drawing-room tiger. The lizard is a pocket crocodile. The dancers at the opera are pink female savages. They do not eat men, they crunch them. Or magicians that they are, they transform them into oysters and swallow them. The Caribbeans leave only the bones, they leave only the shell. Such are our morals. We do not devour, we gnaw. We do not exterminate, we claw." Chapter 2. Like master, like house. He lived in the Marais, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, number 6. He owned the house. This house has since been demolished and rebuilt, and the number has probably been changed in those revolutions of numeration which the streets of Paris undergo. He occupied an ancient and vast apartment on the first floor, between street and gardens, furnished to the very ceilings with the great Gobelin and Beauvais tapestries representing pastoral scenes. The subjects of the ceilings and the panels were repeated in miniature on the armchairs. He enveloped his bed in a vast 9-leaved screen of Coromandel lacquer. Long, full curtains hung from the windows, and formed great, broken folds that were very magnificent. The garden, situated immediately under his windows, was attached to that one of them which formed the angle, by means of a staircase 12 or 15 steps long, which the old gentleman ascended and descended with great agility. In addition to a library adjoining his chamber, he had a boudoir of which he thought a great deal. A gallant and elegant retreat, with magnificent hangings of straw, with a pattern of flowers and fleur-de-lis made on the galleys of Louis XIV, and ordered of his convicts by Monsieur de Vivonne for his mistress. Monsieur Gillenormand had inherited it from a grim maternal great-aunt, who had died a centenarian. He had had 2 wives. His manners were something between those of a courtier, which he had never been, and the lawyer, which he might have been. He was gay and caressing when he had a mind. In his youth he had been one of those men who are always deceived by their wives, and never by their mistresses, because they are at the same time the most sullen of husbands and the most charming of lovers in existence. He was a connoisseur of painting. He had in his chamber a marvelous portrait of no one knows whom, painted by Jordaens, executed with great dashes of the brush, with millions of details, in a confused and haphazard manner. Monsieur Gillenormand's attire was not the habit of Louis XIV, nor yet that of Louis XVI. It was that of the incroyables of the Directory. He had thought himself young up to that period, and had followed the fashions. His coat was of light-weight cloth with voluminous reverse, a long swallow-tail, and large steel buttons. With this he wore knee-breeches and buckle-shoes. He always thrust his hands into his fobs. He said authoritatively, "The French Revolution is a heap of blackguards." Chapter 3. Luc Esprit. At the age of 16, one evening at the opera, he had had the honor to be stared at through opera glasses by two beauties at the same time. Ripe and celebrated beauties then, and sung by Voltaire, the Camargo and the Sale. Caught between two fires, he had beaten a heroic retreat towards a little dancer, a young girl named Henri, who was 16 like himself, obscure as a cat, and with whom he was in love. He abounded in memories. He was accustomed to exclaim, "How pretty she was, that Guimardini, Guimardinette. The last time I saw her at Longchamp, her hair curled in sustained sentiments, with her come and see of turquoises, her gown of the color of persons newly arrived, and her little agitation muff." He had worn in his young manhood a waistcoat of Nain Londrin, which he was fond of talking about effusively. "I was dressed like a Turk of the Levantine," said he. Madame Boufflers, having seen him by chance when he was 20, had described him as a charming fool. He was horrified by all the names which he saw in politics and in power, regarding them as vulgar and bourgeois. He read the journals, the newspapers, the gazettes, as he said, stifling outbursts of laughter the while. "Oh," he said, "what people these are! Corbière, Human, Casimir Perier. There's a minister for you. I can imagine this in a journal. Monsieur Gillenormand, minister. That would be a farce. Well, they are so stupid that it would pass." He merrily called everything by its name, whether decent or indecent, and did not restrain himself in the least before ladies. He uttered coarse speeches, obscenities, and filth with a certain tranquillity and lack of astonishment which was elegant. It was in keeping with the unceremoniousness of his century. It is to be noted that the age of paraphrase in verse was the age of crudities in prose. His godfather had predicted that he would turn out a man of genius, and had bestowed upon him these two significant names, Luc Esprit. Chapter 4. A Centenarian Aspirant. He had taken prizes in his boyhood at the College of Moulins, where he was born, and he had been crowned by the hand of the Duc de Nivernais, whom he called the Duc de Nevers. Neither the Convention, nor the death of Louis XVI, nor the Napoleon, nor the return of the Bourbons, nor anything else had been able to efface the memory of this crowning. The Duc de Nevers was in his eyes the great figure of the century. "What a charming grand seigneur," he said, "and what a fine air he had with his blue ribbon." In the eyes of Monsieur Gillenormand, Catherine II had made reparation for the crime of the partition of Poland by purchasing, for 3,000 roubles, the secret of the elixir of gold from Bestucheff. He grew animated on this subject. "The elixir of gold!" he exclaimed, "the yellow dye of Bestucheff. General Lamotte's drops in the 18th century. This was the great remedy for the catastrophes of love, the panacea against Venus. At 1 louis the half-ounce phial, Louis XV sent 200 phials of it to the Pope. He would have been greatly irritated and thrown off his balance had anyone told him that the elixir of gold is nothing but the perchloride of iron." Monsieur Gillenormand adored the Bourbons, and had a horror of 1789. He was forever narrating in what manner he had saved himself during the Terror, and how he had been obliged to display a vast deal of gaiety and cleverness in order to escape having his head cut off. If any young man ventured to pronounce a eulogium on the Republic in his presence, he turned purple and grew so angry that he was on the point of swooning. He sometimes alluded to his 90 years, and said, "I hope that I shall not see 93 twice." On these occasions he hinted to people that he meant to live to be 100. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Greg Bowman. Chapters 5 through 8 of Book 2 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Bowman. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2, Great Bourgeois, Chapter 5, Basque and Nicolette. He had theories. Here's one of them. When a man is passionately fond of women, and when he himself has a wife for whom he cares but little, who is homely, cross, legitimate, with plenty of rights, perched on the code and jealous at need, there is but one way of extricating himself from the quandary and of procuring peace, and that is to let his wife control the purse strings. This abdication sets him free. Then his wife busies herself, grows passionately fond of handling coin, gets her fingers covered with verdigris in the process, undertakes the education of half-share tenants and the training of farmers, convokes lawyers, presides over notaries, harangues scriveners, visits limbs of the law, follows lawsuits, draws up leases, dictates contracts, feels herself the sovereign, sells, buys, regulates, promises and compromises, binds fast and annuls, yields, concedes and retrocedes, arranges, disarranges, hoards, lavishes, she commits follies, a supreme and personal delight, and that consoles her. While her husband disdains her, she has the satisfaction of ruining her husband. This theory M. Gillenormand had himself replied, and it had become his history. His wife, the second one, had administered his fortune in such a manner that one fine day, when M. Gillenormand found himself a widower, there remained to him just sufficient to live on, by sinking nearly the whole of it in an annuity of 15,000 francs, 3/4 of which would expire with him. He had not hesitated on this point, not being anxious to leave a property behind him. Besides, he had noticed that patrimonies are subject to adventures, and, for instance, become national property. He had been present at the avatars of consolidated 3%, and he had no great faith in the great book of the public debt. "All that's the Rue Quincampoix," he said. His house in the Rue Fille du Calvaire belonged to him, as we have already stated. He had 2 servants, a male and a female. When a servant entered his establishment, M. Gillenormand rebaptized him. He bestowed on the men the name of their province, Nîmois, Comtois, Poitevin, Picard. His last valet was a big, foundered, short-winded fellow of 55, who was incapable of running 20 paces. But, as he had been born at Bayonne, M. Gillenormand called him Basque. All the female servants in his house were called Nicolette, even the Magnon, of whom we shall hear more farther on. One day a haughty cook, a cordon bleu of the lofty race of porters, presented herself. "How much wages do you want a month?" asked M. Gillenormand. 30 francs. "What is your name?" "Olympie." "You shall have 50 francs, and you shall be called Nicolette." Chapter 6, in which Magnon and her 2 children are seen. With M. Gillenormand, sorrow was converted into wrath. He was furious at being in despair. He had all sorts of prejudices, and took all sorts of liberties. One of the facts of which his exterior relief and his internal satisfaction was composed was, as we have just hinted, that he had remained a brisk spark, and that he passed energetically for such. This he called having royal renown. This royal renown sometimes drew down upon him singular windfalls. One day there was brought to him in a basket as though it had been a basket of oysters, a stout, newly born boy who was yelling like the deuce and duly wrapped in swaddling clothes, which a servant-maid, dismissed 6 months previously, attributed to him. Monsieur Gillenormand had, at the time, fully completed his 84th year. Indignation and uproar in the establishment. And whom did that bold hussy think she could persuade to believe that? What audacity! What an abominable calumny! Monsieur Gillenormand himself was not at all enraged. He gazed at the brat with the amiable smile of a good man who is flattered by the calumny, and said in an aside, "Well, what now? What's the matter? You are finely taken aback, and really you are excessively ignorant. Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême, the bastard of his Majesty Charles IX., married a silly jade of 15 when he was 85. Monsieur Virginal, Marquis d'Allué, brother to the Cardinal de Sourdis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, had, at the age of 83, by the maid of Madame la Présidente Jacquine, a son, a real child of love, who became a Chevalier of Malta, and a Councillor of State, one of the great men of this century. The Abbé Tabarot is the son of a man of 87. There is nothing out of the ordinary in these things. And then the Bible! Upon that I declare that this little gentleman is none of mine. Let him be taken care of. It is not his fault. This manner of procedure was good-tempered. The woman, whose name was Magnon, sent him another parcel in the following year. It was a boy again. Thereupon M. Gillenormand capitulated. He sent the 2 brats back to their mother, promising to pay 80 francs a month for their maintenance, on the condition that the said mother would not do so any more. He added, "I insist upon it, that the mother shall treat them well. I shall go to see them from time to time." And this he did. He had had a brother who was a priest, and who had been rector of the Academy of Poitiers for 33 years, and had died at 79. "I lost him young," said he. This brother, of whom but little memory remains, was a peaceable miser, who, being a priest, thought himself bound to bestow alms on the poor whom he met. But he never gave them anything except bad or demonetized sous, thereby discovering a means of going to hell by way of paradise. As for M. Gillenormand the elder, he never haggled over his almsgiving, but gave gladly and nobly. He was kindly, abrupt, charitable, and if he had been rich, his turn of mind would have been magnificent. He desired that all which concerned him should be done in a grand manner, even his rogueries. One day, having been cheated by a businessman in a matter of inheritance, in a gross and apparent manner, he uttered this solemn exclamation, "That was indecently done. I am really ashamed of this pilfering. Everything has degenerated in this century, even the rascals. Morbleu! This is not the way to rob a man of my standing. I am robbed as though in a forest, but badly robbed. Silva sint consur digne." He had had 2 wives, as we have already mentioned. By the first he had had a daughter, who had remained unmarried, and by the second another daughter, who had died at about the age of 30, who had wedded, through love or chance or otherwise, a soldier of fortune who had served in the armies of the Republic and of the Empire, who had won the cross at Austerlitz and had been made a colonel at Waterloo. "He is the disgrace of my family," said the old bourgeois. He took an immense amount of snuff, and had a particularly graceful manner of plucking at his lace ruffle with the back of one hand. He believed very little in God. Chapter 7. Rule: receive no one except in the evening. Such was Monsieur Luc Esprit Gillenormand, who had not lost his hair, which was grey rather than white, and which was always dressed in dog's ears. To sum up, he was venerable in spite of all this. He had something of the 18th century about him, frivolous and great. In 1814, and during the early years of the Restoration, M. Gillenormand, who was still young, he was only 74, lived in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, Rue Servandoni, near Saint-Sulpice. He had only retired to the Marais when he quitted society, long after attaining the age of 80. And on abandoning society he had immured himself in his habits. The principal one, and that which was invariable, was to keep his door absolutely closed during the day, and never to receive anyone whatever except in the evening. He dined at 5 o'clock, and after that his door was open. That had been the fashion of his century, and he would not swerve from it. "The day is vulgar," said he, "and deserves only a closed shutter. Fashionable people only light up their minds when the zenith lights up its stars." And he barricaded himself against every one, even had it been the king himself. This was the antiquated elegance of his day. Chapter 8. Two do not make a pair. We have just spoken of Monsieur Gillenormand's 2 daughters. They had come into the world 10 years apart. In their youth they had borne very little resemblance to each other, either in character or countenance, and had also been as little like sisters to each other as possible. The youngest had a charming soul which turned towards all that belongs to the light, was occupied with flowers, with verses, with music, which fluttered away into glorious space, enthusiastic, ethereal, and was wedded from her very youth, in ideal, to a vague and heroic figure. The elder also had her chimera, which she espied in the azure some very wealthy purveyor, a contractor, a splendidly stupid husband, a million-made man, or even a prefect, the receptions of a prefecture, an usher in the antechamber with a chain on his neck, official balls, the harangues of the town hall, to be Madame la Préfète. All this had created a whirlwind in her imagination. Thus the 2 sisters strayed, each in her own dream, at the epoch when they were young girls. Both had wings, the one like an angel, the other like a goose. No ambition is ever fully realized, here below at least. No paradise becomes terrestrial in our day. The younger wedded the man of her dreams, but she died. The elder did not marry at all. At the moment when she makes her entrance into this history which we are relating, she was an antique virtue, an incombustible prude, with one of the sharpest noses and one of the most obtuse minds that it is possible to see. A characteristic detail: outside of her immediate family, no one had ever known her first name. She was called Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder. In the matter of cant, Mademoiselle Gillenormand could have given points to a miss. Her modesty was carried to the other extreme of blackness. She cherished a frightful memory of her life. One day a man had beheld her garter. Age had only served to accentuate this pitiless modesty. Her guimpe was never sufficiently opaque, and never ascended sufficiently high. She multiplied clasps and pins where no one would have dreamed of looking. The peculiarity of prudery is to place all the more sentinels in proportion as the fortress is the less menaced. Nevertheless, let him who can explain these antique mysteries of innocence. She allowed an officer of the Lancers, her grand-nephew named Theodule, to embrace her without displeasure. In spite of this favored lancer, the label prude, under which we have classed her, suited her to absolute perfection. Mademoiselle Gillenormand was a sort of twilight soul. Prudery is a demi-virtue and a demi-vice. To prudery she added bigotry, a well-assorted lining. She belonged to the Society of the Virgin, wore a white veil on certain festivals, mumbled special orisons, revered the Holy Blood, venerated the Sacred Heart, remained for hours in contemplation before a Rococo Jesuit altar in a chapel which was inaccessible to the rank and file of the faithful, and there allowed her soul to soar among little clouds of marble and through great rays of gilded wood. She had a chapel friend, an ancient virgin like herself, named Mademoiselle Vaubois, who was a positive blockhead, and beside whom Mademoiselle Gillenormand had the pleasure of being an eagle. Beyond the Agnus Dei and Ave Maria, Mademoiselle Vaubois had no knowledge of anything except of the different ways of making preserves. Mademoiselle Vaubois, perfect in her style, was the ermine of stupidity, without a single spot of intelligence. Let us say it plainly. Mademoiselle Gillenormand had gained rather than lost as she grew older. This is the case with passive natures. She had never been malicious, which is relative kindness. And then years wear away the angles, and the softening which comes with time had come to her. She was melancholy, with an obscure sadness of which she did not herself know the secret. There breathed from her whole person the stupor of a life that was finished, and which had never had a beginning. She kept house for her father. Monsieur Gillenormand had his daughter near him, as we have seen that Monseigneur Bienvenu had his sister with him. These households, comprised of an old man and an old spinster, are not rare, and always have the touching aspect of two weaknesses leaning on each other for support. There was also in this house, between this elderly spinster and this old man, a child, a little boy, who was always trembling and mute in the presence of Monsieur Gillenormand. Monsieur Gillenormand never addressed this child except in a severe voice, and sometimes with uplifted cane. "Here, sir, rascal, scoundrel, come here. Answer me, you scamp. Just let me see you, you good-for-nothing," etc., etc. He idolized him. This was his grandson. We shall meet with this child again later on. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Greg Bowman.
Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cagliostro. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 1, An Ancient Salon. When Monsieur Gillenormand lived in the Rue Servandoni, he had frequented many very good and very aristocratic salons. Although a bourgeois, Mr. Gillenormand was received in society, as he had a double measure of wit, in the first place, that which was born with him, and secondly, that which was attributed to him. He was even sought out and made much of. He never went anywhere except in condition of being the chief person there. There are people who will have influence at any price, and who will have other people busy themselves over them. When they cannot be oracles, they turn wags. Monsieur Gillenormand was not of this nature. His domination in the royalist salons which he frequented cost his self-respect nothing. He was an oracle everywhere. It had happened to him to hold his own against Monsieur de Bonald, and even against Monsieur Bengy Puy-Vallée. About 1817, he invariably passed 2 afternoons a week in a house in his own neighbourhood, in the Rue Férou, with Madame la Baronne de T., a worthy and respectable person, whose husband had been ambassador of France to Berlin under Louis XVI. Baron de T., who during his lifetime had gone very passionately into ecstasies and magnetic visions, had died bankrupt during the emigration, leaving, as his entire fortune, some very curious memoirs about Mesmer and his tub, in 10 manuscript volumes, bound in red morocco and gilded on the edges. Madame de T had not published the memoirs out of pride, and maintained herself on a meagre income which had survived no one knew how. Madame de T lived far from the court, a very mixed society, as she said, in a noble isolation, proud and poor. A few friends assembled twice a week about her widowed hearth, and these constituted a purely royalist salon. They sipped tea there, and uttered groans or cries of horror at the century, the charter, the Bonapartists, the prostitution of the blue ribbon, or the Jacobinism of Louis XVIII, according as the wind veered towards elegy or dithyrambs, and they spoke in low tones of the hopes which were presented by Monsieur, afterwards Charles X. Songs of the fishwomen, in which Napoleon was called Nicolas, was received there with transports of joy. Duchesses, the most delicate and charming women in the world, went into ecstasies over couplets like the following, addressed to the federates. Refoncez dans vos culottes le bout de chemise qui vous dépend. There they amused themselves with puns which were considered terrible, with innocent plays upon words which they supposed to be venomous, with quatrains with distichs even. Thus, upon the Desaulles ministry, a moderate cabinet of which Messieurs Descazes and de Serres were members. Pour affermir le trône ébranlé sur sa base, il faut changer de sol et de serre et de case. Or they drew up a list of the Chamber of Peers, an abominably Jacobin chamber, and from this list they combined alliances of names in such a manner as to form, for example, phrases like the following: Damas, Sabran, Gouvion Saint-Cyr. All this was done merrily. In that society they parodied the revolution. They used, I know not what desire, to give point to the same wrath in inverse sense. They sang their little ça ira. Ah, ça ira, ça ira, ça ira, les Bonapartistes à la lanterne. Songs are like the guillotine, they chop away indifferently. Today this head, tomorrow that, it's only a variation. In the Fualdès affair, which belongs to this epoch, 1816, they took part of Bastide and Jausion because Fualdès was a Bonapartiste. They designated the liberals as friends and brothers. This constituted the most deadly insult. Like certain church towers, Madame de T's salon had two cocks. One of them was Monsieur Gillenormand, the other was Comte de la Motte Valois, of whom it was whispered about with a sort of respect. Do you know, that is the Lamotte of the affair of the necklace. These singular amnesties do occur in parties. Let us add the following. In the bourgeoisie, honoured situations decay through too easy relations. One must beware whom one admits, in the same way that there is a loss of caloric in the vicinity of those who are cold, there is a diminution of consideration in the approach of despised persons. The ancient society of the upper classes held themselves above this law, as above every other. Marigny, the brother of the Pompadour, had his entry with Monsieur le Prince de Soubise. In spite of? No, because. Du Barry, the godfather of the Vaubernier, was very welcome at the house of Monsieur le Maréchal de Richelieu. This society is Olympus. Mercury and the Prince of Guémené are at home there. A thief is admitted there, provided he be a god. The Comte de la Motte, who in 1815 was an old man 75 years of age, had nothing remarkable about him, except his silent and sententious air, his cold and angular face, his perfectly polished manners, his coat buttoned up to his cravat, and his long legs always crossed in the long flabby trousers of the hue of burnt sienna. His face was the same colour as his trousers. This Monsieur de la Motte was held in consideration in this salon on account of his celebrity, and, strange to say, though true, because of his name of Valois. As for Gillenormand, his consideration was absolutely first-rate quality. He had, in spite of his levity and without its interfering in any way with his dignity, a certain manner about him which was imposing, dignified, honest, and lofty, in a bourgeois fashion, and his great age added to it. One is not a century with impunity. The years finally produce round a head a venerable dishevelment. In addition to this, he said things which had the genuine sparkle of the old rock. Thus, when the King of Prussia, after having restored Louis XVIII, came to pay the latter a visit under the name of the Count de Rupin, he was received by the descendant of Louis XIV, somewhat as though he had been the Marquis de Brandebourg, and with the most delicate impertinence. Monsieur Gillenormand approved. "All kings who are not the King of France," said he, "are provincial kings." One day the following question was put, and the following answer returned in his presence. To what was the editor of the Courrier Français condemned? To be suspended. "Such is superfluous," observed Monsieur Gillenormand. Remarks of this nature found a situation. At the Te Deum, on the anniversary of the return of the Bourbons, he said, on seeing Monsieur de Talleyrand pass by, "There goes His Excellency the Evil One." Monsieur Gillenormand was always accompanied by his daughter, the tall mademoiselle, who was over 40 and looked 50, and by a handsome little boy of 7 years, white, rosy, fresh, with happy and trusting eyes, who never appeared in that salon without hearing voices murmur around him, "How handsome he is! What a pity! Poor child!" This child was the one of whom we dropped the word a while ago. He was called Poor Child because he had for a father a brigand of the Loire. This brigand of the Loire was Monsieur Gillenormand's son-in-law, who has already been mentioned, and whom Monsieur Gillenormand called the disgrace of his family. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Cagliostro.
Chapter 2 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3. The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 2. One of the red spectres of that epoch. Anyone who had chanced to pass through the little town of Vernon at this epoch, and who had happened to walk across that fine monumental bridge, which will soon be succeeded, let us hope, by some hideous iron cable bridge, might have observed, had he dropped his eyes over the parapet, a man about 50 years of age, wearing a leather cap and trousers and a waistcoat of coarse grey cloth, to which something yellow, which had been a red ribbon, was sewn, shod with wooden sabots, tanned by the sun, his face nearly black and his hair nearly white, a large scar on his forehead which ran down upon his cheek, bowed, bent, prematurely aged, who walked nearly every day, hoe and sickle in hand, in one of those compartments surrounded by walls which abut on the bridge, and border the left bank of the Seine, like a chain of terraces, charming enclosures full of flowers, of which one could say, were they much larger, "These are gardens," and were they a little smaller, "These are bouquets." All these enclosures abut upon the river at one end, and on a house at the other. The man in the waistcoat and the wooden shoes, of whom we have just spoken, inhabited the smallest of these enclosures and the most humble of these houses, about 1817. He lived there alone and solitary, silently and poorly, with a woman who was neither young nor old, neither homely nor pretty, neither a peasant nor a bourgeoise, who served him. The plot of earth which he called his garden was celebrated in the town for the beauty of the flowers which he cultivated there. These flowers were his occupation. By dint of labour, of perseverance, of attention, and of buckets of water, he had succeeded in creating after the Creator, and he had invented certain tulips and certain dahlias which seemed to have been forgotten by nature. He was ingenious. He had forestalled Soulange Bodin in the formation of little clumps of earth of heath mould, for the cultivation of rare and precious shrubs from America and China. He was in his alleys from the break of day in summer, planting, cutting, hoeing, watering, walking amid his flowers with an air of kindness, sadness, and sweetness, sometimes standing motionless and thoughtful for hours, listening to the song of a bird in the trees, the babble of a child in a house, or with his eyes fixed on a drop of dew at the tip of a spear of grass, of which the sun made a carbuncle. His table was very plain, and he drank more milk than wine. A child could make him give way, and his servant scolded him. He was so timid that he seemed shy. He rarely went out, and he saw no one but the poor people who tapped at his pane, and his curé, the Abbé Mabeuf, a good old man. Nevertheless, if the inhabitants of the town, or strangers, or any chance comers, curious to see his tulips, rang at his little cottage, he opened his door with a smile. He was the brigand of the Loire. Anyone who had at the same time read military memoirs, biographies, the Moniteur, and the bulletins of the Grand Army, would have been struck by a name which occurs there with tolerable frequency, the name of Georges Pontmercy. When very young, this Georges Pontmercy had been a soldier in Saintonge's regiment. The Revolution broke out. Saintonge's regiment formed a part of the Army of the Rhine, for the old regiments of the monarchy preserved their names of provinces even after the fall of the monarchy, and were only divided into brigades in 1794. Pontmercy fought at Speer, at Worms, at Neustadt, at Turkheim, at Alzey, at Mayence, where he was one of the 200 who formed Houchard's rearguard. It was the 12th to hold its ground against the corps of the Prince of Hesse, behind the old rampart of Andernach, and only rejoined the main body of the army when the enemy's cannon had opened a breach from the cord of the parapet to the foot of the glacis. He was under Kléber at Marchiennes, and at the battle of Mont-Palissel, where a ball from a Biscayen broke his arm. Then he passed to the frontier of Italy, and was one of the 30 grenadiers who defended the Col de Tende with Joubert. Joubert was appointed its adjutant-general, and Pontmercy sub-lieutenant. Pontmercy was by Berthier's side in the midst of the grape-shot of that day at Lodi, which caused Bonaparte to say, "Berthier has been cannoneer, cavalier, and grenadier." He beheld his old general, Joubert, fall at Novi, at the moment when, with uplifted sabre, he was shouting, "Forward!" Having been embarked with his company in the exigencies of the campaign, on board a pinnace which was proceeding from Genoa to some obscure port on the coast, he fell into a wasp's nest of 7 or 8 English vessels. The Genoese commander wanted to throw his cannon into the sea, to hide the soldiers between decks, and to slip along in the dark as a merchant vessel. Pontmercy had the colours hoisted to the peak, and sailed proudly past under the guns of the British frigates. 20 leagues further on, his audacity having increased, he attacked with his pinnace and captured a large English transport which was carrying troops to Sicily, and which was so loaded down with men and horses that the vessel was sunk to the level of the sea. In 1805 he was in that Mahler division which took Günzburg from the Archduke Ferdinand. At Weltingen he received into his arms, beneath a storm of bullets, Colonel Maupetit, mortally wounded, at the head of the 9th Dragoons. He distinguished himself at Austerlitz in that admirable march in echelons effected under the enemy's fire. When the cavalry of the Imperial Russian Guard crushed a battalion of the 4th of the line, Pontmercy was one of those who took their revenge and overthrew the Guard. The Emperor gave him the cross. Pontmercy saw Wurmser at Mantua, Mélas, and Alexandria, Mack at Ulm, made prisoners in succession. He formed a part of the 8th Corps of the Grand Army which Mortier commanded, and which captured Hamburg. Then he was transferred to the 55th of the line, which was the old regiment of Flanders. At Eylau he was in the cemetery where, for the space of 2 hours, the heroic Captain Louis Hugo, the uncle of the author of this book, sustained alone with his company of 83 men every effort of the hostile army. Pontmercy was one of the 3 who emerged alive from that cemetery. He was at Friedland, then he saw Moscow, then La Beresina, then Lutzen, Bautzen, Dresden, Wachau, Leipzig, and the defiles of Gelenhausen, then Montmirail, Chateau Thierry, Craon, the banks of the Marne, the banks of the Aisne, and the redoubtable position of Laon. At Arnay-le-Duc, being then a captain, he put 10 Cossacks to the sword, and saved, not his general, but his corporal. He was well slashed up on this occasion, and 27 splinters were extracted from his left arm alone. 8 days before the capitulation of Paris he had just exchanged with a comrade and entered the cavalry. He had what was called under the old regime the double hand, that is to say, an equal aptitude for handling the sabre or the musket as a soldier, or a squadron or a battalion as an officer. It is from this aptitude, perfected by a military education, which certain special branches of the service arise, the dragoons, for example, who are both cavalrymen and infantry at one and the same time. He accompanied Napoleon to the island of Elba. At Waterloo he was chief of a squadron of cuirassiers in Dubois' brigade. It was he who captured the standard of the Lunenburg battalion. He came and cast the flag at the Emperor's feet. He was covered with blood. While tearing down the banner he had received a sword cut across his face. The Emperor, greatly pleased, shouted to him, "You are a colonel, you are a baron, you are an officer of the Legion of Honor." Pontmercy replied, "Sire, I thank you for my widow." An hour later he fell in the ravine of Ohain. Now, who was this Georges Pontmercy? He was this same brigand of the Loire. We have already seen something of his history. After Waterloo, Pontmercy, who had been pulled out of the hollow road of Ohain, as it will be remembered, had succeeded in joining the army, and had dragged himself from ambulance to ambulance as far as the cantonments of the Loire. The Restoration had placed him on half pay, then had sent him into residence, that is to say, under surveillance at Vernon. King Louis XVIII, regarding all that which had taken place during the 100 Days as not having occurred at all, did not recognize his quality as an officer of the Legion of Honor, nor his grade of colonel, nor his title of baron. He, on his side, neglected no occasion of signing himself Colonel Baron Pontmercy. He had only an old blue coat, and he never went out without fastening to it his rosette as an officer of the Legion of Honor. The attorney for the crown had him warned that the authorities would prosecute him for illegal wearing of this decoration. When this notice was conveyed to him through an officious intermediary, Pontmercy retorted with a bitter smile, "I do not know whether I no longer understand French, or whether you no longer speak it, but the fact is that I do not understand." Then he went out for 8 successive days with his rosette. They dared not interfere with him. 2 or 3 times the Minister of War and the general in command of the department wrote to him with the following address: "À Monsieur le Commandant Pontmercy." He sent back the letters with the seals unbroken. At the same moment, Napoleon at St. Helena was treating in the same fashion the missives of Sir Hudson Lowe, addressed to General Bonaparte. Pontmercy had ended, may we be pardoned the expression, by having in his mouth the same saliva as his emperor. In the same way there were at Rome Carthaginian prisoners who refused to salute Flaminius, and who had a little of Hannibal's spirit. One day he encountered the district attorney in one of the streets of Vernon, stepped up to him, and said, "Mr. Crown Attorney, am I permitted to wear my scar?" He had nothing save his meagre half-pay as chief of squadron. He had hired the smallest house which he could find at Vernon. He lived there alone, we have just seen how. Under the Empire, between 2 wars, he had found time to marry Mademoiselle Gillenormand. The old bourgeois, thoroughly indignant at bottom, had given his consent with a sigh, saying, "The greatest families are forced into it." In 1815, Madame Pontmercy, an admirable woman in every sense, by the way, lofty in sentiment and rare, and worthy of her husband, died, leaving a child. This child had been the colonel's joy in his solitude, but the grandfather had imperatively claimed his grandson, declaring that if the child were not given to him, he would disinherit him. The father had yielded in the little one's interest, and had transferred his love to flowers. Moreover, he had renounced everything, and neither stirred up mischief nor conspired. He shared his thoughts between the innocent things which he was then doing, and the great things which he had done. He passed his time in expecting a pink, or in recalling Austerlitz. Monsieur Gillenormand kept up no relations with his son-in-law. The colonel was a bandit to him. Monsieur Gillenormand never mentioned the colonel, except when he occasionally made mocking allusions to his baronship. It had been expressly agreed that Pontmercy should never attempt to see his son, nor to speak to him, under penalty of having the latter handed over to him, disowned and disinherited. For the Gillenormands, Pontmercy was a man afflicted with the plague. They intended to bring up the child in their own way. Perhaps the colonel was wrong to accept these conditions, but he submitted to them, thinking that he was doing right and sacrificing no one but himself. The inheritance of Father Gillenormand did not amount to much, but the inheritance of Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder was considerable. This aunt, who had remained unmarried, was very rich on the maternal side, and her sister's son was her natural heir. The boy, whose name was Marius, knew that he had a father, but nothing more. No one opened his mouth to him about it. Nevertheless, in the society into which his grandfather took him, whispers, innuendos, and winks had eventually enlightened the little boy's mind. He had finally understood something of the case, and as he naturally took in the ideas and opinions, which were, so to speak, the air he breathed, by a sort of infiltration and slow penetration, he gradually came to think of his father only with shame and with a pain at his heart. While he was growing up in this fashion, the colonel slipped away every 2 or 3 months, came to Paris on the sly, like a criminal breaking his ban, and went and posted himself at Saint-Sulpice, at the hour when Aunt Gillenormand led Marius to the mass. There, trembling lest the aunt should turn around, concealed behind a pillar, motionless, not daring to breathe, he gazed at his child. The scarred veteran was afraid of that old spinster. From this had arisen his connection with the curé of Vernon, Monsieur l'Abbé Mabeuf. That worthy priest was the brother of a warden of Saint-Sulpice, who had often observed this man gazing at his child, and the scar on his cheek and the large tears in his eyes. That man, who had so manly an air, yet who was weeping like a woman, had struck the warden. That face had clung to his mind. One day, having gone to Vernon to see his brother, he had encountered Colonel Pontmercy on the bridge, and had recognized the man of Saint-Sulpice. The warden had mentioned the circumstance to the curé, and both had paid the colonel a visit on some pretext or other. This visit led to others. The colonel, who had been extremely reserved at first, ended by opening his heart, and the curé and the warden finally came to know the whole history, and how Pontmercy was sacrificing his happiness to his child's future. This caused the curé to regard him with veneration and tenderness, and the colonel, on his side, became fond of the curé. And moreover, when both are sincere and good, no men so penetrate each other, and so amalgamate with each other, as an old priest and an old soldier. At bottom, the man is the same. The one has devoted his life to his country here below, the other to his country on high. That is the only difference. Twice a year, on the 1st of January and on St. George's Day, Marius wrote duty letters to his father, which were dictated by his aunt, and which one would have pronounced to be copied from some formula. This was all that Monsieur Gillenormand tolerated, and the father answered them with very tender letters, which the grandfather thrust into his pocket unread. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 3, Requiescant. Madame de T.'s salon was all that Marius Pontmercy knew of the world. It was the only opening through which he could get a glimpse of life. This opening was sombre, and more cold than warmth, more night than day, came to him through this skylight. This child, who had been all joy and light on entering this strange world, soon became melancholy, and what is still more contrary to his age, grave. Surrounded by all those singular and imposing personages, he gazed about him with serious amazement. Everything conspired to increase this astonishment in him. There were in Madame de T.'s salon some very noble ladies named Mathin, Noé, Lévis, Levis, which was pronounced Lévis, Cambise, Cambis, pronounced Cambise. These antique visages and these biblical names mingled in the child's mind with the Old Testament which he was learning by heart. and when they were all there, seated in a circle around a dying fire sparely lighted by a lamp shaded with green, with their severe profiles, their grey or white hair, their long gowns of another age, whose lugubrious colours could not be distinguished, dropping at rare intervals words which were both majestic and severe, little Marius stared at them with frightened eyes, in the conviction that he beheld not women, but patriarchs and magi, not real beings, but phantoms. With these phantoms, priests were sometimes mingled, frequenters of this ancient salon, and some gentlemen, the Marquis de Sasse, private secretary to Madame de Berry, the Vicomte de Val, who published under the pseudonym of Charles Antoine mono-rhymed odes, the Prince de Beauf, who, though very young, had a grey head and a pretty and witty wife, whose very low-necked toilettes of scarlet velvet with gold torsades alarmed these shadows, the Marquis de C. de E., the man in all France who best understood proportioned politeness, the Comte d'Am, the kindly man with the amiable chin, and the Chevalier de Portegui, a pillar of the library of the Louvre, called the King's Cabinet. Monsieur de Portegui, bald and rather aged than old, was wont to relate that in 1793, at the age of 16, he had been put in the galleys as refractory and chained with an octogenarian, the Bishop of Mirepoix, also refractory, but as a priest, while he was so in the capacity of a soldier. This was at Toulon. Their business was to go at night and gather up on the scaffold the heads and bodies of the persons who had been guillotined during the day. They bore away on their backs these dripping corpses, and their red galley slave blouses had a clot of blood at the back of the neck, which was dry in the morning and wet at night. These tragic tales abounded in Madame de T.'s salon, and, by dint of cursing Marat, they applauded Trestaillon. Some deputies of the undiscoverable variety played their whist there. Monsieur Thibault du Chalard, Monsieur Lemarchand de Gomicourt, and the celebrated scoffer of the right, Monsieur Cornet d'Incourt. The bailiff de Ferrette, with his short breeches and his thin legs, sometimes traversed this salon on his way to Monsieur de Talleyrand. He had been Monsieur le Comte d'Artois' companion in pleasures, and, unlike Aristotle crouching under Campaspe, he had made the Guimard crawl on all fours, and in that way he had exhibited to the ages a philosopher avenged by a bailiff. As for the priests, there was the Abbé Halma, the same to whom Monsieur Larose, his collaborator on La Foudre, said, "Bah, who is there who is not 50 years old? A few greenhorns, perhaps?" The Abbé Le Tourneur, preacher to the king, the Abbé Frayssinous, who was not as yet either count or bishop or minister or peer, and who wore an old cassock whose buttons were missing, and the Abbé Caravenon, curé of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, also the Pope's nuncio, then Monsignor Macchi, Archbishop of Nisibi, later on cardinal, remarkable for his long pensive nose, and another Monsignor entitled thus: Abbate Palmieri, domestic prelate, one of the 7 participant prothonotarios of the Holy See, canon of the illustrious Liberian Basilica, advocate of the saints, postulatore de Innocente, which refers to matters of canonization, and signifies very nearly master of requests of the section of Paradise. Lastly, 2 cardinals, Monsieur de la Luzerne and Monsieur de C.L.T. The Cardinal of Luzerne was a writer, and was destined to have, a few years later, the honor of signing in the Conservateur articles side by side with Chateaubriand. Monsieur de C.L.T. was Archbishop of Toul, and often made trips to Paris, to his nephew, the Marquis de T., who was Minister of Marine and War. The Cardinal of C.L.T. was a merry little man, who displayed his red stockings beneath his tucked-up cassock. His specialty was a hatred of the Encyclopaedia, and his desperate play at billiards, and persons who, at that epoch, passed through the Rue M on summer evenings, where the Hôtel de C.L.T. then stood, halted to listen to the shock of the balls, and the piercing voice of the cardinal shouting to his conclavist, Monseigneur Cotteret, Bishop in partibus of Cariste, "Mark, Abbé, I make a canon." The Cardinal de C.L.T. had been brought to Madame de T.'s by his most intimate friend, Monsieur de Roquelaure, former Bishop of Senlis and one of the 40. Monsieur de Roquelaure was notable for his lofty figure and his assiduity at the Academy, Through the glass door of the neighboring hall of the library where the French Academy then held its meetings, the curious could, on every Tuesday, contemplate the ex-bishop of Senlis, usually standing erect, freshly powdered, in violet hose, with his back turned to the door, apparently for the purpose of allowing a better view of his little collar. All these ecclesiastics, though for the most part as much courtiers as churchmen, added to the gravity of the tea salon, whose seigneurial aspect was accentuated by 5 peers of France, the Marquis de Vib, the Marquis de Tal, the Marquis de Herbe, the Vicomte d'Am, and the Duc de Val. This Duc de Val, although Prince de Mont, that is to say, a reigning prince abroad, had so high an idea of France and its peerage, that he viewed everything through their medium. It was he who said, "The cardinals are the peers of France of Rome. The lords are the peers of France of England." Moreover, as it is indispensable that the Revolution should be everywhere in this century, this feudal salon was, as we have said, dominated by a bourgeois. Monsieur Gillenormand reigned there. There lay the essence and quintessence of the Parisian white society. There reputations, even royalist reputations, were held in quarantine. There is always a trace of anarchy in renown. Chateaubriand, had he entered there, would have produced the effect of Père Duchesne. Some of the scoffed at did, nevertheless, penetrate thither on sufferance. Comte Beug was received there, subject to correction. The noble salons of the present day no longer resemble those salons. The Faubourg Saint-Germain reeks of the faggot even now. The royalists of today are demagogues, let us record it to their credit. At Madame de T.'s the society was superior, taste was exquisite and haughty, under the cover of a great show of politeness. Manners there admitted of all sorts of involuntary refinements, which were the old regime itself, buried, but still alive. Some of these habits, especially in the matter of language, seem eccentric. Persons but superficially acquainted with them would have taken for provincial that which was only antique. A woman was called Madame la Générale. Madame la Colonelle was not entirely disused. The charming Madame de Léon, in memory no doubt of the Duchesse de Longueville and de Chevreuse, preferred this appellation to her title of Princesse. The Marquise de Créquy was also called Madame la Colonelle. It was this little high society which invented at the Tuileries the refinement of speaking to the king in private as the king in the third person, and never as your majesty, the designation of your majesty having been soiled by the usurper. Men and deeds were brought to judgment there. They jeered at the age, which released them from the necessity of understanding it. They abetted each other in amazement. They communicated to each other that modicum of light which they possessed. Methuselah bestowed information on Epimenides. The deaf man made the blind man acquainted with the course of things. They declared that the time which had elapsed since Coblentz had not existed, in the same manner that Louis XVIII. Was, by the grace of God, in the 25th year of his reign, the emigrants were, by rights, in the 25th year of their adolescence. All was harmonious. Nothing was too much alive. Speech hardly amounted to a breath. The newspapers, agreeing with the salons, seemed a papyrus. There were some young people, but they were rather dead. The liveries in the antechamber were antiquated. These utterly obsolete personages were served by domestics of the same stamp. They all had the air of having lived a long time ago, and of obstinately resisting the sepulchre. Nearly the whole dictionary consisted of conserver, conservation, conservateur. To be in good odour, that was the point. There are, in fact, aromatics in the opinions of these venerable groups, and their ideas smelled of it. It was a mummified society. The masters were embalmed, the servants were stuffed with straw. A worthy old marquise, an émigrée and ruined, who had but a solitary maid, continued to say, "My people." What did they do in Madame de T.'s salon? They were ultra. To be ultra, this word, although what it represents may not have disappeared, has no longer any meaning at the present day. Let us explain it. To be ultra is to go beyond. It is to attack the sceptre in the name of the throne, and the mitre in the name of the attar. It is to ill-treat the thing which one is dragging. It is to kick over the traces. It is to cavil at the faggot on the score of the amount of cooking received by heretics. It is to reproach the idol with its small amount of idolatry. It is to insult through excess of respect. It is to discover that the Pope is not sufficiently papish, that the king is not sufficiently royal, and that the night has too little light. It is to be discontented with alabaster, with snow, with the swan and the lily, in the name of whiteness. It is to be a partisan of things to the point of becoming their enemy. It is to be so strongly for as to be against. The ultra spirit especially characterizes the first phase of the Restoration. Nothing in history resembles that quarter of an hour which begins in 1814 and terminates about 1820, with the advent of M. de Villèle, the practical man of the right. These 6 years were an extraordinary moment, at one and the same time brilliant and gloomy, smiling and sombre, illuminated as by the radiance of dawn, and entirely covered at the same time with the shadows of the great catastrophes which still filled the horizon and were slowly sinking into the past. There existed in that light and that shadow a complete little new and old world, comic and sad, juvenile and senile, which was rubbing its eyes. Nothing resembles an awakening like a return. A group which regarded France with ill temper, and which France regarded with irony, good old owls of marquises by the streetful, who had returned, and of ghosts, the former subjects of amazement at everything. Brave and noble gentlemen who smiled at being in France, but wept also, delighted to behold their country once more, in despair at not finding their monarchy. The nobility of the Crusades treating the nobility of the Empire, that is to say, the nobility of the sword, with scorn. Historic races who had lost the sense of history. The sons of the companions of Charlemagne disdaining the companions of Napoleon. The swords, as we have just remarked, returned the insult. The sword of Fontenoy was laughable and nothing but a scrap of rusty iron. The sword of Marengo was odious and was only a sabre. Former days did not recognize yesterday. People no longer had the feeling for what was grand. There was some one who called Bonaparte Scapin. This society no longer exists. Nothing of it, we repeat, exists today. When we select from it some one figure at random, attempt to make it live again in thought, it seems as strange to us as the world before the deluge. It is because it too, as a matter of fact, has been engulfed in a deluge. It has disappeared beneath 2 revolutions. What billows are ideas! How quickly they cover all that it is their mission to destroy and to bury, and how promptly they create frightful gulfs. Such was the physiognomy of the salons of those distant and candid times when M. Martainville had more wit than Voltaire. These salons had a literature and politics of their own. They believed in Fiévée. M. Agier laid down the law in them. They commentated M. Colnet, the old bookseller and publicist of the Quai Malaquais. Napoleon was to them thoroughly the Corsican ogre. Later on, the introduction into history of M. le Marquis de Bonaparte, Lieutenant General of the King's armies, was a concession to the spirit of the age. These salons did not long preserve their purity. Beginning with 1818, doctrinarians began to spring up in them, a disturbing shade. Their way was to be royalists and to excuse themselves for being so. Where the ultras were very proud, the doctrinarians were rather ashamed. They had wit, they had silence. Their political dogma was suitably impregnated with arrogance. They should have succeeded. They indulged, and usefully too, in excesses in the matter of white neckties and tightly buttoned coats. The mistake or the misfortune of the doctrinarian party was to create aged youth. They assumed the poses of wise men. They dreamed of engrafting a temperate power on the absolute and excessive principle. They opposed, and sometimes with rare intelligence, conservative liberalism to the liberalism which demolishes. They were heard to say, "Thanks for royalism, it has rendered more than one service. It has brought back tradition, worship, religion, respect. It is faithful, brave, chivalric, loving, devoted. It has mingled, though with regret, the secular grandeurs of the monarchy with the new grandeurs of the nation. Its mistake is not to understand the Revolution, the Empire, glory, liberty, young ideas, young generations, the age. But this mistake which it makes with regard to us, have we not sometimes been guilty of it towards them? The Revolution, whose heirs we are, ought to be intelligent on all points. To attack royalism is a misconstruction of liberalism. What an error! And what blindness! Revolutionary France is wanting in respect towards historic France, that is to say, towards its mother, that is to say, towards itself. After the 5th of September, the nobility of the monarchy is treated as the nobility of the empire was treated after the 5th of July. They were unjust to the eagle as we are unjust to the fleur-de-lis. It seems that we must always have something to proscribe. Does it serve any purpose to ungild the crown of Louis XIV, to scrape the coat of arms of Henri IV? We scoff at M. de Vaublanc for erasing the N's from the bridge of Jena. What was it that he did? What are we doing? Bouvines belongs to us as well as Marengo. The fleur-de-lis are ours as well as the N's. That is our patrimony. To what purpose shall we diminish it? We must not deny our country in the past any more than in the present. Why not accept the whole of history? Why not love the whole of France? It was thus that doctrinarians criticized and protected royalism, which was displeased at criticism and furious at protection. The ultras marked the first epoch of royalism. Congregation characterized the second. Skill follows ardor. Let us confine ourselves here to this sketch. In the course of this narrative, the author of this book has encountered in his path this curious moment of contemporary history. He has been forced to cast a passing glance upon it, and to trace once more some of the singular features of this society which is unknown to-day. But he does it rapidly, and without any bitter or derisive idea. Souvenirs both respectful and affectionate, for they touch his mother, attach him to this past. Moreover, let us remark, this same petty world had a grandeur of its own. One may smile at it, but one can neither despise nor hate it. It was the France of former days. Marius Pontmercy pursued some studies, as all children do. When he emerged from the hands of Aunt Gillenormand, his grandfather confided him to a worthy professor of the most purely classic innocence. This young soul which was expanding passed from a prude to a vulgar pedant. Marius went through his years of college, then he entered the law school. He was a royalist, fanatical and severe. He did not love his grandfather much, as the latter's gaiety and cynicism repelled him, and his feelings towards his father were gloomy. He was, on the whole, a cold and ardent, noble, generous, proud, religious, enthusiastic lad, dignified to harshness, pure to shyness. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 4, End of the Brigand. The conclusion of Marius's classical studies coincided with M. Gillenormand's departure from society. The old man bade farewell to the Faubourg Saint-Germain and to Madame de T.'s salon, and established himself in the Mardi in his house of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. There he had for servants, in addition to the porter, that chambermaid Nicolette who had succeeded to Magnon, and that short-breathed and pursy Basque who have been mentioned above. In 1827 Marius had just attained his 17th year. One evening, on his return home, he saw his grandfather holding a letter in his hand. "Marius," said M. Gillenormand, "you will set out for Vernon to-morrow." "Why?" said Marius. "To see your father." Marius was seized with a trembling fit. He had thought of everything except this, that he should one day be called upon to see his father. Nothing could be more unexpected, more surprising, and, let us admit it, more disagreeable to him. It was forcing estrangement into reconciliation. It was not an affliction, but it was an unpleasant duty. Marius, in addition to his motives of political antipathy, was convinced that his father, the slasher, as M. Gillenormand called him on his amiable days, did not love him. This was evident, since he had abandoned him to others. Feeling that he was not beloved, he did not love. Nothing is more simple, he said to himself. He was so astounded that he did not question M. Gillenormand. The grandfather resumed, "It appears that he is ill. He demands your presence." And after a pause he added, "Set out tomorrow morning. I think there is a coach which leaves the Cour des Fontaines at 6 o'clock, and which arrives in the evening. Take it. He says that here is haste." Then he crushed the letter in his hand and thrust it into his pocket. Marius might have set out that very evening and have been with his father on the following morning. A diligence from the Rue du Boulois took the trip to Rouen by night at that date, and passed through Vernon. Neither Marius nor M. Gillenormand thought of making inquiries about it. The next day, at twilight, Marius reached Vernon. People were just beginning to light their candles. He asked the first person whom he met for Monsieur Pontmercy's house. For in his own mind he agreed with the Restoration, and, like it, did not recognize his father's claim to the title of either colonel or baron. The house was pointed out to him. He rang. A woman with a little lamp in her hand opened the door. "Monsieur Pontmercy," said Marius. The woman remained motionless. "Is this his house?" demanded Marius. The woman nodded affirmatively. "Can I speak with him?" The woman shook her head. "But I am his son," persisted Marius. "He is expecting me." "He no longer expects you," said the woman. Then he perceived that she was weeping. She pointed to the door of a room on the ground floor. He entered. In that room, which was lighted by a tallow candle standing on the chimney-piece, there were 3 men, one standing erect, another kneeling, and one lying at full length on the floor in his shirt. The one on the floor was the colonel. The other 2 were the doctor and the priest, who was engaged in prayer. The colonel had been attacked by brain fever 3 days previously. As he had a foreboding of evil at the very beginning of his illness, he had written to M. Gillenormand to demand his son. The malady had grown worse. On the very evening of Marius' arrival at Vernon, the colonel had had an attack of delirium. He had risen from his bed, in spite of the servants' efforts to prevent him, crying, "My son is not coming. I shall go to meet him." Then he ran out of his room and fell prostrate on the floor of the antechamber. He had just expired. The doctor had been summoned, and the curé. The doctor had arrived too late. The son had also arrived too late. By the dim light of the candle, a large tear could be distinguished on the pale and prostrate colonel's cheek, where it had trickled from his dead eye. The eye was extinguished, but the tear was not yet dry. That tear was his son's delay. Marius gazed upon that man whom he beheld for the first time, on that venerable and manly face, on those open eyes which saw not, on those white locks, those robust limbs, on which, here and there, brown lines marking sword thrusts, and a sort of red stars, which indicated bullet holes, were visible. He contemplated that gigantic scar which stamped heroism on that countenance upon which God had imprinted goodness. He reflected that this man was his father, and that this man was dead, and a chill ran over him. The sorrow which he felt was the sorrow which he would have felt in the presence of any other man whom he had chanced to behold stretched out in death. Anguish, poignant anguish, was in that chamber. The servant woman was lamenting in a corner, the curé was praying, and his sobs were audible, the doctor was wiping his eyes, the corpse itself was weeping. The doctor, the priest, and the woman gazed at Marius in the midst of their affliction without uttering a word. He was the stranger there. Marius, who was far too little affected, felt ashamed and embarrassed at his own attitude. He held his hat in his hand, and he dropped it on the floor in order to produce the impression that grief had deprived him of the strength to hold it. At the same time he experienced remorse, and he despised himself for behaving in this manner. But was it his fault? He did not love his father. Why should he? The colonel had left nothing. The sale of big furniture barely paid the expenses of his burial. The servant found a scrap of paper which she handed to Marius. It contained the following in the colonel's handwriting: "For my son, the Emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes my right to this title, which I purchased with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. That he will be worthy of it is a matter of course." Below, the colonel had added, "At that same battle of Waterloo, a sergeant saved my life. The man's name was Thénardier. I think that he has recently been keeping a little inn in a village in the neighborhood of Paris, at Chelles or Montfermeil. If my son meets him, he will do all the good he can to Thénardier." Marius took this paper and preserved it, not out of duty to his father, but because of that vague respect for death which is always imperious in the heart of man. Nothing remained of the colonel. M. Gillenormand had his sword and uniform sold to an old clothes dealer. The neighbors devastated the garden and pillaged the rare flowers. The other plants turned to nettles and weeds and died. Marius remained only 48 hours at Vernon. After the interment he returned to Paris, and applied himself again to his law studies, with no more thought of his father than if the latter had never lived. In 2 days the colonel was buried, and in 3 forgotten. Marius wore crape on his hat. That was all. End of Book 3, Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Book 3 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Bowman. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 5. The Utility of Going to Mass in Order to Become a Revolutionist. Marius had preserved the religious habits of his childhood. One Sunday, when he went to hear Mass at Saint-Sulpice, at that same chapel of the Virgin, whither his aunt had led him when a small lad, he placed himself behind a pillar, being more absent-minded and thoughtful than usual on that occasion, and knelt down, without paying any special heed, upon a chair of Utrecht velvet, on the back of which was inscribed this name: Monsieur Mabeuf, Warden. Mass had hardly begun when an old man presented himself and said to Marius, "This is my place, sir." Marius stepped aside promptly, and the old man took possession of his chair. The Mass concluded, Marius still stood thoughtfully a few paces distant. The old man approached him again and said, "I beg your pardon, sir, for having disturbed you a while ago, and for again disturbing you at this moment. You must have thought me intrusive, and I will explain myself." "There is no need of that, sir," said Marius. "Yes," went on the old man, "I do not wish you to have a bad opinion of me. You see, I am attached to this place. It seems to me that the Mass is better from here. Why? I will tell you. It is from this place that I have watched a poor, brave father come regularly, every 2 or 3 months, for the last 10 years, since he had no other opportunity and no other way of seeing his child, because he was prevented by family arrangements. He came at the hour when he knew that his son would be brought to Mass. The little one never suspected that his father was there. Perhaps he did not even know that he had a father, poor innocent. The father kept behind a pillar so that he might not be seen. He gazed at his child, and he wept. He adored that little fellow, poor man. I could see that. This spot has become sanctified in my sight, and I have contracted a habit of coming hither to listen to the Mass. I prefer it to the stall to which I have a right in my capacity of warden. I knew that unhappy gentleman a little, too. He had a father-in-law, a wealthy aunt, relatives, I don't know exactly what all, who threatened to disinherit the child if he, The father saw him. He sacrificed himself in order that his son might be rich and happy some day. He was separated from him because of political opinions. Certainly I approve of political opinions, but there are people who do not know where to stop. Mon Dieu. A man is not a monster because he was at Waterloo. A father is not separated from his child for such a reason as that. He was one of Bonaparte's colonels. He's dead, I believe. He lived at Vernon, where I have a brother who is a curé, and his name was something like Pontmarie or Montpercy. He had a fine sword cut, on my honor. Pontmercy? Suggested Marius, turning pale. Precisely, Pontmercy. Did you know him? Sir, said Marius, he was my father. The old warden clasped his hands and exclaimed, Ah, you are the child. Yes, that's true. He must be a man by this time. Well, poor child, you may say that you had a father who loved you dearly. Marius offered his arm to the old man and conducted him to his lodgings. On the following day he said to M. Gillenormand, I have arranged a hunting party with some friends. Will you permit me to be absent for 3 days? 4, replied his grandfather. Go and amuse yourself. And he said to his daughter in a low tone and with a wink, Some love affair. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Greg Bowman.
Chapter 6 of Book 3 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo, translated by Elizabeth Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 6, The Consequences of Having Met a Warden. Where it was that Marius went will be disclosed a little further on. Marius was absent for 3 days. Then he returned to Paris, went straight to the library of the law school, and asked for the files of the Moniteur. He read the Moniteur. He read all the histories of the Republic and the Empire, the Memorial de Sainte Hélène, all the memoirs, all the newspapers, the bulletins, the proclamations. He devoured everything. The first time that he came across his father's name in the bulletins of the Grand Army, he had a fever for a week. He went to see the generals under whom Georges Pontmercy had served. Among others, Comte H. Churchwarden Mabeuf, whom he went to see again, told him about the life of Vernon, the colonel's retreat, his flowers, his solitude. Marius came to a full knowledge of that rare, sweet, and sublime man, that species of lion lamb who had been his father. In the meantime, occupied as he was with this study which absorbed all his moments as well as his thoughts, he hardly saw the Gillenormands at all. He made his appearance at meals. Then they searched for him, and he was not to be found. Father Gillenormand smiled. Bah, bah, he's just at the age for the girls. Sometimes the old man added, The deuce! I thought it was only an affair of gallantry. It seems that it is an affair of passion. It was a passion, in fact. Marius was on the high road to adoring his father. At the same time, his ideas underwent an extraordinary change. The phases of this change were numerous and successive. As this is the history of many minds of our day, we think it will prove useful to follow these phases step by step, and to indicate them all. That history upon which he had just cast his eyes appalled him. The first effect was to dazzle him. Up to that time, the Republic, the Empire, had been to him only monstrous words. The Republic, a guillotine in the twilight. The Empire, a sword in the night. He had just taken a look at it, and where he had expected to find only a chaos of shadows, he had beheld, with a sort of unprecedented surprise, mingled with fear and joy, stars sparkling. Mirabeau, Vergniaud, Saint-Just, Robespierre, Camille, Desmoulins, Danton, and a sun arise, Napoleon. He did not know where he stood. He recoiled, blinded by the brilliant lights. Little by little, when his astonishment had passed off, he grew accustomed to this radiance. He contemplated these deeds without dizziness. He examined these personages without terror. The Revolution and the Empire presented themselves luminously in perspective before his mind's eye. He beheld each of these groups of events and of men summed up in two tremendous facts: the Republic in the sovereignty of civil right restored to the masses, the Empire in the sovereignty of the French idea imposed on Europe. He beheld the grand figure of the people emerge from the Revolution, and the grand figure of France spring forth from the Empire. He asserted in his conscience that all this had been good. What his dazzled state neglected in this, his first far too synthetic estimation, we do not think it necessary to point out here. It is the state of a mind on the march that we are recording. Progress is not accomplished in one stage. That stated once for all in connection with what precedes as well as with what is to follow, we continue. He then perceived that up to that moment he had comprehended his country no more than he had comprehended his father. He had not known either the one or the other, and a sort of voluntary night had obscured his eyes. Now he saw, and on the one hand he admired, while on the other he adored. He was filled with regret and remorse, and reflected in despair that all he had in his soul could now be said only to the tomb. Oh! If his father had still been in existence, if he had still had him, if God, in his compassion and his goodness, had permitted his father to be still among the living, how he would have run, how he would have precipitated himself, how he would have cried to his father, "Father, here I am, it is I have the same heart as thou, I am thy son." How he would have embraced that white head, bathed his hair in tears, gazed upon his scar, pressed his hands, adored his garment, kissed his feet. Oh! Why had his father died so early, before his time, before the justice, the love of his son had come to him? Marius had a continual sob in his heart, which said to him every moment, "Alas!" At the same time, he became more truly serious, more truly grave, more sure of his thought and his faith. At each instant, gleams of the true came to complete his reason. An inward growth seemed to be in progress within him. He was conscious of a sort of natural enlargement, which gave him two things that were new to him: his father and his country. As everything opens when one has a key, so he explained to himself that which he had hated, he penetrated that which he had abhorred. Henceforth he plainly perceived the providential, divine, and human sense of the great things which he had been taught to detest, and of the great men whom he had been instructed to curse. When he reflected on his former opinions, which were but those of yesterday, and which nevertheless seemed to him already so very ancient, he grew indignant, yet he smiled. From the rehabilitation of his father, he naturally passed to the rehabilitation of Napoleon. But the latter, we will confess, was not effected without labor. From his infancy, he had been imbued with the judgments of the party of 1814 on Bonaparte. Now, all the prejudices of the Restoration, all its interests, all its instincts tended to disfigure Napoleon. It execrated him even more than it did Robespierre. It had very cleverly turned to sufficiently good account the fatigue of the nation and the hatred of mothers. Bonaparte had become an almost fabulous monster, and in order to paint him to the imagination of the people, which, as we lately pointed out, resembles the imagination of children, the party of 1814 made him appear under all sorts of terrifying masks in succession, from that which is terrible, though it remains grandiose, to that which is terrible and becomes grotesque, from Tiberius to the bugaboo. Thus, in speaking of Bonaparte, one was free to sob or to puff up with laughter, provided that hatred lay at the bottom. Marius had never entertained, about that man as he was called, any other ideas in his mind. They had combined with the tenacity which existed in his nature. There was in him a headstrong little man who hated Napoleon. On reading history, on studying him, especially in the documents and materials for history, the veil which concealed Napoleon from the eyes of Marius was gradually rent. He caught a glimpse of something immense, and he suspected that he had been deceived up to that moment on the score of Bonaparte, as about all the rest. Each day he saw more distinctly, and he set about mounting slowly, step by step, almost regretfully in the beginning, then with intoxication and as though attracted by an irresistible fascination, first the sombre steps, then the vaguely illuminated steps, at last the luminous and splendid steps of enthusiasm. One night he was alone in his little chamber near the roof. His candle was burning. He was reading with his elbows resting on his table close to the open window. All sorts of reveries reached him from space and mingled with his thoughts. What a spectacle is the night! One hears dull sounds without knowing whence they proceed. One beholds Jupiter, which is 1,200 times larger than the earth, glowing like a firebrand. The azure is black, the stars shine. It is formidable. He was perusing the bulletins of the Grand Army, those heroic strophes penned on the field of battle. There, at intervals, he beheld his father's name. Always the name of the Emperor. The whole of that great empire presented itself to him. He felt a flood swelling and rising within him. It seemed to him at moments that his father passed close to him like a breath and whispered in his ear. He gradually got into a singular state. He thought that he heard drums, cannon, trumpets, the measured tread of battalions, the dull and distant gallop of the cavalry. From time to time his eyes were raised heavenward, and gazed upon the colossal constellations as they gleamed in the measureless depths of space. Then they fell upon his book once more, and there they beheld other colossal things moving confusedly. His heart contracted within him. He was in a transport, trembling, panting. All at once, without himself knowing what was in him and what impulse he was obeying, he sprang to his feet, stretched both arms out of the window, gazed intently into the gloom, the silence, the infinite darkness, the eternal immensity, and exclaimed, "Long live the Emperor!" From that moment forth, all was over. The ogre of Corsica, the usurper, the tyrant, the monster who was the lover of his own sisters, the actor who took lessons of Talma, the poisoner of Jaffa, the tiger, Bonaparte, all this vanished, and gave place in his mind to a vague and brilliant radiance, in which shone at an inaccessible height the pale marble phantom of Cæsar. The Emperor had been for his father only the well-beloved captain whom one admires, for whom one sacrifices oneself. He was something more to Marius. He was the predestined conductor of the French group, succeeding the Roman group in the domination of the universe. He was a prodigious architect of a destruction, the continuer of Charlemagne, of Louis XI, of Henri IV, of Richelieu, of Louis XIV, and of the Committee of Public Safety, having his spots, no doubt, his faults, his crimes even, being a man, that is to say, but august in his faults, brilliant in his spots, powerful in his crime. He was the predestined man who had forced all nations to say, "the great nation." He was better than that. He was the very incarnation of France, conquering Europe by the sword which he grasped, and the world by the light which he shed. Marius saw in Bonaparte the dazzling spectre which will always rise upon the frontier, and which will guard the future. Despot but dictator, a despot resulting from a republic and summing up a revolution. Napoleon became for him the man people, as Jesus Christ is the man God. It will be perceived that like all new converts to a religion, his conversion intoxicated him. He hurled himself headlong into adhesion, and he went too far. His nature was so constructed, once on the downward slope, it was almost impossible for him to put on the drag. Fanaticism for the sword took possession of him, and complicated in his mind his enthusiasm for the idea. He did not perceive that along with genius and pell-mell he was admitting force, that is to say, that he was installing in two compartments of his idolatry, on the one hand that which is divine, on the other that which is brutal. In many respects he had set about deceiving himself otherwise. He admitted everything. There is a way of encountering error while on one's way to the truth. He had a violent sort of good faith which took everything in the lump. In the new path which he had entered on, in judging the mistakes of the old regime as in measuring the glory of Napoleon, he neglected the attenuating circumstances. At all events, a tremendous step had been taken. Where he had formerly beheld the fall of the monarchy, he now saw the advent of France. His orientation had changed. What had been his east became the west. He had turned squarely round. All these revolutions were accomplished within him, without his family obtaining an inkling of the case. When, during this mysterious labor, he had entirely shed his old Bourbon and ultra skin, when he had cast off the aristocrat, the Jacobite, and the royalist, when he had become thoroughly a revolutionist, profoundly democratic and republican, he went to an engraver on the Quai des Orfèvres and ordered 100 cards bearing this name, Le Baron Marius Pontmercy. This was only the strictly logical consequence of the change which had taken place in him, a change in which everything gravitated round his father. Only, as he did not know anyone and could not sow his cards with any porter, he put them in his pocket. By another natural consequence, in proportion as he drew nearer to his father, to the latter's memory, and to the things for which the colonel had fought 25 years before, he receded from his grandfather. We have long ago said that M. Gillenormand's temper did not please him. There already existed between them all the dissonances of the grave young man and the frivolous old man. The gaiety of Géronte shocks and exasperates the melancholy of Werther. So long as the same political opinions and the same ideas had been common to them both, Marius had met M. Gillenormand there as on a bridge. When the bridge fell, an abyss was formed, and then, over and above all, Marius experienced unutterable impulses to revolt. When he reflected that it was M. Gillenormand who had, from stupid motives, torn him ruthlessly from the colonel, thus depriving the father of the child and the child of the father. By dint of pity for his father, Marius had nearly arrived at aversion for his grandfather. Nothing of this sort, however, was betrayed on the exterior, as we have already said. Only he grew colder and colder, laconic at meals and rare in the house. When his aunt scolded him for it, he was very gentle and alleged his studies, his lectures, the examinations, etc., as a pretext. His grandfather never departed from his infallible diagnosis. "In love, I know all about it." From time to time, Marius absented himself. "Where is it that he goes off like this?" said his aunt. On one of these trips, which were always very brief, he went to Montfermeil in order to obey the injunction which his father had left him, and he sought the old sergeant to Waterloo, the innkeeper Thénardier. Thénardier had failed, the inn was closed, and no one knew what had become of him. Marius was away from the house for 4 days on this quest.
"He's getting decidedly wild,"
said his grandfather. They thought they had noticed that he wore something on his breast, under his shirt, which was attached to his neck by a black ribbon. End of Les Miserables, Volume 3, Book 3, Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Book 3 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo, translated by Elizabeth Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 7, Some Petticoat. We have mentioned a lancer. He was a great-grandnephew of M. Gillenormand, on the paternal side, who led a garrison life, outside the family and far from the domestic hearth. Lieutenant Théodule Gillenormand fulfilled all the conditions required to make what is called a fine officer. He had a lady's waist, a victorious manner of trailing his sword and of twirling his moustache in a hook. He visited Paris very rarely, and so rarely that Marius had never seen him. The cousins knew each other only by name. We think we have said that Théodule was the favorite of Aunt Gillenormand, who preferred him because she did not see him. Not seeing people permits one to attribute to them all possible perfections. One morning, Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder returned to her apartment as much disturbed as her placidity was capable of allowing. Marius had just asked his grandfather's permission to take a little trip, adding that he meant to set out that very evening. "Go," had been his grandfather's reply. And M. Gillenormand had added in an aside, as he raised his eyebrows to the top of his forehead, "Here he is passing the night out again." Mademoiselle Gillenormand had ascended to her chamber greatly puzzled, and on the staircase had dropped this exclamation: "This is too much!" and this interrogation: "But where is it that he goes?" She espied some adventure of the heart, more or less illicit, a woman in the shadow, a rendezvous, a mystery, and she would not have been sorry to thrust her spectacles into the affair. Tasting a mystery resembles getting the first flavor of a scandal. Sainted souls do not detest this. There is some curiosity about scandal in the secret compartments of bigotry. So she was the prey of a vague appetite for learning a history. In order to get rid of this curiosity, which agitated her a little beyond her wont, she took refuge in her talents, and set about scalloping, one layer of cotton after another, one of those embroideries of the Empire and the Restoration, in which there are numerous cartwheels. The work was clumsy, the worker cross. She had been seated at this for several hours when the door opened. Mademoiselle Gillenormand raised her nose. Lieutenant Théodule stood before her, making the regulation salute. She uttered a cry of delight. One may be old, one may be a prude, one may be pious, one may be an aunt, but it is always agreeable to see a lancer enter one's chamber. "You there, Théodule!" she exclaimed. "On my way through town, aunt." "Embrace me." "Here goes," said Théodule, and he kissed her. Aunt Gillenormand went to her writing desk and opened it. "You will remain with us a week at least?" "I leave this very evening, aunt." "It is not possible." "Mathematically." Remain, my little Théodule, I beseech you. My heart says yes, but my orders say no. The matter is simple. They are changing our garrison. We have been in Melun. We are being transferred to Gaillon. It is necessary to pass through Paris in order to get from the old post to the new one. I said, I am going to see my aunt. Here is something for your trouble. And she put 10 louis into his hand. For my pleasure, you mean to say, my dear aunt. Théodule kissed her again, and she experienced the joy of having some of the skin scratched from her neck by the braidings on his uniform. Are you making the journey on horseback with your regiment? She asked him. No, aunt. I wanted to see you. I have special permission. My servant is taking my horse. I am travelling by diligence. And, by the way, I want to ask you something. What is it? Is my cousin Marius Pontmercy travelling so too? How do you know that? Said his aunt, suddenly pricked to the quick with a lively curiosity. On my arrival, I went to the diligence to engage my seat in the coupe. Well? A traveller had already come to engage a seat in the Imperial. I saw his name on the card. What name? Marius Pontmercy. The wicked fellow! Exclaimed his aunt. Ah, your cousin is not a steady lad like yourself. To think that he is to pass the night in a diligence! Just as I am going to do. But you, it is your duty. In his case, it is wildness. Bosh, said Théodule. Here an event occurred to Mademoiselle Gillenormand the elder. An idea struck her. If she had been a man, she would have slapped her brow. She apostrophized Théodule. Are you aware whether your cousin knows you? No. I have seen him, but he has never deigned to notice me. So you are going to travel together. He in the Imperial, I in the coupe. Where does this diligence run? To Andelys. Then that is where Marius is going. Unless, like myself, he should stop on the way. I get down at Vernon in order to take the branch coach to Gaillon. I know nothing of Marius' plan of travel. Marius, what an ugly name! What possessed them to name him Marius, while you, at least, are called Théodule? I would rather be called Alfred, said the officer. Listen, Théodule. I am listening, aunt. Pay attention. I am paying attention. You understand? Yes. Well, Marius absents himself. Ah. He travels. Ah. He spends the night out. Oh. We should like to know what there is behind all this. Théodule replied with the composure of a man of bronze. Some petticoat or other. And with that inward laugh which denotes certainty, he added, Alas! That is evident, exclaimed his aunt, who thought she heard Monsieur Gillenormand speaking, and who felt her conviction become irresistible at that word fillet, accentuated in almost the very same fashion by the grand-uncle and the grand-nephew. She resumed, Do us a favour. Follow Marius a little. He does not know you. It will be easy. Since, alas, there is, try to get a sight of her. You must write us the tale. It will amuse your grandfather. Théodule had no excessive taste for this sort of spying, but he was much touched by the 10 louis, and he thought he saw a chance for a possible sequel. He accepted the commission and said, As you please, aunt. And he added in an aside to himself, Here I am a duenna. Mademoiselle Gillenormand embraced him.
You are not the man to play such pranks, Théodule. You obey discipline. You are the slave of orders. You are a man of scruples and duty. You would not quit your family to go and see a creature. The lancer made the pleased grimace of a cartouche when praised for his probity. Marius, on the evening following this dialogue, mounted the diligence without suspecting that he was watched. As for the watcher, the first thing he did was to fall asleep. His slumber was complete and conscientious. Argus ignored all night long. At daybreak, the conductor of the diligence shouted, "Vernon, relay of Vernon, travelers for Vernon," and Lieutenant Théodule woke. "Good," he growled, still half asleep. "This is where I get out." Then, as his memory cleared by degrees the effect of waking, he recalled his aunt, the 10 louis, and the account which he had undertaken to render of the deeds and proceedings of Marius. This set him to laughing. Perhaps he is no longer in the coach, he thought, as he rebuttoned the waistcoat of his undress uniform. He may have stopped at Poissy. He may have stopped at Friel. If he did not get out at Moulins, he may have got out at Mantes, unless he got out at Rolleboise, or if he did not go on as far as Passy, with the choice of turning to the left at Évreus or to the right at La Roche-Guyon. Run after him, auntie. What the devil am I to write to that good old soul? At that moment, a pair of black trousers descending from the Imperial made its appearance at the window of the coupe. "Can that be Marius?" said the lieutenant. It was Marius. A little peasant girl, all entangled with the horses and the postilions at the end of the vehicle, was offering flowers to the travellers. "Give your ladies flowers," she cried. Marius approached her and purchased the finest flowers in her flat basket. "Come now," said Théodule, leaping down from the coupe. "This piques my curiosity. Who the deuce is he going to carry those flowers to? She must be a splendidly handsome woman for so fine a bouquet. I want to see her." And no longer in pursuance of orders, but from personal curiosity, like dogs who hunt on their own account, he set out to follow Marius. Marius paid no attention to Théodule. Elegant women descended from the diligence. He did not glance at them. He seemed to see nothing around him. "He is pretty deeply in love," thought Théodule. Marius directed his steps towards the church. "Capital," said Théodule to himself. "Rendezvous seasoned with a bit of mass are the best sort. Nothing is so exquisite as an ogle which passes over the good God's head." On arriving at the church, Marius did not enter it, but skirted the apse. He disappeared behind one of the angles of the apse. "The rendezvous is appointed outside," said Théodule. "Let's have a look at the lass." And he advanced on the tips of his boots toward the corner where Marius had turned. On arriving there, he halted in amazement. Marius, with his forehead clasped in his hands, was kneeling upon the grass on a grave. He had strewn his bouquet there. At the extremity of the grave, on a little swelling which marked the head, there stood a cross of black wood, with this name in white letters: Colonel Baron Pontmercy. Marius' sobs were audible. The lass was a grave. End of Book 3, Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, The Grandfather and the Grandson. Chapter 8. Marble against Granite. It was hither that Marius had come on the first occasion of his absenting himself from Paris. It was hither that he had come every time that M. Gillenormand had said, "He's sleeping out." Lieutenant Théodule was absolutely put out of countenance by this unexpected encounter with a sepulchre. He experienced a singular and disagreeable sensation which he was incapable of analysing, and which was composed of respect for the tomb mingled with respect for the colonel. He retreated, leaving Marius alone in the cemetery, and there was discipline in this retreat. Death appeared to him with large epaulets, and he almost made the military salute to him. Not knowing what to write to his aunt, he decided not to write at all, and it is probable that nothing would have resulted from the discovery made by Théodule as to the love affairs of Marius, if, by one of those mysterious arrangements which are so frequent in chance, the scene at Vernon had not had an almost immediate countershock at Paris. Marius returned from Vernon on the third day, in the middle of the morning, descended at his grandfather's door, and, wearied by the 2 nights spent in the diligence, and feeling the need of repairing his loss of sleep by an hour at the swimming school, he mounted rapidly to his chamber, took merely time enough to throw off his travelling coat and the black ribbon which he wore round his neck, and went off to the bath. M. Gillenormand, who had risen betimes like all old men in good health, had heard his entrance, and had made haste to climb, as quickly as his old legs permitted, the stairs to the upper story where Marius lived, in order to embrace him and to question him while so doing, and to find out where he had been. But the youth had taken less time to descend than the old man had to ascend, and when Father Gillenormand entered the attic, Marius was no longer there. The bed had not been disturbed, and on the bed lay, outspread but not defiantly, the greatcoat and the black ribbon. "I like this better," said M. Gillenormand. And a moment later he made his entrance into the salon, where Mademoiselle Gillenormand was already seated, busily embroidering her cartwheels. The entrance was a triumphant one. M. Gillenormand held in one hand the greatcoat, and in the other the neck ribbon, and exclaimed, "Victory! We are about to penetrate the mystery. We are going to learn the most minute details. We are going to lay our finger on the debaucheries of our sly friend. Here we have the romance itself. I have the portrait." In fact, a case of black shagreen, resembling a medallion portrait, was suspended from the ribbon. The old man took this case and gazed at it for some time without opening it, with that air of enjoyment, rapture, and wrath, with which a poor hungry fellow beholds an admirable dinner, which is not for him, pass under his very nose. "For this evidently is a portrait. I know all about such things. That is worn tenderly on the heart. How stupid they are! Some abominable fright that will make us shudder, probably. Young men have such bad taste nowadays." "Let us see, father," said the old spinster. The case opened by the pressure of a spring. They found in it nothing but a carefully folded paper. "From the same to the same," said M. Gillenormand, bursting with laughter. "I know what it is, a billet doux." "Ah, let us read it," said the aunt, and she put on her spectacles. They unfolded the paper, and read as follows: "For my son, the Emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes my right to this title, which I purchased with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. That he will be worthy of it is a matter of course." The feelings of father and daughter cannot be described. They felt chilled, as by the breath of a death's head. They did not exchange a word. Only M. Gillenormand said in a low voice, and as though speaking to himself, "It is the slasher's handwriting." The aunt examined the paper, turned it about in all directions, then put it back in its case. At the same moment a little oblong packet, enveloped in blue paper, fell from one of the pockets of the greatcoat. Mademoiselle Gillenormand picked it up and unfolded the blue paper. It contained Marius' 100 cards. She handed one of them to M. Gillenormand, who read, "Le Baron Marius Pontmercy." The old man rang the bell. Nicolette came. M. Gillenormand took the ribbon, the case, and the coat, flung them all on the floor in the middle of the room, and said, "Carry those deads away." A full hour passed in the most profound silence. The old man and the old spinster had seated themselves with their backs to each other, and were thinking, each on his own account, the same things in all probability. At the expiration of this hour, Aunt Gillenormand said, "A pretty state of things." A few moments later, Marius made his appearance. He entered. Even before he had crossed the threshold, he saw his grandfather holding one of his own cards in his hand, and on catching sight of him, the latter exclaimed, with his air of bourgeois and grinning superiority, which was something crushing, "Well, well, 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 so you are a baron now. I present you my compliments. What is the meaning of this?" Marius reddened slightly, and replied, "It means that I am the son of my father." Monsieur Gillenormand ceased to laugh, and said harshly, "I am your father." "My father," retorted Marius, with downcast eyes and a severe air, "was a humble and heroic man, who served the Republic and France gloriously, who was great in the greatest history that men have ever made, who lived in the bivouac for a quarter of a century, beneath grape-shot and bullets, in snow and mud by day, beneath rain at night, who captured 2 flags, who received 20 wounds, who died forgotten and abandoned, and who never committed but one mistake, which was to love too fondly 2 ingrates, his country and myself." This was more than Monsieur Gillenormand could bear to hear. At the word "republic," he rose, or, to speak more correctly, he sprang to his feet. Every word that Marius had just uttered produced on the visage of the old royalist the effect of the puffs of air from a forge upon a blazing brand. From a dull hue he had turned red, from red, purple, and from purple, flame-coloured. "Marius!" he cried, "abominable child! I do not know what your father was. I do not wish to know. I know nothing about that, and I do not know him. But what I do know is that there never was anything but scoundrels among those men. They were all rascals, assassins, redcaps, thieves. I say all. I say all. I know not one. I say all. Do you hear me, Marius? See here, you are no more a baron than my slipper is. They were all bandits in the service of Robespierre. All who served Buonaparte were brigands. They were all traitors who betrayed their legitimate king. All cowards who flew before the Prussians and the English at Waterloo. That is what I do know. Whether monsieur your father comes in that category, I do not know. I am sorry for it, so much the worse, your humble servant." In his turn, it was Marius who was the firebrand, and Monsieur Gillenormand who was the bellows. Marius quivered in every limb. He did not know what would happen next. His brain was on fire. He was the priest who beholds all his sacred wafers cast to the winds, the faker who beholds a passer-by spit upon his idol. It could not be that such things had been uttered in his presence. What was he to do? His father had just been trampled underfoot and stamped upon in his presence. But by whom? By his grandfather. How was he to avenge the one without outraging the other? It was impossible for him to insult his grandfather, and it was equally impossible for him to leave his father unavenged. On the one hand was a sacred grave, on the other hoary locks. He stood there for several moments, staggering as though intoxicated, with all this whirlwind dashing through his head. Then he raised his eyes, gazed fixedly at his grandfather, and cried in a voice of thunder, "Down with the Bourbons and that great hog of a Louis XVIII." Louis XVIII had been dead for 4 years, but it was all the same to him. The old man, who had been crimson, turned whiter than his hair. He wheeled round towards a bust of Monsieur le Duc de Berry which stood on the chimney-piece, and made a profound bow, with a sort of peculiar majesty. Then he paced twice, slowly and in silence, from the fireplace to the window, and from the window to the fireplace, traversing the whole length of the room, and making the polished floor creak as though he had been a stone statue walking. On his second turn, he bent over his daughter, who was watching this encounter with the stupefied air of an antiquated lamb, and said to her with a smile that was almost calm, A baron like this gentleman and a bourgeois like myself cannot remain under the same roof." And drawing himself up all at once, pallid, trembling, terrible, with his brow rendered more lofty by the terrible radiance of wrath, he extended his arm towards Marius and shouted to him, "Be off!" Marius left the house. On the following day, M. Gillenormand said to his daughter, "You will send 60 pistoles every 6 months to that blood drinker, and you will never mention his name to me." Having an immense reserve fund of wrath to get rid of, and not knowing what to do with it, he continued to address his daughter as you instead of thou for the next 3 months. Marius, on his side, had gone forth in indignation. There was one circumstance which, it must be admitted, aggravated his exasperation. There are always petty fatalities of the sort which complicate domestic dramas. They augment the grievances in such cases, although, in reality, the wrongs are not increased by them. While carrying Marius' duds precipitately to his chamber, at his grandfather's command, Nicolette had inadvertently let fall, probably, on the attic staircase, which was dark, that medallion of black shagreen which contained the paper penned by the colonel. Neither paper nor case could afterwards be found. Marius was convinced that M. Gillenormand, from that day forth he never alluded to him otherwise, had flung his father's testament in the fire. He knew by heart the few lines which the colonel had written, and consequently nothing was lost, but the paper, the writing, that sacred relic, all that was his very heart. What had been done with it? Marius had taken his departure without saying whither he was going, and without knowing where, with 30 francs, his watch, and a few clothes in a handbag. He had entered a hackney coach, had engaged it by the hour, and had directed his course at haphazard towards the Latin quarter. What was to become of Marius? End of Book 3, Chapter 8.
Chapter 1 of Book 4 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Ringeth. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4. The Friends of the ABC. Chapter 1. A group which barely missed becoming historic. At that epoch, which was, to all appearances indifferent, a certain revolutionary quiver was vaguely current. Breaths which had started forth from the depths of '89 and '93 were in the air. Youth was on the point, may the reader pardon us the word, of molting. People were undergoing a transformation, almost without being conscious of it, through the movement of the age. The needle which moves round the compass also moves in souls. Each person was taking that step in advance which he was bound to take. The Royalists were becoming Liberals. Liberals were turning Democrats. It was a flood tide, complicated with 1,000 ebb movements. The peculiarity of ebbs is to create intermixtures. Hence the combination of very singular ideas. People adored both Napoleon and liberty. We are making history here. These were the mirages of that period. Opinions traverse phases. Voltairian royalism, a quaint variety, had a no less singular sequel, Bonapartist liberalism. Other groups of minds were more serious. In that direction, they sounded principles. They attached themselves to the right. They grew enthusiastic for the absolute. They caught glimpses of infinite realizations. The absolute, by its very rigidity, urges spirits towards the sky, and causes them to float in illimitable space. There's nothing like dogma for bringing forth dreams, and there is nothing like dreams for engendering the future. Utopia today, flesh and blood tomorrow. These advanced opinions had a double foundation. A beginning of mystery menaced the established order of things, which was suspicious and underhand. A sign which was revolutionary to the highest degree. The second thoughts of power meet the second thoughts of the populace in the mine. The incubation of insurrections gives the retort to the premeditation of coups d'état. There did not, as yet, exist in France any of those vast underlying organizations, like the German Tugendbund and Italian Carbonarism. But here and there were dark underminings, which were in process of throwing off shoots. The coup gourde was being outlined at A. There existed at Paris, among other affiliations of that nature, the Society of the Friends of the ABC. What were these Friends of the ABC? A society which had for its object apparently the education of children, in reality the elevation of man. They declared themselves the Friends of the ABC, the abaissés, the debased, that is to say, the people. They wished to elevate the people. It was a pun which we would do wrong to smile at. Puns are sometimes serious factors in politics. Witness the castratus ad castra, which made a general of the army of Narses. Witness barbari et barbarini. Witness tu es Petrus et super hanc Petrum, etc., etc. The Friends of the ABC were not numerous. It was a secret society in the state of embryo. We might almost say a coterie, if coteries ended in heroes. They assembled in Paris in two localities, near the fish market, in a wine shop called Corinthe, of which more will be heard later on, and near the Pantheon in a little café in the Rue Saint-Michel, called the Café Musain, now torn down. The first of these meeting places was close to the working man, the second to the students. The assemblies of the Friends of the ABC were usually held in a back room of the Café Musain. This hall, which was tolerably remote from the café, with which it was connected by an extremely long corridor, had two windows and an exit with a private stairway on the little Rue des Grès. There they smoked and drank and gambled and laughed. There they conversed in very loud tones about everything, and in whispers of other things. An old map of France under the Republic was nailed to the wall, a sign quite sufficient to excite the suspicion of a police agent. The greater part of the Friends of the ABC were students, who were on cordial terms with the working classes. Here are the names of the principal ones. They belong, in a certain measure, to history. Enjolras, Combeferre, Jean Prouvaire, Feuilly, Courfeyrac, Bahorel, L'Aigle or L'Aigle, Joly, Grantaire. These young men formed a sort of family, through the bond of friendship. All, with the exception of L'Aigle, were from the south. This was a remarkable group. It vanished in the invisible depths which lie behind us. At the point of this drama we have now reached, it will not perhaps be superfluous to throw a ray of light upon these youthful heads, before the reader beholds them plunging into the shadow of a tragic adventure. Enjolras, whose name we have mentioned first of all, the reader shall see why later on, was an only son, and wealthy. Enjolras was a charming young man, who was capable of being terrible. He was angelically handsome. He was a savage Antinous. One would have said, to see the pensive thoughtfulness of his glance, that he had already, in some previous state of existence, traversed the revolutionary apocalypse. He possessed the tradition of it as though he had been a witness. He was acquainted with all the minute details of the great affair. A pontifical and warlike nature, a singular thing in a youth. He was an officiating priest and a man of war. From the immediate point of view, a soldier of the democracy. Above the contemporary movement, the priest of the ideal. His eyes were deep, his lids a little red, his lower lip was thick and easily became disdainful. His brow was lofty. A great deal of brow in a face is like a great deal of horizon in a view. Like certain young men at the beginning of this century and at the end of the last, who became illustrious at an early age, he was endowed with excessive youth, and was as rosy as a young girl, although subject to hours of pallor. Already a man, he still seemed a child. His 22 years appeared to be but 17. He was serious. It did not seem as though he were aware there was on earth a thing called woman. He had but one passion, the right, but one thought, to overthrow the obstacle. On Mount Aventine he would have been Gracchus. In the Convention he would have been Saint-Just. He hardly saw the roses. He ignored spring. He did not hear the caroling of the birds. The bare throat of Evadne would have moved him no more than it would have moved Aristogeiton. He, like Harmodius, thought flowers good for nothing, except to conceal the sword. He was severe in his enjoyments. He chastely dropped his eyes before everything which was not the Republic. He was the marble lover of liberty. His speech was harshly inspired, and had the thrill of a hymn. He was subject to unexpected outbursts of soul. Woe to the love affair which should have risked itself beside him. If Eddie Grisette of the Place Cambrai or the Rue Saint-Jean-de-Beauvais, seeing that face of a youth escaped from college, that page's mien, those long golden lashes, those blue eyes, that hair billowing in the wind, those rosy cheeks, those fresh lips, those exquisite teeth, had conceived an appetite for that complete Aurora, and had tried her beauty on Enjolras, an astounding and terrible glance would have promptly shown her the abyss, and would have taught her not to confound the mighty cherub of Ezekiel with the gallant cherubino of Beaumarchais. By the side of Enjolras, who represented the logic of the Revolution, Combeferre represented its philosophy. Between the logic of the Revolution and its philosophy there exists this difference, that its logic may end in war, whereas its philosophy can end only in peace. Combeferre complimented and rectified Enjolras. He was less lofty, but broader. He desired to pour into all minds the extensive principles of general ideas. He said, "Revolution, but civilization." And around the mountain peak he opened out a vast view of the blue sky. The Revolution was more adapted for breathing with Combeferre than with Enjolras. Enjolras expressed its divine right, and Combeferre its natural right. The first attached himself to Robespierre, the second confined himself to Condorcet. Combeferre lived the life of all the rest of the world more than did Enjolras. If it had been granted to these two young men to attain to history, the one would have been the just, the other the wise man. Enjolras was the more virile, Combeferre the more humane. Homo and vir, that was the exact effect of their different shades. Combeferre was as gentle as Enjolras was severe, through natural whiteness. He loved the word citizen, but he preferred the word man. He would gladly have said hombre like the Spanish. He read everything, went to the theaters, attended the courses of public lectures, learned the polarization of light from Arago, grew enthusiastic over a lesson in which Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire explained the double function of the external carotid artery and the internal, the one which makes the face and the one which makes the brain. He kept up with what was going on, followed science step by step, compared Saint-Simon with Fourier, deciphered hieroglyphics, broke the pebble which he found and reasoned on geology, drew from memory a silkworm moth, pointed out the faulty French in the dictionary of the Academy, studied Puységur and Deleuze, affirmed nothing, not even miracles, denied nothing, not even ghosts, turned over the files of the Moniteur, reflected. He declared that the future lies in the hand of the schoolmaster, and busied himself with educational questions. He He desired that society should labor without relaxation at the elevation of the moral and intellectual level, at coining science, at putting ideas into circulation, at increasing the mind in youthful persons. And he feared lest the present poverty of method, the paltriness from a literary point of view confined to 2 or 3 centuries called classic, the tyrannical dogmatism of official pedants, scholastic prejudices, and routines, should end by converting our colleges into artificial oyster beds. He was learned, a purist, exact, a graduate of the Polytechnic, a close student, and at the same time thoughtful, even to chimeras, so his friends said. He believed in all dreams, railroads, the suppression of suffering in surgical operations, the fixing of images in the dark chamber, the electric telegraph, the steering of balloons. Moreover, he was not much alarmed by the citadels erected against the human mind in every direction, by superstition, despotism, and prejudice. He was one of those who think that science will eventually turn the position. Enjolras was a chief. Combeferre was a guide. One would have liked to fight under the one, and to march behind the other. It is not that Combeferre was not capable of fighting. He did not refuse a hand-to-hand combat with the obstacle, and to attack it by main force and explosively. But it suited him better to bring the human race into accord with its destiny gradually, by means of education, the inculcation of axioms, the promulgation of positive laws. And, between 2 lights, his preference was rather for illumination than for conflagration. A conflagration can create an aurora, no doubt, but why not await the dawn? A volcano illuminates, but daybreak furnishes a still better illumination. Possibly Combeferre preferred the whiteness of the beautiful to the blaze of the sublime. A light troubled by smoke, progress purchased at the expense of violence, only half satisfied this tender and serious spirit. The headlong precipitation of a people into the truth, a 93, terrified him. Nevertheless, stagnation was still more repulsive to him. In it he detected putrefaction and death. On the whole, he preferred scum to miasma, and he preferred the torrent to the cesspool, and the falls of Niagara to the lake of Montfaucon. In short, he desired neither halt nor haste. While his tumultuous friends, captivated by the absolute, adored and invoked splendid revolutionary adventures, Combeferre was inclined to let progress, good progress, take its own course. He may have been cold, but he was pure, methodical, but irreproachable, phlegmatic, but imperturbable. Combeferre would have knelt and clasped his hands to enable the future to arrive in all its candor, and that nothing might disturb the immense and virtuous evolution of the races. The good must be innocent, he repeated incessantly. And in fact, if the grandeur of the revolution consists in keeping the dazzling ideal fixedly in view, and of soaring thither athwart the lightnings with fire and blood in its talons, the beauty of progress lies in being spotless. And there exists between Washington, who represents the one, and Danton, who incarnates the other, that difference which separates the swan from the angel with the wings of an eagle. Jean Prouvaire was a still softer shade than Combeferre. His name was Jehan, owing to that petty momentary freak which mingled with the powerful and profound movement which sprang the very essential study of the Middle Ages. Jean Prouvaire was in love. He cultivated a pot of flowers, played on the flute, made verses, loved the people, pitied woman, wept over the child, confounded God and the future in the same confidence, and blamed the Revolution for having caused the fall of a royal head, that of André Chénier. His voice was ordinarily delicate, but suddenly grew manly. He was learned even to erudition, and almost an Orientalist. Above all, he was good, and a very simple thing to those who know how nearly goodness borders on grandeur. In the matter of poetry, he preferred the immense. He knew Italian, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and these served him only for the perusal of four poets, Dante, Juvenal, Aeschylus, and Isaiah. In French, he preferred Corneille to Racine, and Agrippa d'Aubigne to Corneille. He loved to saunter through fields of wild oats and cornflowers, and busied himself with clouds nearly as much as with events. His mind had two attitudes, one on the side towards man, the other on that towards God. He studied, or he contemplated. All day long he buried himself in social questions: salary, capital, credit, marriage, religion, liberty of thought, education, penal servitude, poverty, association, property, production and sharing, the enigma of this lower world which covers the human ant-hill with darkness. And at night he gazed upon the planets, those enormous beings. Like Enjolras, he was wealthy and an only son. He spoke softly, bowed his head, lowered his eyes, smiled with embarrassment, dressed badly, had an awkward air, blushed at a mere nothing, and was very timid. Yet he was intrepid. Feuilly was a working man, a fan-maker, orphaned both of father and mother, who earned with difficulty 3 francs a day, and had but one thought: to deliver the world. He had one other preoccupation: to educate himself. He called this also delivering himself. He had taught himself to read and write. Everything that he knew he had learned by himself. Feuilly had a generous heart. The range of his embrace was immense. This orphan had adopted the peoples. As his mother had failed him, he meditated on his country. He brooded with the profound divination of the man of the people over what we now call the idea of the nationality, had learned history with the express object of raging with full knowledge of the case. In this club of young utopians, occupied chiefly with France, he represented the outside world. He had for his specialty Greece, Poland, Hungary, Roumania, Italy. He uttered these names incessantly, appropriately and inappropriately, with the tenacity of right. The violations of Turkey on Greece and Thessaly, of Russia on Warsaw, of Austria on Venice, enraged him. Above all things, the great violence of 1772 aroused him. There is no more sovereign eloquence than the true in indignation. He was eloquent with that eloquence. He was inexhaustible on that infamous date of 1772, on the subject of that noble and valiant race suppressed by treason, and that 3-sided crime, on that monstrous ambush, the prototype and pattern of all those horrible suppressions of states which, since that time, have struck many a noble nation, and have annulled their certificate of birth, so to speak. All contemporary social crimes have their origin in the partition of Poland. The partition of Poland is a theorem of which all present political outrages are the corollaries. There has not been a despot nor a traitor for nearly a century back who has not signed, approved, countersigned, and copied, ne veriatur, the partition of Poland. When the record of modern treasons was examined, that was the first thing which made its appearance. The Congress of Vienna consulted that crime before consummating its own. 1772 sounded the onset. 1815 was the death of the game. Such was Feuilly's habitual text. This poor working man had constituted himself the tutor of justice, and she recompensed him by rendering him great. The fact is that there is eternity in right. Warsaw can no more be Tartar than Venice can be Teuton. Kings lose their pains, and their honor in the attempt to make them so. Sooner or later, the submerged part floats to the surface and reappears. Greece becomes Greece again. Italy is once more Italy. The protest of right against the deed persists forever. The theft of a nation cannot be allowed by prescription. These lofty deeds of rascality have no future. A nation cannot have its mark extracted like a pocket handkerchief. Courfeyrac had a father who was called Monsieur de Courfeyrac. One of the false ideas of the bourgeoisie under the Restoration, as regards aristocracy and the nobility, was to believe in the particle. The particle, as everyone knows, possesses no significance. But the bourgeois of the epoch of La Minerve estimated so highly that poor de that they thought themselves bound to abdicate it. Monsieur de Chauvelin had called himself Monsieur Chauvelin, Monsieur de Caumartin, Monsieur Caumartin, Monsieur de Constant de Robec, Benjamin Constant, Monsieur de Lafayette, Monsieur Lafayette. Courfeyrac had not wished to remain behind the rest, and called himself plain Courfeyrac. We might almost, so far as Courfeyrac is concerned, stop here, and confine ourselves to saying with regard to what remains, for Courfeyrac, see Tholomyès. Courfeyrac had, in fact, that animation of youth, which may be called the beauté du diable of the mind. Later on, this disappears like the playfulness of the kitten, and all this grace ends with the bourgeois on 2 legs and with the tomcat on 4 paws. This sort of wit is transmitted from generation to generation of the successive levies of youth who traverse the schools, who pass it from hand to hand, quasi cursores, and is almost always exactly the same. So that, as we have just pointed out, anyone who had listened to Courfeyrac in 1828 would have thought he heard Tholomyès in 1817. Only, Courfeyrac was an honorable fellow. Beneath the apparent similarities of the exterior mind, the difference between him and Tholomyès was very great. The latent man which existed in the two was totally different in the first from what it was in the second. There was in Tholomyès a district attorney, and in Courfeyrac a paladin. Enjolras was the chief, Combeferre was the guide, Courfeyrac was the centre. The others gave more light, he shed more warmth. The truth is that he possessed all the qualities of a centre, roundness and radiance. Bahorel had figured in the bloody tumult of June 1822 on the occasion of the burial of young Lallemand. Bahorel was a good-natured mortal who kept bad company. Brave, a spendthrift, prodigal, and, to the verge of generosity, talkative and at times eloquent, bold to the verge of effrontery, the best fellow possible. He had daring waistcoats and scarlet opinions. A wholesale blusterer, that is to say, loving nothing so much as a quarrel, unless it were an uprising, and nothing so much as an uprising, unless it were a revolution. Always ready to smash a window-pane, then to tear up the pavement, then to demolish a government, just to see the effect of it. A student in his 11th year. He had nosed about the law, but did not practice it. He had taken for his device, never a lawyer, and for his armorial bearings, a nightstand in which was visible a square cap. Every time that he passed the law school, which rarely happened, he buttoned up his frock-coat, the paletot had not yet been invented, and took hygienic precautions. Of the school porter he said, "What a fine old man!" and of the dean, Monsieur Delvincourt, "What a monument!" In his lectures he espied subjects for ballads, and in his professors occasions for caricature. He wasted a tolerably large allowance, something like 3,000 francs a year, in doing nothing. He had peasant parents, whom he had contrived to imbue with respect for their son. He said of them, "They are peasants and not bourgeois. That is the reason they are intelligent." Bahorel, a man of caprice, was scattered over numerous cafés. The others had habits, he had none. He sauntered. To stray is human. To saunter is Parisian. In reality he had a penetrating mind, and was more of a thinker than appeared to view. He served as a connecting link between the friends of the ABC and other still unorganized groups, which were destined to take form later on. In this conclave of young heads there was one bald member. The Marquis d'Avaray, whom Louis XVIII made a duke for having assisted him to enter a hackney coach on the day when he emigrated, was wont to relate, that in 1814, on his return to France, as the king was disembarking at Calais, a man handed him a petition. "What is your request?" said the king. "Sire, a post office." "What is your name?" "L'Aigle." The king frowned, glanced at the signature of the petition, and beheld the name written thus, Lesgle. This non-Bonaparte orthography touched the king, and he began to smile. "Sire," resumed the man with the petition, "I had for ancestor a keeper of the hounds, surnamed L'Aiguille. This surname furnished my name. I am called L'Aiguille, by contraction L'Aigle, and by corruption L'Aigle." This caused the king to smile broadly. Later on he gave the man the posting office of Meaux, either intentionally or accidentally. The bald member of the group was the son of this L'Aigle or L'Aigle, and he signed himself L'Aigle de Meaux. As an abbreviation, his companions called him Bossuet. Bossuet was a gay but unlucky fellow. His specialty was not to succeed in anything. As an offset he laughed at everything. At 25 he was bald. His father had ended by owning a house and a field, but he, the son, had made haste to lose that house and field in a bad speculation. He had nothing left. He possessed knowledge and wit, but all he did miscarried. Everything failed him, and everybody deceived him. What he was building tumbled down on top of him. If he were splitting wood, he cut off a finger. If he had a mistress, he speedily discovered that he had a friend also. Some misfortune happened to him every moment. Hence his joviality. He said, "I live under falling tiles." He was not easily astonished, because, for him, an accident was what he had foreseen. He took his bad luck serenely, and smiled at the teasing of fate, like a person who is listening to pleasantries. He was poor, but his fund of good humor was inexhaustible. He soon reached his last sou, never his last burst of laughter. When adversity entered his doors, he saluted this old acquaintance cordially. He tapped all catastrophes on the stomach. He was familiar with fatality to the point of calling it by its nickname. "Good day, Guignon," he said to it. These persecutions of fate had rendered him inventive. He was full of resources. He had no money, but he found means, when it seemed good to him, to indulge in unbridled extravagance. One night he went so far as to eat 100 francs in a supper with a wench, which inspired him to make this memorable remark in the midst of the orgy: "Pull off my boots, you 5 Louis jade." Bossuet was slowly directing his steps towards the profession of a lawyer. He was pursuing his law studies after the manner of Bahorel. Bossuet had not much domicile, sometimes none at all. He lived now with one, now with another, most often with Joly. Joly was studying medicine. He was 2 years younger than Bossuet. Joly was the malade imaginaire junior. What he had won in medicine was to be more of an invalid than a doctor. At 23 he thought himself a valetudinarian, and passed his life in inspecting his tongue in the mirror. He affirmed that man becomes magnetic, like a needle, and in his chamber he placed his bed with its head to the south and the foot to the north, so that, at night, the circulation of his blood might not be interfered with by the great electric current of the globe. During thunderstorms he felt his pulse. Otherwise, he was the gayest of them all. All these young, maniacal, puny, merry incoherences lived in harmony together, and the result was an eccentric and agreeable being, whom his comrades, who were prodigal of winged consonants, called Joly. You may fly away on the 4 L's, Jean Prouvaire said to him. Joly had a trick of touching his nose with the tip of his cane, which is an indication of a sagacious mind. All these young men, who differed so greatly, and who, on the whole, can only be discussed seriously, held the same religion: progress. All were the direct sons of the French Revolution. The most giddy of them became solemn when they pronounced that date, '89. Their fathers in the flesh had been either royalists, doctrinaires, it matters not what. This confusion anterior to themselves, who were young, did not concern them at all. The pure blood of principle ran in their veins. They attached themselves, without intermediate shades, to incorruptible right and absolute duty. Affiliated and initiated, they sketched out the ideal underground. Among all these glowing hearts and thoroughly convinced minds, there was one skeptic. How came he there? By juxtaposition. This skeptic's name was Grantaire, and he was in the habit of signing himself with this rebus, R. Grantaire was a man who took good care not to believe in anything. Moreover, he was one of the students who had learned the most during their courses at Paris. He knew that the best coffee was to be had at the Café Lemblin, and the best billiards at the Café Voltaire, that good cakes and lasses were to be found at the Hermitage on the Boulevard du Maine, spatchcocked chickens at Mother Sauget's, excellent matelotes in the Barrière de la Cunette, and a certain thin white wine at the Barrière du Combe Pat. He knew the best place for everything. In addition, boxing and foot fencing, and some dances. And he was a thorough single-stick player. He was a tremendous drinker to boot. He was inordinately homely. The prettiest boot-stitcher of that day, Irma Boissy, enraged with his homeliness, pronounced sentence on him as follows: Grantaire is impossible. But Grantaire's fatuity was not to be disconcerted. He stared tenderly and fixedly at all women, with the air of saying to them all, "If I only chose," and of trying to make his comrades believe that he was in general demand. All those words, rights of the people, rights of man, the social contract, the French Revolution, the Republic, democracy, humanity, civilization, religion, progress, came very near to signifying nothing whatever to Grantaire. He smiled at them. Skepticism, that carries of the intelligence, had not left him a single whole idea. He lived with irony. This was his axiom: there is but one certainty, my full glass. He sneered at all devotion in all parties, the father as well as the brother, Robespierre Junior as well as Loizerolles. They are greatly in advance to be dead, he exclaimed. He said of the crucifix, there is a gibbet which has been a success. A rover, a gambler, a libertine, often drunk, he displeased these young dreamers by humming incessantly, J'aime les filles et j'aime le bon vin. Air, vive Henri IV. However, this skeptic had one fanaticism. This fanaticism was neither a dogma, nor an idea, nor an art, nor a science. It was a man, Enjolras. Grantaire admired, loved, and venerated Enjolras. To whom did this anarchical scoffer unite himself in this phalanx of absolute minds? To the most absolute. In what manner had Enjolras subjugated him? By his ideas? No, by his character. A phenomenon which is often observable. A skeptic who adheres to a believer is as simple as the law of complementary colors. That which we lack attracts us. No one loves the light like the blind man. The dwarf adores the drum major. The toad always has his eyes fixed on heaven. Why? In order to watch the bird in its flight. Grantaire, in whom writhed doubt, loved to watch faith soar in Enjolras. He had need of Enjolras. That chaste, healthy, firm, upright, hard, candid nature charmed him, without his clearly being aware of it, and without the idea of explaining it to himself having occurred to him. He admired his opposite by instinct. His soft, yielding, dislocated, sickly, shapeless ideas attached themselves to Enjolras as to a spinal column. His moral backbone leaned on that firmness. Grantaire, in the presence of Enjolras, became someone once more. He was, himself, moreover, composed of two elements, which were, to all appearances, incompatible. He was ironical and cordial. His indifference loved. His mind could get along without belief, but his heart could not get along without friendship. A profound contradiction, for an affection is a conviction. His nature was thus constituted. There are men who seem to be born to be the reverse, the obverse, the wrong side. They are Pollux, Patrocles, Nisus, Eudamidas, Hephaestion, Peshmerga. They only exist on condition that they are backed up with another man. Their name is a sequel, and is only written preceded by the conjunction and their existence is not their own. It is the other side of an existence which is not theirs. Grantaire was one of these men. He was the obverse of Enjolras. One might almost say that affinities begin with the letters of the alphabet. In the series, O and P are inseparable. You can, at will, pronounce O and P, or Orestes and Pylades. Grantaire, Enjolras' true satellite, inhabited this circle of young men. He lived there. He took no pleasure anywhere but there. He followed them everywhere. His joy was to see these forms go and come through the fumes of wine. They tolerated him on account of his good humor. Enjolras, the believer, disdained this skeptic, and, a sober man himself, scorned this drunkard. He accorded him a little, lofty pity. Grantaire was an unaccepted Pylades, always harshly treated by Enjolras, roughly repulsed, rejected yet ever returning to the charge. He said of Enjolras, "What fine marble!" End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Adam Ringeth.
Chapter 2 of Book 4 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Friends of the ABC. Chapter 2, Blondeau's Funeral Oration by Bossuet. On a certain afternoon, which had, as will be seen hereafter, some coincidence with the events heretofore related, L'Aigle des Morts was to be seen leaning in a sensual manner against the door-post of the Café Moussin. He had the air of a caryatid on a vacation. He carried nothing but his reverie, however. He was staring at the Place Saint-Michel. To lean one's back against a thing is equivalent to lying down while standing erect, which attitude is not hated by thinkers. L'Aigle des Morts was pondering without melancholy over a little misadventure which had befallen him 2 days previously at the law school, and which had modified his personal plans for the future, plans which were rather indistinct at any case. Reverie does not prevent a cab from passing by, nor the dreamer from taking note of that cab. L'Aigle des Morts, whose eyes were straying about in a sort of diffuse lounging, perceived, athwart his somnambulism, a two-wheeled vehicle proceeding through the place, at a foot pace and apparently in indecision. For whom was this cabriolet? Why was it driving at a walk? L'Aigle took a survey. In it, beside the coachman, sat a young man, and in front of the young man lay a rather bulky hand-bag. The bag displayed to passers-by the following name, inscribed in large black letters on a card which was sewn to the stuff: Marius Pontmercy. This name caused L'Aigle to change his attitude. He drew himself up and hurled this apostrophe at the young man in the cabriolet: Monsieur Marius Pontmercy. The cabriolet thus addressed came to a halt. The young man, who also seemed deeply buried in thought, raised his eyes. "Hey?" said he. "You are Monsieur Marius Pontmercy?" "Certainly." "I was looking for you," resumed L'Aigle des Morts. "How so?" demanded Marius, for it was he. In fact, he had just quitted his grandfather's, and had before him a face which he now beheld for the first time. "I do not know you." "Neither do I know you," responded L'Aigle. Marius thought he had encountered a wag, the beginning of a mystification in the open street. He was not in a very good humour at the moment. He frowned. L'Aigle des Morts went on imperturbably: "You were not at the school the day before yesterday." "That is possible." "That is certain." "You are a student?" demanded Marius. "Yes, sir, like yourself. Day before yesterday I entered the school, by chance." "You know, one does have such freaks sometimes. The professor was just calling the roll. You are not unaware that they are very ridiculous on such occasions. At the third call, unanswered, your name is erased from the list. 60 francs in the gulf." Marius began to listen. It was Blondeau who was making the call. You know Blondeau. He has a very pointed and a very malicious nose, and he delights to scent out the absent. He slyly began with the letter P. I was not listening, not being compromised by that letter. The call was not going badly. No erasures, the universe was present. Blondeau was grieved. I said to myself, "Blondeau, my love, you will not get the very smallest sort of an execution to-day." All at once, Blondeau calls, "Marius Pontmercy." No one answers. Blondeau, filled with hope, repeats more loudly, "Marius Pontmercy." And he takes his pen. Monsieur, I have the bowels of compassion. I said to myself hastily, "Here's a brave fellow who is going to get scratched out. Attention! Here is a veritable mortal who is not exact. He is not a good student. Here is none of your heavy-sides, a student who studies, a greenhorn pedant, strong on letters, theology, science, and sapience. One of those dull wits cut by the square, a pin by profession. He is an honourable idler who lounges, who practises country jaunts, who cultivates the grisette, who pays court with the fair sex, who is at this very moment, perhaps, with my mistress. Let us save him. Death to Blondeau." At that moment, Blondeau dipped his pen in, all black with erasures in the ink, cast his yellow eyes around the audience-room, and repeated for the third time, "Marius Pontmercy." I replied, "Present." That is why you were not crossed off. "Monsieur," said Marius. "And why I was," added L'Aigle des Morts. "I do not understand you," said Marius. L'Aigle resumed, "Nothing is more simple. I was close to the desk to reply, and close to the door for the purpose of flight. The professor gazed at me with a certain intensity. All of a sudden, Blondeau, who must be the malicious nose alluded to by Boileau, skipped the letter L. L is my letter. I am from Meaux. My name is L'Aigle." "L'Aigle!" interrupted Marius. "What a fine name!" "Monsieur, Blondeau came to this fine name and called "L'Aigle." I reply, "Present." Then Blondeau gazes at me with the gentleness of a tiger, and says to me, "If you are Pontmercy, you are not L'Aigle." A phrase which had a disobliging air for you, but which was lugubrious only for me. That said, he crossed me off. Marius exclaimed, "I am mortified, sir." "First of all," interposed L'Aigle, "I demand permission to embalm Blondeau in a few phrases of deeply felt eulogium. I will assume that he is dead. There will be no great change required in his gauntness, in his pallor, in his coldness, and in his smell. And I say, erudimini qui jucatis terram. Here lies Blondeau, Blondeau the nose, Blondeau Nasica, the ox of discipline, bos disciplinae, the bloodhound of the password, the angel of the roll call, who was upright, square exact, rigid, honest, and hideous. God crossed him off as he crossed me off." Marius resumed, "I am very sorry." "Young man," said Laigle de Meaux, "let this serve you as a lesson. In future, be exact. I really beg you 1,000 pardons. Do not expose your neighbor to the danger of having his name erased again." "I am extremely sorry." Laigle burst out laughing. "And I am delighted. I was on the brink of becoming a lawyer. This erasure saves me. I renounce the triumphs of the bar. I shall not defend the widow, and I shall not attack the orphan. No more toga, no more stage. Here is my erasure all ready for me. It is to you that I am indebted for it, Monsieur Pontmercy. I intend to pay a solemn call of thanks upon you. Where do you live?" "In this cab," said Marius. "A sign of opulence," retorted Laigle calmly. "I congratulate you. You have there a rent of 9,000 francs per annum." At that moment, Courfeyrac emerged from the café. Marius smiled sadly. "I have paid this rent for the last 2 hours, and I aspire to get rid of it. But there is a sort of history attached to it, and I don't know where to go." "Come to my place, sir," said Courfeyrac. "I have the priority," observed Laigle, "but I have no home." "Hold your tongue, Bossuet," said Courfeyrac. "Bossuet," said Marius, "but I thought that your name was Laigle." "De Meaux," replied Laigle. "By metaphor, Bossuet." Courfeyrac entered the cab. "Coachman," said he, "Hôtel de la Porte Saint-Jacques." And that very evening, Marius found himself installed in a chamber of the Hôtel de la Porte Saint-Jacques, side by side with Courfeyrac. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 3 of Book 4 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mistopheles. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Friends of the ABC. Chapter 3, Marius's Astonishments. In a few days, Marius had become Courfeyrac's friend. Youth is a season for prompt welding and the rapid healing of scars. Marius breathed freely in Courfeyrac's society, a decidedly new thing for him. Courfeyrac put no questions to him. He did not even think of such a thing. At that age, faces disclose everything on the spot. Words are superfluous. These are young men of whom it can be said that their countenances chatter. One look at them, and one knows them. One morning, however, Courfeyrac abruptly addressed this interrogation to him. "By the way, have you any political opinions?" "The idea," said Marius, almost affronted by the question. "What are you?" "A Democrat Bonapartist." "The grey hue of a reassured rat," said Courfeyrac. On the following day, Courfeyrac introduced Marius at the Café Masson. Then he whispered in his ear with a smile, "I must give you your entry to the Revolution." And he led him to the hall of the Friends of the ABC. He presented him to the other comrades, saying this simple word which Marius did not understand: a pupil. Marius had fallen into a wasp's nest of wits. However, although he was silent and grave, he was none the less both winged and armed. Marius, up to that time solitary and inclined to soliloquy and to asides, both by habit and by taste, was a little fluttered by this covey of young men around him. All these various initiatives solicited his attention at once, and pulled him about. The tumultuous movements of these minds at liberty and at work set his ideas in a whirl. Sometimes in his trouble they led so far from him that he had difficulty in recovering them. He heard them talk of philosophy, of literature, of art, of history, of religion in unexpected fashion. He caught glimpses of strange aspects, and, as he did not place them in proper perspective, he was not altogether sure that it was not chaos that he grasped. On abandoning his grandfather's opinions for the opinions of his father, he had supposed himself fixed. With uneasiness, and without daring to avow it to himself, that he was not. The angle at which he saw everything began to be displaced anew. A certain oscillation set all the horizons of his brains in motion, an odd interval upsetting. He almost suffered from it. It seemed as though there were no consecrated things for those young men. Marius heard singular propositions on every sort of subject, which embarrassed his still timid mind. A theatre poster presented itself, adorned with the title of a tragedy from the ancient repertory called classic. "Down with tragedy dear to the bourgeois," cried Barruel, and Marius heard Combeferre reply: "You are wrong, Barruel. The bourgeoisie loves tragedy, and the bourgeoisie must be left at peace on that score. Bewigged tragedy has a reason for its existence, and I am not one of those who, by the order of Aeschylus, contest its right to existence. There are rough outlines in nature. There are in creation ready-made parodies, a beak which is not a beak, wings which are not wings, gills which are not gills, paws which are not paws, a cry of pain which arouses a desire to laugh. There is the duck. Now, since poultry exists by the side of the bird, I do not see why classic tragedy should not exist in the face of antique tragedy." Or chance decreed that Marius should traverse Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau between Enjolras and Courfeyrac. Courfeyrac took his arm. "Pay attention. This is the Rue Plâtrier, now called Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, on account of a singular household which lived in it 60 years ago. This consisted of Jean-Jacques and Thérèse. From time to time, little beings were born here. Thérèse gave birth to them. Jean-Jacques represented them as foundlings." And Enjolras addressed Courfeyrac roughly: "Silence in the presence of Jean-Jacques. I admire that man. He denied his own children, that may be, but he adopted the people." Not one of these young men articulated the word "the Emperor." Jean Prouvaire alone sometimes said Napoleon, all the others said Bonaparte. Enjolras pronounced it Buonaparte. Marius was vaguely surprised. Initium sapientiae. End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Mistopheles.
Chapter 4 of Book 4 of Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Friends of the ABC. Chapter 4. The Back Room of the Café Musain. One of the conversations among the young men at which Marius was present and in which he sometimes joined, was a veritable shock to his mind. This took place in the back room of the Café Musain. Nearly all of the friends of the ABC had convened that evening. The argand lamp was solemnly lighted. They talked of one thing and another, without passion and with noise. With the exception of Enjolras and Marius, who held their peace, all were haranguing rather at haphazard. Conversations between comrades sometimes are subject to these peaceable tumults. It was a game and an uproar, as much as a conversation. They tossed words to each other and caught them up in turn. They were chattering in all quarters. No woman was admitted to this back room, except Louison, the dishwasher of the café, who passed through it from time to time to go to her washing in the lavatory. Grantaire, thoroughly drunk, was deafening the corner of which he had taken possession, reasoning and contradicting at the top of his lungs, and shouting, "I am thirsty! Mortals! I am dreaming that the tun of Heidelberg has an attack of apoplexy, and that I am one of the dozen leeches which will be applied to it. I want a drink. I desire to forget life. Life is a hideous invention of I know not whom. It lasts no time at all, and is worth nothing. One breaks one's neck in living. Life is a theatre set in which there are but few practicable entrances. Happiness is an antique reliquary, painted on one side only. Ecclesiastes says all is vanity. I agree with that good man, who never existed, perhaps. Zero, not wishing to go stark naked, clothed himself in vanity. Oh, vanity! The patching up of everything with big words. A kitchen is a laboratory. A dancer is a professor. An acrobat is a gymnast. A boxer is a pugilist. An apothecary is a chemist. A wig-maker is an artist. A hodman is an architect. A jockey is a sportsman. A woodlouse is a terrier-branche. Vanity has a right and a wrong side. The right side is stupid. It is the Negro with his glass beads. The wrong side is foolish. It is the philosopher with his rags. I weep over the one, and I laugh over the other. What are called honours and dignities, and even dignity and honour, are generally of pinchbeck. Kings make playthings of human pride. Caligula made a horse a consul. Charles II made a knight of a sirloin. Wrap yourself up now, then, between consul incitatus and baronet roast beef. As for the intrinsic value of people, it is no longer respectable in the least. Listen to the panegyric which neighbour makes of neighbour. White on white is ferocious. If the lily could speak, what a setting down it would give the dove. A bigoted woman prating of a devout woman is more venomous than the asp and the cobra. It is a shame that I am ignorant, otherwise I would quote to you a mass of things, but I know nothing. For instance, I have always been witty. When I was a pupil of Gros, instead of daubing wretched little pictures, I passed my time in pilfering apples. Rapin is the masculine of rapine. So much for myself. As for the rest of you, you are worth no more than I am. I scoff at your perfections, excellencies, and qualities. Every good quality tends towards a defect. Economy borders on avarice. The generous man is next door to the prodigal. The brave man rubs elbows with the braggart. He who says very pious says a trifle bigoted. There are just as many vices in virtue as there are holes in Diogenes' cloak. Whom do you admire, the slain or the slayer, Caesar or Brutus? Generally, men are in favour of the slayer. Long live Brutus, he has slain. There lies the virtue. Virtue, granted, but madness also. There are queer spots on those great men. The Brutus who killed Caesar was in love with the statue of a little boy. This statue was from the hand of the Greek sculptor Strongyllion, who also carved that figure of an Amazon known as the Beautiful Leg, Eucnemos, which Nero carried with him in his travels. This Strongyllion left but two statues which placed Nero and Brutus in accord. Brutus was in love with the one, Nero with the other. All history is nothing but wearisome repetition. One century is the plagiarist of the other. The battle of Marengo copies the battle of Pydna. The Tolbiac of Clovis and the Austerlitz of Napoleon are as like each other as two drops of water. I don't attach much importance to victory. Nothing is so stupid as to conquer. True glory lies in convincing. But try to prove something. If you are content with success, what mediocrity! And with conquering, what wretchedness! Alas, vanity and cowardice everywhere. Everything obeys success, even grammar. Si volet usus, says Horace. Therefore, I disdain the human race. Shall we descend to the party at all? Do you wish me to begin admiring the peoples? What people, if you please? Shall it be Greece? The Athenians, those Parisians of days gone by, slew Phocion, as we might say Coligny, and fawned upon tyrants to such an extent that Anicephorus said of Pisistratus, his urine attracts the bees. The most prominent man in Greece for 50 years was that grammarian Philetus, who was so small and so thin that he was obliged to load his shoes with lead in order not to be blown away by the wind. There stood on the great square in Corinth a statue carved by Silanion and catalogued by Pliny. This statue represented Epistates. What did Epistates do? He invented a trip. That sums up Greece and glory. Let us pass on to others. Shall I admire England? Shall I admire France? France? Why? Because of Paris? I've just told you my opinion of Athens. England? Why? Because of London? I hate Carthage. And then, London, the metropolis of luxury, is the headquarters of wretchedness. There are 100 deaths a year of hunger in the parish of Charing Cross alone. Such is Albion. I add, as the climax, that I have seen an Englishwoman dancing in a wreath of roses and blue spectacles. A fig, then, for England. If I do not admire John Bull, shall I admire brother Jonathan? I have but little taste for that slave-holding brother. Take away time is money, what remains of England? Take away cotton is king, and what remains of America? Germany is the lymph. Italy is the bile. Shall we go into ecstasies over Russia? Voltaire admired it. He also admired China. I admit that Russia has its beauties, among others a stout despotism, but I pity the despots. Their health is delicate. A decapitated Alexis, a poignarded Peter, a strangled Paul, another Paul crushed flat with kicks, divers Ivans strangled with their throats cut, numerous Nicholases and Basils poisoned, all this indicates that the palace of the emperors of Russia is in a condition of flagrant insalubrity. All civilized peoples offer this detail to the admiration of the thinker. War. Now, war, civilized war, exhausts and sums up all the forms of ruffianism, from the brigandage of the Trabuceros in the gorges of Mount Jaxa to the marauding of the Comanche Indians in the Doubtful Pass. Bah, you will say to me, but Europe is certainly better than Asia. I admit that Asia is a farce, but I do not precisely see what you find to laugh at in the Grand Lama, you peoples of the West who have mingled with your fashions and your elegances all the complicated filth of majesty, from the dirty chemise of Queen Isabella to the chamber chair of the Dauphin. Gentlemen of the human race, I tell you, not a bit of it. It is at Brussels that the most beer is consumed, at Stockholm the most brandy, at Madrid the most chocolate, at Amsterdam the most gin, at London the most wine, at Constantinople the most coffee, at Paris the most absinthe. These are all the useful notions. Paris carries the day in short. In Paris even the rag-pickers are sybarites. Diogenes would have loved to be a rag-picker of the Place Maubert better than to be a philosopher at the Piraeus. Learn this in addition. The wine shops of the rag-pickers are called bibines. The most celebrated are the saucepan and the slaughter-house. Hence, tea-gardens, goguettes, cabelots, boui-boui, mastroquets, basringues, manazangs, bibines of the rag-pickers, caravanseries of the caliphs. I certify to you, I am a voluptuary. I eat at Richard's at 40 sous a head. I must have Persian carpets to roll naked Cleopatra in. Where is Cleopatra? Ah, so it is you, Louison. Good day. Thus did Grantaire, more than intoxicated, launch into speech, catching at the dishwasher in her passage from his corner in the back room of the Café Musain. Bossuet, extending his hand towards him, tried to impose silence on him, and Grantaire began again, worse than ever. Aigle de Meaux, down with your paws! You produce on me no effect with your gesture of Hippocrates refusing Artaxerxes' bric-a-brac. I excuse you from the task of soothing me. Moreover, I am sad. What do you wish me to say to you? Man is evil, man is deformed. The butterfly is a success. Man is a failure. God made a mistake with that animal. A crowd offers a choice of ugliness. The first comer is a wretch. Femme, woman, rhymes with infame, infamous. Yes, I have the spleen complicated with melancholy, with homesickness, plus hypochondria, and I am vexed, and I rage, and I yawn, and I am bored, and I am tired to death, and I am stupid. Let God go to the devil. Silence, then, capital R, resumed Bossuet, who was discussing a point of law behind the scenes, and who was plunged more than waist-high in a phrase of judicial slang, of which this is the conclusion. And as for me, although I am hardly a legist, and at the most an amateur attorney, I maintain this, that in accordance with the terms of the customs of Normandy, at Saint-Michel, and for each year, an equivalent must be paid to the profit of the lord of the manor, saving the rights of others, and by all and several, the proprietors, as well as those seized with inheritance, and that, for all emphyteuses, leases, freeholds, contracts of domain, mortgages— Echo, plaintive nymph, hummed Grantaire. Near Grantaire, an almost silent table, a sheet of paper, an inkstand, and a pen between 2 glasses of brandy, announced that a vaudeville was being sketched out. This great affair was being discussed in a low voice, and the 2 heads at work touched each other. Let us begin by finding names. When one has the names, one finds the subject. That is true. Dictate, I will write. Monsieur Dorimont. An independent gentleman? Of course. His daughter, Celestine. What next? Colonel Saint-Val. Saint-Val is stale. I should say Valsin. Beside the vaudeville aspirants, another group, which was also taking advantage of the uproar to talk low, was discussing a duel. An old fellow of 30 was counselling a young one of 18, and explaining to him what sort of an adversary he had to deal with. The deuce! Look out for yourself. He is a fine swordsman. His play is neat. He has the attack, no wasted feints, wrist dash, lightning, a just parade, mathematical parries, bigre, and he is left-handed. In the angle opposite Grantaire, Joly and Bahorel were playing dominoes and talking of love. You are in luck, that you are, Joly was saying. You have a mistress who is always laughing. That is a fault of hers, returned Bahorel. One's mistress does wrong to laugh. That encourages one to deceive her. To see her gay removes your remorse. If you see her sad, your conscience pricks you. Ingrate! A woman who laughs is such a good thing, and you never quarrel. That is because of the treaty which we have made. On forming our little holy alliance, we assigned ourselves each our frontier, which we never cross. What is situated on the side of winter belongs to Vaud, on the side of the wind to Gex. Hence the peace. Peace is happiness digesting. And you, Joly, where do you stand in your entanglement with Mamselle? You know whom I mean. She sulks at me with cruel patience. Yet you are a lover to soften the heart with gauntness. Alas! In your place I would let her alone. That is easy enough to say. And to do. Is not her name Musichetta? Yes, my poor Bahorel, she is a superb girl, very literary, with tiny feet, little hands. She dresses well, and is white and dimpled, with the eyes of a fortune-teller. I am wild over her. My dear fellow, then in order to please her, you must be elegant, and produce effects with your knees. Buy a good pair of trousers of double-milled cloth at Staub's. That will assist. At what price? Shouted Grantaire. The third corner was delivered up to a poetical discussion. Pagan mythology was giving battle to Christian mythology. The question was about Olympus, whose part was taken by Jean Prouvaire out of pure romanticism. Jean Prouvaire was timid only in repose. Once excited, he burst forth, a sort of mirth accentuated his enthusiasm, and he was at once both laughing and lyric. Let us not insult the gods, said he. The gods may not have taken their departure. Jupiter does not impress me as dead. The gods are dreams, you say? Well, even in nature, such as it is today, after the flight of these dreams, we still find all the grand old pagan myths. Such and such a mountain with the profile of a citadel, like the Vigne Mâle, for example, is still to me the headdress of Cybele. It has not been proved to me that Pan does not come at night to breathe into the hollow trunks of the willows, stopping up the holes in turn with his fingers, and I have always believed that Io had something to do with the cascade of Pisvache. In the last corner they were talking politics. The charter which had been granted was getting roughly handled. Combeferre was upholding it weakly. Courfeyrac was energetically making a breach in it. On the table lay an unfortunate copy of the famous Touquet Charter. Courfeyrac had seized it and was brandishing it, mingling with his arguments the rattling of this sheet of paper. "In the first place, I won't have any kings. If it were only from an economical point of view, I don't want any. A king is a parasite. One does not have kings gratis. Listen to this, the dearness of kings. At the death of Francois I, the national debt of France amounted to an income of 30,000 livres. At the death of Louis XIV, it was 2 milliards, 600 millions, at 28 livres the mark, which was equivalent in 1760, according to Desmarais, to 4 milliards, 500 millions, which would today be equivalent to 12 milliards. In the second place, and no offence to Combeferre, a charter granted is but a poor expedient of civilization. To save the transition, to soften the passage, to deaden the shock, to cause the nation to pass insensibly from the monarchy to democracy by the practice of constitutional fictions. What detestable reasons all those are! No, no, let us never enlighten the people with false daylight. Principles dwindle and pale in your constitutional cellar. No illegitimacy, no compromise, no grant from the king to the people. In all such grants there is an Article 14. By the side of the hand which gives, there is the claw which snatches back. I refuse your charter point blank. A charter is a mask. The lie lurks beneath it. A people which accepts a charter abdicates. The law is only the law when entire. No, no charter. It was winter. A couple of faggots were crackling in the fireplace. This was tempting, and Courfeyrac could not resist. He crumpled the poor Touquet Charter in his fist and flung it in the fire. The paper flashed up. Combeferre watched the masterpiece of Louis XVIII burn philosophically, and contented himself with saying, "The Charter metamorphosed into flame." And sarcasms, sallies, jests, that French thing which is called entrain, and that English thing which is called humour, good and bad taste, good and bad reasons, all the wild pyrotechnics of dialogue, mounting together and crossing from all points of the room, produced a sort of merry bombardment over their heads. End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Book 4 of Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, The Friends of the ABC. Chapter 5, Enlargement of Horizon. The shocks of youthful minds among themselves have this admirable property, that one can never foresee the spark, nor divine the lightning flash. What will dart out presently, no one knows. The burst of laughter starts from a tender feeling. At the moment of jest, the serious makes its entry. Impulses depend on the first chance word. The spirit of each is sovereign. Jest suffices to open the field to the unexpected. These are conversations with abrupt turns, in which the perspective changes suddenly. Chance is the stage manager of such conversations. A severe thought, starting oddly from a clash of words, suddenly traversed the conflict of quips in which Grantaire, Bahorel, Prouvaire, Bossuet, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac were confusedly fencing. How does a phrase crop up in a dialogue? Whence comes it that it suddenly impresses itself on the attention of those who hear it? We have just said that no one knows anything about it. In the midst of the uproar, Bossuet all at once terminated some apostrophe to Combeferre with this date: June 18th, 1815, Waterloo. At this name of Waterloo, Marius, who was leaning his elbows on a table beside a glass of water, removed his wrist from beneath his chin and began to gaze fixedly at the audience. Pardieu! Exclaimed Courfeyrac. Parbleu was falling into disuse at this period. That number 18 is strange and strikes me. It is Bonaparte's fatal number. Place Louis in front and Brumaire behind, and you have the whole destiny of the man, with this significant peculiarity, that the end treads close on the heels of the commencement. Enjolras, who had remained mute up to that point, broke the silence and addressed this remark to Combeferre. You mean to say the crime and the expiation. This word crime overpassed the measure of what Marius, who was already greatly agitated by the abrupt evocation of Waterloo, could accept. He rose, walked slowly to the map of France spread out on the wall, and at whose base an island was visible in a separate compartment, laid his finger on this compartment, and said, Corsica, a little island which has rendered France very great. This was like a breath of icy air. All ceased talking. They felt that something was on the point of occurring. Bahorel, replying to Bossuet, was just assuming an attitude of the torso to which he was addicted. He gave it up to listen. Enjolras, whose blue eye was not fixed on anyone, and who seemed to be gazing at space, replied, without glancing at Marius, France needs no Corsica to be great. France is great because she is France, quia nomina leo. Marius felt no desire to retreat. He turned towards Enjolras, and his voice burst forth with a vibration which came from a quiver of his very being. God forbid that I should diminish France, but amalgamating Napoleon with her is not diminishing her. Come, let us argue the question. I am a newcomer among you, but I will confess that you amaze me. Where do we stand? Who are we? Who are you? Who am I? Let us come to an explanation about the Emperor. I hear you say Buonaparte, accentuating the you like the Royalists. I warn you that my grandfather does better still. He says Buonaparte. I thought you were young men. Where then is your enthusiasm? And what are you doing with it? Whom do you admire if you do not admire the Emperor? And what more do you want? If you will have none of that great man, what great man would you like? He had everything. He was complete. He had in his brain the sum of human faculties. He made codes like Justinian. He dictated like Caesar. His conversation was mingled with the lightning flash of Pascal, with the thunderclap of Tacitus. He made history and he wrote it. His bulletins are Iliads. He combined the cipher of Newton with the metaphor of Mahomet. He left behind him in the East words as great as the pyramids. At Tilsit he taught emperors majesty. At the Academy of Sciences he replied to Laplace. In the Council of State he held his own against Merlin. He gave a soul to the geometry of the first and to the chicanery of the last. He was a legist with the attorneys and sidereal with the astronomers. Like Cromwell blowing out one of two candles, he went to the temple to bargain for a curtain tassel. He saw everything. He knew everything, which did not prevent him from laughing good-naturedly beside the cradle of his little child. And all at once frightened Europe lent an ear, armies put themselves in motion, parks of artillery rumbled, pontoons stretched over the rivers, clouds of cavalry galloped in the storm, cries, trumpets, a trembling of thrones in every direction. The frontiers of kingdoms oscillated on the map. The sound of a superhuman sword was heard as it was drawn from its sheath. They beheld him, rise erect on the horizon, with a blazing brand in his hand and a glow in his eyes, unfolding amid the thunder his two wings, the Grand Army and the Old Guard, and he was the Archangel of War. All held their peace, and Enjolras bowed his head. Silence always produces somewhat the effect of acquiescence, of the enemy being driven to the wall. Marius continued with increased enthusiasm, and almost without pausing for breath. Let us be just, my friends. What a splendid destiny for a nation to be the empire of such an emperor, when that nation is France, and when it adds its own genius to the genius of that man. To appear and to reign, to march and to triumph, to have for halting places all capitals, to take his grenadiers and to make kings of them, to decree the falls of dynasties, and to transfigure Europe at the pace of a charge, to make you feel that when you threaten you lay your hand on the hilt of the sword of God, to follow in a single man Hannibal, Caesar, Charlemagne, to be the people of some one who mingles with your dawns the startling announcement of a battle won, to have the cannon of the Invalides to rouse you in the morning, to hurl you into abysses of light prodigious words which flame for ever, Marengo, Arcola, Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram, to cause constellations of victories to flash forth at each instant from the zenith of the centuries, to make the French Empire a pendant to the Roman Empire, to be the great nation and to give birth to the grand army, to make its legions fly forth over all the earth, as a mountain sends out its eagles on all sides to conquer, to dominate, to strike with lightning, to be in Europe a sort of nation gilded through glory, to sound athwart the centuries a trumpet blast of Titans, to conquer the world twice, by conquest and by dazzling. That is sublime, and what greater thing is there? To be free, said Combeferre. Marius lowered his head in his turn. That cold and simple word had traversed his epic effusion like a blade of steel, and he felt it vanishing within him. When he raised his eyes, Combeferre was no longer there. Probably satisfied with his reply to the apotheosis, he had just taken his departure, and all, with the exception of Enjolras, had followed him. The room had been emptied. Enjolras, left alone with Marius, was gazing gravely at him. Marius, however, having rallied his ideas to some extent, did not consider himself beaten. There lingered in him a trace of inward fermentation, which was on the point, no doubt, of translating itself into syllogisms arrayed against Enjolras, when, all of a sudden, they heard some one singing on the stairs as he went. It was Combeferre, and this is what he was singing. Si César m'avait donné la gloire et la guerre, et qu'il me fallait quitter l'amour de ma mère, je dirais au grand César, reprends ton sceptre et ton char. J'aime mieux ma mère, ô Guay, j'aime mieux ma mère. The wild and tender accents with which Combeferre sang communicated to this couplet a sort of strange grandeur. Marius, thoughtfully, and with his eyes diked on the ceiling, repeated almost mechanically, "My mother?" At that moment he felt Enjolras' hand on his shoulder. "Citizen," said Enjolras to him, "my mother is the Republic." End of Book 4, Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Book 4 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4, Les Miserables, Chapter 6. Res Angusta. That evening left Marius profoundly shaken, and with a melancholy shadow in his soul. He felt what the earth may possibly feel at the moment when it is torn open with the iron, in order that grain may be deposited within it. It feels only the wound. The quiver of the germ, the joy of the fruit, only arrive later. Marius was gloomy. He had but just acquired a faith. Must he then reject it already? He affirmed to himself that he would not. He declared to himself that he would not doubt. And he began to doubt, in spite of himself. To stand between two religions,
from one of which you have not as yet emerged, and another into which you have not yet entered, is intolerable. And twilight is pleasing only to bat-like souls. Marius was clear-eyed, and he required the true light. The half-lights of doubt pained him. Whatever may have been his desire to remain where he was, he could not halt there. He was irresistibly constrained to continue, to advance, to examine, to think, to march further. Whither would this lead him? He feared, after having taken so many steps which had brought him nearer to his father, to now take a step which should estrange him from that father. His discomfort was augmented by all the reflections which occurred to him. An escarpment rose around him. He was in accord neither with his grandfather nor with his friends. Daring in the eyes of the one, he was behind the times in the eyes of the other, and he recognized the fact that he was doubly isolated, on the side of age and on the side of youth. He ceased to go to the Café Musain. In the troubled state of his conscience, he no longer thought of certain serious sides of existence. The realities of life do not allow themselves to be forgotten. They soon elbowed him, abruptly. One morning the proprietor of the hotel entered Marius's room and said to him, "Monsieur Courfeyrac answered for you." "Yes, but I must have my money." "Request Courfeyrac to come and talk with me," said Marius. Courfeyrac having made his appearance, the host left them. Marius then told him what it had not before occurred to him to relate, that he was the same as alone in the world, and had no relatives. "What is to become of you?" said Courfeyrac. "I do not know in the least," replied Marius. "What are you going to do?" "I do not know." "Have you any money?" 15 francs. "Do you want me to lend you some?" "Never." "Have you clothes?" "Here is what I have." "Have you trinkets?" "A watch." "Silver?" "Gold. Here it is." "I know a clothes dealer who will take your frock coat and a pair of trousers." "That is good." "You will then have only a pair of trousers, a waistcoat, a hat, and a coat." "And my boots." "What? You will not go barefoot? What opulence!" "That will be enough." "I know a watchmaker who will buy your watch." "That is good." "No, it is not good. What will you do after that?" "Whatever is necessary. Anything honest, that is to say." "Do you know English?" "No." "Do you know German?" "No." "So much the worse." "Why?" "Because one of my friends, a publisher, is getting up a sort of an encyclopedia, for which you might have translated English or German articles. It is badly paid work, but one can live by it." "I will learn English and German." "And in the meanwhile?" "In the meanwhile I will live on my clothes and my watch." The clothes dealer was sent for. He paid 20 francs for the cast-off garments. They went to the watchmaker's. He bought the watch for 45 francs. "That is not bad," said Marius to Courfeyrac on their return to the hotel. "With my 15 francs that makes 80. "And the hotel bill," observed Courfeyrac. "Hello, I had forgotten that," said Marius. The landlord presented his bill, which had to be paid on the spot. It amounted to 70 francs. "I have 10 francs left," said Marius. "The deuce!" exclaimed Courfeyrac. "You will eat up 5 francs while you are learning English, and 5 while learning German. That will be swallowing a tongue very fast, or 100 sous very slowly." In the meantime, Aunt Gillenormand, a rather good-hearted person at bottom in difficulties, had finally hunted up Marius's abode. One morning, on his return from the law school, Marius found a letter from his aunt, and the 60 pistoles, that is to say 600 francs in gold, in a sealed box. Marius sent back the 30 louis to his aunt, with a respectful letter, in which he stated that he had sufficient means of subsistence, and that he should be able thenceforth to supply all his needs. At that moment he had 3 francs left. His aunt did not inform his grandfather of this refusal, for fear of exasperating him. Besides, had he not said, "Let me never hear the name of that blood-drinker again"? Marius left the Hôtel de la Porte Saint-Jacques as he did not wish to run in debt there. End of Book 4, Chapter 6.
Chapter 1, Book 5 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Woods. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5, Les Miserables, Chapter 1, Marius Indigent. Life became hard for Marius. It was nothing to eat his clothes and his watch. He ate of that terrible, inexpressible thing that is called de la vache en rage. That is to say, he endured great hardships and privations. A terrible thing it is, containing days without bread, nights without sleep, evenings without a candle, a hearth without a fire, weeks without work, a future without hope, a coat out at the elbows, an old hat which evokes the laughter of young girls, a door which one finds locked on one at night because one's rent is not paid, the insolence of the porter and the cook-shop man, the sneers of neighbors, humiliations, dignity trampled on, work of whatever nature accepted, disgust, bitterness, despondency. Marius learned how all this is eaten, and how such are often the only things which one has to devour. At that moment of his existence when a man needs his pride because he needs love, he felt that he was jeered at because he was badly dressed and ridiculous because he was poor. At the age when youth swells the heart with imperial pride, he dropped his eyes more than once on his dilapidated boots, and he knew the unjust shame and the poignant blushes of wretchedness. Admirable and terrible trial, from which the feeble emerge base, from which the strong emerge sublime. A crucible into which destiny casts a man, whenever it desires a scoundrel or a demagogue. For many great deeds are performed in petty combats. There are instances of bravery ignored and obstinate, which defend themselves step by step in that fatal onslaught of necessities and turpitudes. Noble and mysterious triumphs which no eye beholds, which are requited with no renown, which are saluted with no trumpet blast. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment, poverty, are fields of battle which have their heroes, obscure heroes who are sometimes grander than the heroes who win renown. Firm and rare natures are thus created. Misery, almost always a stepmother, is sometimes a mother. Destitution gives birth to might of soul and spirit. Distress is the nurse of pride. Unhappiness is a good milk for the magnanimous. There came a moment in Marius' life when he swept his own landing, when he bought his sou's worth of brie cheese at the fruiterer's, when he waited until twilight had fallen to slip into the baker's and purchase a loaf, which he carried off furtively to his attic as though he had stolen it. Sometimes there could be seen gliding into the butcher's shop on the corner, in the midst of the bantering cooks who elbowed him, an awkward young man, carrying big books under his arm, who had a timid yet angry air, who on entering removed his hat from a brow whereon stood drops of perspiration, made a profound bow to the butcher's astonished wife, asked for a mutton cutlet, paid 6 or 7 sous for it, wrapped it up in a paper, put it under his arm between 2 books, and went away. It was Marius. On this cutlet, which he cooked for himself, he lived for 3 days. On the first day he ate the meat. On the second he ate the fat. On the third he gnawed the bone. Aunt Gillenormand made repeated attempts, and sent him the 60 pistoles several times. Marius returned them on every occasion, saying that he needed nothing. He was still in mourning for his father when the revolution which we have just described was effected within him. From that time forth he had not put off his black garments, but his garments were quitting him. The day came when he had no longer a coat. The trousers would go next. What was to be done? Courfeyrac, to whom he had on his side done some good turns, gave him an old coat. For 30 sous Marius got it turned by some porter or other, and it was a new coat. But this coat was green. Then Marius ceased to go out until after nightfall. This made his coat black. As he wished always to appear in mourning, he clothed himself with the night. In spite of all this, he got admitted to practice as a lawyer. He was supposed to live in Courfeyrac's room, which was decent, and where a certain number of law books, backed up and completed by several dilapidated volumes of romance, passed as the library required by the regulations. He had his letters addressed to Courfeyrac's quarters. When Marius became a lawyer, he informed his grandfather of the fact in a letter which was cold but full of submission and respect. M. Gillenormand trembled as he took the letter, read it, tore it in 4 pieces, and threw it into the wastebasket. 2 or 3 days later, Mademoiselle Gillenormand heard her father, who was alone in his room, talking aloud to himself. He always did this whenever he was greatly agitated. She listened, and the old man was saying, "If you were not a fool, you would know that one cannot be a baron and a lawyer at the same time."
Chapter 2. Marius Poor. It is the same with wretchedness as with everything else. It ends by becoming bearable. It finally assumes a form, and adjusts itself. One vegetates, that is to say. One develops in a certain meagre fashion, which is, however, sufficient for life. This is the mode in which the existence of Marius Pontmercy was arranged. He had passed the worst straits. The narrow pass was opening out a little in front of him. By dint of joy, perseverance, courage, and will, he had managed to draw from his work about 700 francs a year. He had learned German and English, thanks to Courfeyrac, who had put him in communication with his friend, the publisher. Marius filled the modest post of utility man in literature at the publishing house. He drew prospectuses, translated newspapers, annotated editions, compiled biographies, etc. Net product, year in and year out, 700 francs. He lived on it. How? Not so badly. We will explain. Marius occupied in the Gorbeau house, for an annual sum of 30 francs, a den minus a fireplace, called the cabinet, which contained only the most indispensable articles of furniture. This furniture belonged to him. He gave 3 francs a month to the old principal tenant to come and sweep his hole, and to bring him a little hot water every morning, a fresh egg, and a penny roll. He breakfasted on his egg and roll. His breakfast varied in cost from 2 to 4 sous, according as eggs were dear or cheap. At 6 o'clock in the evening he descended the Rue Saint-Jacques, to dine at Rousseau's, opposite Basset, the stamp dealer's, on the corner of Rue des Mathurins. He ate no soup. He took a 6 sous plate of meat, half portion of vegetables for 3 sous, and 3 sous dessert. For 3 sous he got as much bread as he wished. As for wine, he drank water. When he paid at the desk when Madame Rousseau, at that period still plump and rosy, majestically presided, he gave a sou to the waiter, and Madame Rousseau gave him a smile. Then he went away. For 16 sous he had a smile and a dinner. This restaurant Rousseau, where so few bottles and so many water carafes were emptied, was a calming potion rather than a restaurant. It no longer exists. The proprietor had a fine nickname. He was called Rousseau the Aquatic. Thus breakfast 4 sous, dinner 16 sous. His food cost him 20 sous a day, which made 365 francs a year. Add the 30 francs for rent, and 36 francs to the old woman, plus a few trifling expenses, with 450 francs. Marius was fed, lodge, and way to don. His clothing cost him 100 francs, his linen 50 francs, his washing 50 francs. The whole did not exceed 650 francs. He was rich. He sometimes lent 10 francs to a friend. Courfeyrac had once been able to borrow 60 francs from him. As far as fire was concerned, as Marius had no fireplace, he had simplified matters. Marius always had 2 complete suits of clothes, the one old for every day, the other brand new for special occasions. Both were black. He had but 3 shirts, one on his person, the second in the commode, and the third in the washerwoman's hands. He renewed them as they wore out. They were always ragged, which caused him to button his coat to the chin. It had required years for Marius to attain this flourishing condition, hard years, difficult, some of them, to traverse, others to climb. Marius had not failed for a single day. He had endured everything in the way of destitution. He had done everything except contract debts. He did himself the justice to say that he had never owed any one a sou. A debt was, to him, the beginning of slavery. He even said to himself that a creditor is worse than a master, for the master possesses only a person, a creditor possesses your dignity, and can administer to it a box on the ear. Rather than borrow, he went without food. He had passed many a day fasting, feeling that all extremes meet, and that, if one is not on one's guard, lowered fortunes may lead to baseness of soul. He kept a jealous watch on his pride, such and such a formality of action, which, in any other situation, would have appeared merely deference to him, now seemed insipidity, and he nerved himself against it. His face wore a sort of severe flush. He was timid even to rudeness. During all his trials he had felt himself encouraged and even uplifted, at times, by a secret force that he possessed within himself. The soul aids the body, and at certain moments he raises it. It is the only bird that bears up its own cage. Besides his father's name, another name was graven in Marius' heart, the name of Thénardier. Marius, with his grave enthusiastic nature, surrounded with a sort of aureole the man to whom, in his thought, he owed his father's life, that intrepid sergeant who had saved the colonel amid the bullets and the cannon balls at Waterloo. He never separated the memory of this man from the memory of his father, and he associated them with his veneration. It was a sort of worship in 2 steps, with a grand altar for the colonel and the lesser one for Thénardier. What redoubled the tenderness of this gratitude towards Thénardier was the idea of distress into which he knew that Thénardier had fallen, and which had engulfed the latter. Marius had learned at Montfermeil of the ruin and bankruptcy of the unfortunate innkeeper. Since that time he had made unheard of efforts to find traces of him, and to reach him in that dark abyss of misery in which Thénardier had disappeared. Marius had beaten the whole country. He had gone to Chelles, to Bondy, to Gournay, to Nogent, to Lagny. He had persisted for 3 years, expending in these explorations the little money which he had laid by. No one had been able to give him any news of Thénardier. He was supposed to have gone abroad. His creditors had also sought him, with less love than Marius, but with as much assiduity, and had not been able to lay their hands on him. Marius blamed himself, and was almost angry with himself for his lack of success in his researches. It was the only debt left him by the colonel, and Marius made it a matter of honour to pay it. What, he thought, when my father lay dying on the field of battle, did Thénardier contrive to find him amid the smoke in a grape shot, and bear him off on his shoulders? And yet he owed him nothing, and I, who owe so much to Thénardier, cannot join him in this shadow where he is lying with the pangs of death, and in my turn bring him back from death to life. Oh, I will find him. To find Thénardier, in fact, Marius would have given one of his arms. To rescue him from his misery, he would have sacrificed all his blood. To see Thénardier, to render Thénardier some service, to say to him, "You do not know me. Well, I do know you. Here I am. Dispose of me." This was Marius' sweetest and most magnificent dream. End of chapter 2. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Chapter 3 of Book 5 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5. The Excellence of Misfortune. Chapter 3. Marius grown up. At this epoch, Marius was 20 years of age. It was 3 years since he had left his grandfather. Both parties had remained on the same terms, without attempting to approach each other and without seeking to see each other. Besides, what was the use of seeing each other? Marius was the brass vase, while Father Gillenormand was the iron pot. We admit that Marius was mistaken as to his grandfather's heart. He had imagined that Monsieur Gillenormand had never loved him, and that that crusty, harsh, and smiling old fellow, who cursed, shouted, and stormed, and brandished his cane, cherished for him, at the most, only that affection which is at once slight and severe, of the dotards of comedy. Marius was in error. There are fathers who do not love their children. There exists no grandfather who does not adore his grandson. At bottom, as we have said, Monsieur Gillenormand idolized Marius. He idolized him after his own fashion, with an accompaniment of snappishness and boxes on the ear, but, this child once gone, he felt a black void in his heart. He would allow no one to mention the child to him, and all the while secretly regretted that he was so well obeyed. At first, he hoped that this Bonapartist, this Jacobin, this terrorist, this Septembrist would return. But the weeks passed by, years passed. To Monsieur Gillenormand's great despair, the blood drinker did not make his appearance. I could not do otherwise than turn him out, said the grandfather to himself, and he asked himself, if the thing were to do over again, would I do it? His pride instantly answered yes, but his aged head, which he shook in silence, replied sadly no. He had his hours of depression. He missed Marius. Old men need affection as they need the sun. It is warmth. Strong as his nature was, the absence of Marius had wrought some change in him. Nothing in the world could have induced him to take a step towards that rogue, but he suffered. He never inquired about him, but he thought of him incessantly. He lived in the Marais in a more and more retired manner. He was still merry and violent as of old, but his merriment had a convulsive harshness, and his violences always terminated in a sort of gentle and gloomy dejection. He sometimes said, "Oh, if only he would return, what a good box on the ear I would give him." As for his aunt, she thought too little to love much. Marius was no longer for her much more than a vague black form, and she eventually came to occupy herself with him much less than with the cat or the paroquet which she probably had. What augmented Father Gillenormand's secret suffering was, that he locked it all up within his breast, and did not allow its existence to be divined. His sorrow was like those recently invented furnaces, which consume their own smoke. It sometimes happened that officious busybodies spoke to him of Marius, and asked him, "What is your grandson doing? What has become of him?" The old bourgeois replied with a sigh, that he was a sad case, and giving a fillip to his cuff, if he wished to appear gay, "Monsieur le Baron de Pontmercy is practising pettifogging in some corner or other." While the old man regretted, Marius applauded himself. As is the case with all good-hearted people, misfortune had eradicated his bitterness. He thought only of Monsieur Gillenormand in an amiable light, but he had set his mind on not receiving anything more from the man who had been unkind to his father. This was the mitigated translation of his first indignation. Moreover, he was happy at having suffered, and at suffering still. It was for his father's sake. The hardness of his life satisfied and pleased him. He said to himself with a sort of joy that it was certainly the least he could do, that it was an expiation, that, had it not been for that, he would have been punished in some other way, and later on, for his impious indifference towards his father, and such a father. That it would not have been just that his father should have all the suffering and he none of it. And that, in any case, what were his toils and his destitution compared with the colonel's heroic life? That, in short, the only way for him to approach his father and resemble him was to be brave in the face of indigence, as the other had been valiant before the enemy. And that was, no doubt, what the colonel had meant to imply by the words, "He will be worthy of it," words which Marius continued to wear, not on his breast, since the colonel's writing had disappeared, but in his heart. And then, on the day when his grandfather had turned him out of doors, he had been only a child, now he was a man. He felt it. Misery, we repeat, had been good for him. Poverty in youth, when it succeeds, has this magnificent property about it, that it turns the whole will towards effort, and the whole soul towards aspiration. Poverty instantly lays material life bare, and renders it hideous. Hence, inexpressible bounds towards the ideal life. The wealthy young man has 100 coarse and brilliant distractions, horse races, hunting, dogs, tobacco, gaming, good repasts, and all the rest of it, occupations for the baser side of the soul, at the expense of the loftier and more delicate sides. The poor young man wins his bread with difficulty. He eats. When he has eaten, he has nothing more but meditation. He goes to the spectacles which God furnishes gratis. He gazes at the sky, space, the stars, flowers, children, the humanity among which he is suffering, the creation amid which he beams. He gazes so much on humanity that he perceives its soul, he gazes upon creation to such an extent that he beholds God. He dreams, he feels himself great, he dreams on, and feels himself tender. From the egotism of the man who suffers, he passes to the compassion of the man who meditates. An admirable sentiment breaks forth in him, forgetfulness of self and pity for all. As he thinks of the innumerable enjoyments which nature offers, gives, and lavishes to the souls which stand open, and refuses to souls that are closed, he comes to pity, he, the millionaire of the mind, the millionaire of money. All hatred departs from his heart in proportion as light penetrates his spirit. And is he unhappy? No. The misery of a young man is never miserable. The first young lad who comes to hand, however poor he may be, with his strength, his health, his rapid walk, his brilliant eyes, his warmly circulating blood, his black hair, his red lips, his white teeth, his pure breath, will always arouse the envy of an aged emperor. And then, every morning, he sets himself afresh to the task of earning his bread, and while his hands earn his bread, his dorsal column gains pride, his brain gathers ideas. His task is finished, he returns to ineffable ecstasies, to contemplation, to joys. He beholds his feet set in afflictions, in obstacles on the pavement, in the nettles, sometimes in the mire, his head in the light. He is firm, serene, gentle, peaceful, attentive, serious, content with little, kindly, and he thanks God for having bestowed on him those two forms of riches which many a rich man lacks: work, which makes him free, and thought, which makes him dignified. This is what happened with Marius. To tell the truth, he inclined a little too much to the side of contemplation. From the day when he had succeeded in earning his living with some approach to certainty, he had stopped, thinking it good to be poor, and retrenching time from his work to give to thought, that is to say, he sometimes passed entire days in meditation, absorbed, engulfed, like a visionary, in the mute voluptuousness of ecstasy and inward radiance. He had thus propounded the problem of his life, to toil as little as possible at material labour, in order to toil as much as possible at the labour which is impalpable. In other words, to bestow a few hours on real life, and to cast the rest to the infinite. As he believed that he lacked nothing, he did not perceive that contemplation, thus understood, ends by becoming one of the forms of idleness, that he was contenting himself with conquering the first necessities of life, and that he was resting from his labours too soon. It was evident that, for this energetic and enthusiastic nature, this could only be a transitory state, and that, at the first shock against the inevitable complications of destiny, Marius would awaken. In the meantime, although he was a lawyer, and whatever Father Gillenormand thought about the matter, he was not practising, he was not even pettifogging. Meditation had turned him aside from pleading. To haunt attorneys, to follow the court, to hunt up cases, what a bore! Why should he do it? He saw no reason for changing the matter of gaining his livelihood. The obscure and ill-paid publishing establishment had come to mean for him a sure source of work which did not involve too much labour, as we have explained, and which sufficed for his wants. One of the publishers for whom he worked, Monsieur Magimel, I think, offered to take him into his own house, to lodge him well, to furnish him with regular occupation, and to give him 1,500 francs a year. To be well lodged! 1,500 francs! No doubt. But to renounce his liberty, be fixed on wages, a sort of hired man of letters. According to Marius' opinion, if he accepted, his position would become both better and worse at the same time. He acquired comfort and lost his dignity. It was a fine and complete unhappiness converted into a repulsive and ridiculous state of torture. Something like the case of a blind man who should recover the sight of one eye. He refused. Marius dwelt in solitude. Owing to his taste for remaining outside of everything, and through having been too much alarmed, he had not entered decidedly into the group presided over by Enjolras. They had remained good friends. They were ready to assist each other on occasion in every possible way, but nothing more. Marius had two friends, one young, Courfeyrac, and one old, M. Mabeuf. He inclined more to the old man. In the first place, he owed to him the revolution which had taken place within him. To him he was indebted for having known and loved his father. He operated on me for a cataract, he said. The churchwarden certainly played a decisive part. It was not, however, that M. Mabeuf had been anything but the calm and impassive agent of Providence in this connection. He had enlightened Marius by chance, and without being aware of the fact, as does a candle which someone brings. He had been the candle, and not the someone. As for Marius' inward political revolution, M. Mabeuf was totally incapable of comprehending it, of willing or of directing it. As we shall see M. Mabeuf again later on, a few words will not be superfluous. End of Book 5, Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Book 5 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5. The Excellence of Misfortune. Chapter 4. Monsieur Mabeuf. On the day when Monsieur Mabeuf said to Marius, "Certainly I approve of political opinions," he expressed the real state of his mind. All political opinions were matters of indifference to him, and he approved them all, without distinction, provided they left him in peace, as the Greeks called the Furies, the beautiful, the good, the charming, the Eumenides. M. Mabeuf's political opinion consisted in a passionate love for plants, and above all, for books. Like all the rest of the world, He possessed the termination in ist, without which no one could exist at that time. But he was neither a royalist, a Bonapartist, a Chartist, an Orleanist, nor an anarchist. He was a bookwinist, a collector of old books. He did not understand how men could busy themselves with hating each other because of silly stuff like the Charter, democracy, legitimacy, monarchy, the Republic, etc., when there were in the world all sorts of mosses, grasses, and shrubs which they might be looking at, and heaps of folios, and even of 32 mots, which they might turn over. He took good care not to become useless. Having books did not prevent his reading, being a botanist did not prevent his being a gardener. When he made Pontmercy's acquaintance, this sympathy had existed between the colonel and himself, that what the colonel did for flowers, he did for fruits. Monsieur Mabeuf had succeeded in producing seedling pears, as savoury as the pears of Saint-Germain. It is from one of his combinations, apparently, that the October Mirabelle, now celebrated and no less perfumed than the summer Mirabelle, owes its origin. He went to mass rather from gentleness than from piety, and because, as he loved the faces of men but hated their noise, he found them assembled and silent only in church. Feeling that he must be something in the state, he had chosen the career of warden. However, he had never succeeded in loving any woman as much as a tulip bulb, nor any man as much as an Elzevir. He had long passed 60 when, one day, some one asked him, "Have you never been married?" "I have forgotten," said he. When it sometimes happened to him, and to whom does it not happen, to say, "Oh, if I were only rich," it was not when ogling a pretty girl, as was the case with Father Gillenormand, but when contemplating an old book. He lived alone with an old housekeeper. He was somewhat gouty, and when he was asleep, his aged fingers, stiffened with rheumatism, lay crooked up in the folds of his sheets. He had composed and published a Flora of the environs of Cauteretz, with coloured plates, a work which enjoyed a tolerable measure of esteem and which sold well. People rang his bell in the Rue Mésières 2 or 3 times a day to ask for it. He drew as much as 2,000 francs a year from it. This constituted nearly the whole of his fortune. Although poor, he had had the talent to form for himself, by dint of patience, privations, and time, a precious collection of rare copies of every sort. He never went out without a book under his arm, and he often returned with 2. The sole decoration of the 4 rooms on the ground floor which composed his lodgings consisted of framed herbariums and engravings of the old masters. The sight of a sword or a gun chilled his blood. He had never approached a cannon in his life, even at the Invalides. He had a passable stomach, a brother who was a curé, perfectly white hair, no teeth, either in his mouth or his mind, a trembling in every limb, a Picard accent, an infantile laugh, the air of an old sheep, and he was easily frightened. Add to this, that he had no other friendship, no other acquaintance among the living, than an old bookseller of the Porte Saint-Jacques, named Royal. His dream was to naturalize indigo in France. His servant was also a sort of innocent. The poor good old woman was a spinster. Sultan, her cat, which might have mewed Allegri's Miserere in the Sixtine Chapel, had filled her heart and sufficed for the quantity of passion which existed in her. None of her dreams had ever proceeded as far as a man. She had never been able to get further than her cat. Like him, she had a moustache. Her glory consisted in her caps, which were always white. She passed her time, on Sundays, after mass, in counting over the linen in her chest, and in spreading out on her bed the dresses in the piece which she bought and had never made up. She knew how to read. Monsieur Mabeuf had nicknamed her Mother Plutarque. Monsieur Mabeuf had taken a fancy to Marius, because Marius, being young and gentle, warmed his age without startling his timidity. Youth combined with gentleness produces on old people the effect of the sun without wind. When Marius was saturated with military glory, with gunpowder, with marches and counter-marches, and with all those prodigious battles in which his father had given and received such tremendous blows of the sword, he went to see M. Mabeuf, and M. Mabeuf talked to him of his hero from the point of view of flowers. His brother the curé died about 1830, and almost immediately, as when the night is drawing on, the whole horizon grew dark for M. Mabeuf. A notary's failure deprived him of the sum of 10,000 francs, which was all that he possessed in his brother's right and his own. The Revolution of July brought a crisis to publishing. In a period of embarrassment, the first thing which does not sell is a flora. The flora of the environs of Cauteretz stopped short. Weeks passed by without a single purchaser. Sometimes M. Mabeuf started at the sound of the bell. "Monsieur," said Mother Plutarque sadly, "it is the water carrier." In short, one day, M. Mabeuf quitted the Rue Mésières, abdicated the functions of warden, gave up Saint-Sulpice, sold not a part of his books, but of his prints, that to which he was least attached, and installed himself in a little house on the Rue Montparnasse, where, however, he remained but 1/4 for 2 reasons. In the first place, the ground floor and the garden cost 300 francs, and he dared not spend more than 200 francs on his rent. In the second, being near Faton's shooting gallery, he could hear the pistol shots, which was intolerable to him. He carried off his flora, his copper plates, his herbariums, his portfolios, and his books, and established himself near the Salpêtrière, in a sort of thatched cottage of the village of Austerlitz, where, for 50 crowns a year, he got 3 rooms and a garden, enclosed by a hedge, and containing a well. He took advantage of this removal to sell off nearly all his furniture. On the day of his entrance into his new quarters, he was very gay, and drove the nails on which his engravings and herbariums were to hang, with his own hands, dug in his garden the rest of the day, and at night, perceiving that Mother Plutarque had a melancholy air, and was very thoughtful, he tapped her on the shoulder and said to her with a smile, "We have the indigo." Only 2 visitors, the bookseller of the Porte Saint-Jacques and Marius, were admitted to view the thatched cottage at Austerlitz, a brawling name which was, to tell the truth, extremely disagreeable to him. However, as we have just pointed out, brains which are absorbed in some bit of wisdom or folly, or, as it often happens, in both at once, are but slowly accessible to the things of actual life. Their own destiny is a far-off thing to them. There results from such concentration a passivity which, if it were the outcome of reasoning, would resemble philosophy. One declines, descends, trickles away, even crumbles away, and yet is hardly conscious of it oneself. It always ends, it is true, in an awakening, but the awakening is tardy. In the meantime, it seems as though we held ourselves neutral in the game which is going on between our happiness and our unhappiness. We are the stake, and we look on at the game with indifference. It is thus that, athwart the cloud which formed about him, when all his hopes were extinguished one after the other, M. Mabeuf remained rather puerilely, but profoundly serene. His habits of mind had the regular swing of a pendulum. Once mounted on an illusion, he went for a very long time, even after the illusion had disappeared. A clock does not stop short at the precise moment when the key is lost. M. Mabeuf had his innocent pleasures. These pleasures were inexpensive and unexpected. The merest chance furnished them. One day, Mother Plutarque was reading a romance in one corner of the room. She was reading aloud, finding that she understood better thus. To read aloud is to assure oneself of what one is reading. There are people who read very loud, and who have the appearance of giving themselves their word of honor as to what they are perusing. It was with this sort of energy that Mother Plutarque was reading the romance which she had in hand. M. Mabeuf heard her without listening to her. In the course of her reading, Mother Plutarque came to this phrase. It was a question of an officer of dragoons and a beauty. The beauty pouted, and the dragoon. Here she interrupted herself to wipe her glasses. Buddha and the dragon, struck in Monsieur Mabeuf in a low voice. Yes, it is true that there was a dragon which, from the depths of its cave, spouted flame through his maw, and set the heavens on fire. Many stars had already been consumed by this monster, which, besides, had the claws of a tiger. Buddha went into its den, and succeeded in converting the dragon. That is a good book that you are reading, Mother Plutarque. There is no more beautiful legend in existence. And Monsieur Mabeuf fell into a delicious reverie. End of Book 5, Chapter 4.
Chapters 5 and 6 of Book 5 of Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Miserables, Volume 3 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book Number 5, The Excellence of Misfortune. Chapter 5, Poverty, a Good Neighbor for Misery. Marius liked this candid old man who saw himself gradually falling into the clutches of indigence, and who came to feel astonishment, little by little, without, however, being made melancholy by it. Marius met Courfeyrac and sought out Monsieur Mabeuf, very rarely, however, twice a month at most. Marius' pleasure consisted in taking long walks alone on the outer boulevards, or in the Champs de Mars, or in the least frequented alleys of the Luxembourg. He often spent half a day in gazing at a market garden, the beds of lettuce, the chickens on the dung heap, the horse turning the water wheel. The passers-by stared at him in surprise, and some of them thought his attire suspicious and his mien sinister. He was only a poor young man, dreaming in an objectless way. It was during one of his strolls that he hit upon the Gorbeau house, and tempted by its isolation and its cheapness, had taken up his abode there. He was known there only under the name of Monsieur Marius. Some of his father's old generals or old comrades had invited him to go and see them when they learned about him. Marius had not refused their invitations. They afforded opportunities of talking about his father. Thus he went from time to time to Comte Pajol, to General Bellavesne, to General Fririon, to the Invalides. There was music and dancing there. On such evenings Marius put on his new coat. But he never went to these evening parties or balls, except on days when it was freezing cold, because he could not afford a carriage, and he did not wish to arrive with boots otherwise than like mirrors. He said sometimes, but without bitterness, men are so made that in a drawing-room you may be soiled everywhere except on your shoes. In order to ensure a good reception there, only one irreproachable thing is asked of you. Your conscience? No. Your boots. All passions, except those of the heart, are dissipated by reverie. Marius' political fevers vanished thus. The revolution of 1830 assisted in the process by satisfying and calming him. He remained the same, setting aside his fits of wrath. He still held the same opinions, only they had been tempered. To speak accurately, he had no longer any opinions, he had sympathies. To what party did he belong? To the party of humanity. Out of humanity he chose France. Out of the nation he chose the people. Out of the people he chose the woman. It was to that point above all that his pity was directed. Now he preferred an idea to a deed, a poet to a hero. and he admired a book like Job more than an event like Marengo. And then, when, after a day spent in meditation, he returned in the evening through the boulevards, and caught a glimpse through the branches of the trees of the fathomless space beyond, the nameless gleams, the abyss, the shadow, the mystery, all that which is only human seemed very pretty indeed to him. He thought that he had, and he really had in fact, arrived at the truth of life and of human philosophy, and he had ended by gazing at nothing but heaven, the only thing which truth can perceive from the bottom of her well. This did not prevent him from multiplying his plans, his combinations, his scaffoldings, his projects for the future. In this state of reverie, an eye which could have cast a glance into Marius' interior would have been dazzled with the purity of that soul. In fact, had it been given to our eyes of the flesh to gaze into the consciousnesses of others, we should be able to judge a man much more surely according to what he dreams than according to what he thinks. There is will in thought, there is none in dreams. Reverie, which is utterly spontaneous, takes and keeps, even in the gigantic and the ideal, the form of our spirit. Nothing proceeds more directly and more sincerely from the very depths of our soul than our unpremeditated and boundless aspirations toward the splendors of destiny. In these aspirations, much more than in deliberate, rational, coordinated ideas, is the real character of a man to be found. Our chimeras are the things which the most resemble us. Each one of us dreams of the unknown and the impossible in accordance with his nature. Towards the middle of this year 1831, the old woman who waited on Marius told him that his neighbors, the wretched Jondrette family, had been turned out of doors. Marius, who passed nearly the whole of his days out of the house, hardly knew that he had any neighbors. "Why are they turned out?" he asked. "Because they do not pay their rent. They owe for 2 quarters." "How much is it?" 20 francs, said the old woman. Marius had 30 francs saved up in a drawer. "Here," he said to the old woman, "take these 25 francs, pay for the poor people, and give them 5 francs, and do not tell them that it was I." Chapter 6. The Substitute. It chanced that the regiment to which Lieutenant Théodule belonged came to perform garrison duty in Paris. This inspired Aunt Gillenormand with a second idea. She had, on the first occasion, hit upon the plan of having Marius spied upon by Théodule. Now she plotted to have Théodule take Marius' place. At all events, and in case the grandfather should feel the vague need of a young face in the house, these rays of dawn are sometimes sweet to ruin, it was expedient to find another Marius. "Take it as a simple erratum," she thought, "such as one sees in books. For Marius, read Théodule." A grandnephew is almost the same as a grandson. In default of a lawyer, one takes a lancer. One morning, when M. Gillenormand was about to read something in the Quotidienne, his daughter entered and said to him in her sweetest voice, for the question concerned her favorite, "Father, Théodule is coming to present his respects to you this morning." "Who's Théodule?" "Your grandnephew." "Ah!" said the grandfather. Then he went back to his reading, thought no more of his grandnephew, who was merely some Théodule or other, and soon flew into a rage, which almost always happened when he read. The sheet which he held, although royalist of course, announced for the following day, without any softening phrases, one of these little events which were of daily occurrence at that date in Paris, that the students of the schools of law and medicine were to assemble on the Place du Panthéon at midday to deliberate. The discussion concerned one of the questions of the moment, the artillery of the National Guard, and a conflict between the Minister of War and the citizens' militia.
On the subject of the cannon parked in the courtyard of the Louvre. The students were to deliberate over this.
It did not take much more than this to swell M. Gillenormand's rage. He thought of Marius, who was a student, and who would probably go with the rest to
deliberate at midday on the Place du Panthéon.
As he was indulging in this painful dream, Lieutenant Théodule entered clad in plain clothes, as a bourgeois, which was clever of him, and was discreetly introduced by Mademoiselle Gillenormand. The lancer had reasoned as follows. The old druid has not sunk all his money in a life pension. It is well to disguise oneself as a civilian from time to time. Mademoiselle Gillenormand said aloud to her father,
Théodule, your grand-nephew.
And in a low voice to the lieutenant,
approve of everything.
And she withdrew. The lieutenant, who was but little accustomed to such venerable encounters, stammered with some timidity, a good day, uncle, and made a salute composed of the involuntary and mechanical outline of the military salute, finished off as a bourgeois salute.
Ah, so it's you. That's well. Sit down, said the old gentleman.
That said, he totally forgot the lancer. Théodule seated himself, and M. Gillenormand rose. M. Gillenormand began to pace back and forth, his hands in his pockets, talking aloud and twitching with his irritated old fingers at the 2 watches which he wore in his 2 fobs.
That pack of brats! They convene on the Place du Panthéon. My life! Urchins who were with their nurses but yesterday. If one were to squeeze their noses, milk would burst out, and they deliberate tomorrow at midday. What are we coming to? What are we coming to? It is clear that we're making for the abyss. That is what descamisados have brought us to deliberate on the citizen artillery, to go and jabber in the open air over the jibes of the National Guard, and with whom are they to meet there? Just see whether Jacobinism leads. I will bet anything you like, 1,000,000 against a counter, that there will be no one there but returned convicts and released galley slaves, and the Republicans and the galley slaves. They form but one nose and one handkerchief. Carnot used to say, where would you have me go, traitor? Foch replied, wherever you please, imbecile. That's what the Republicans look.
That is true, said Théodule. M. Gillenormand half turned his head, saw Théodule, and went on.
When one reflects that scoundrel was so vile as to turn carbonaro, why did you leave my house to go and become a Republican? In the first place, the people want none of your republic. They have common sense. They know well that there always have been kings and that there always will be. They know well that the people are only the people, after all. They make sport of it, of your republic. Do you understand, idiot? Is it not a horrible caprice? To fall in love with Père Duchesne, to make sheep's eyes at the guillotine, to sing romances and play on the guitar under the balcony of 93. It's enough to make one spit on all these young fellows. Such fools are they. They are all alike. Not one escapes. It suffices for them to breathe the air which blows through the streets to lose their senses. The 19th century is poison. The first scamp that happens along let his beard grow like a goat's, thinks himself a real scoundrel, and abandons his old relatives. He's a Republican, he's a romantic. What does that mean, romantic? Do me the favor to tell me what it is. All possible follies. A year ago, they ran to Hernani. Now, just to ask you, Hernani antithesis, abominations, which are not even written in French. And then they have cannons in the courtyard of the Louvre. Well, such are the rascalities of the age.
You are right, uncle, said Théodule. Monsieur Gillenormand resumed.
Cannons in the courtyard of the museum. Now, for what purpose? Do you want to fire grape shot at the Apollo Belvedere? What are those cartridges to do with the Venus de Medici? Oh, the young men of the present day are just, they're all blackguards. What a pretty creature is their Benjamin Constant. And those who are not rascals are simpletons, yes? They do all they can to make themselves ugly. They're badly dressed. They are afraid of women. In the presence of petticoats, they have a mendicant air which sets the girls into fits of laughter. On my word of honor. One would say the poor creatures are ashamed of love. They are deformed. And they complete themselves by being stupid. They repeat the puns of Tiercelin and Potier. They have sack coats, stablemen's waistcoats, shirts of coarse linen, trousers of coarse cloth, boots of coarse leather, and their rigmarole resembles their plumage. One might make use of their jargon to put new soles on their old shoes. And all this awkward batch of brats has political opinions, if you please. Political opinions should be strictly forbidden. They fabricate systems. They recast society. They demolish the monarchy. They fling all laws to the earth. They put the attic in the cellar's place, and my porter in the place of the king. They turn Europe topsy-turvy. They reconstruct the world, and all their love affairs consist in staring slyly at the ankles of the laundresses as these women climb into their carts. Oh, Marius, you blackguard, to go and vociferate on a public place, to discuss, to debate, to take measures. They call that measures. Just God! Disorder humbles itself and becomes silly. I have seen chaos. Now I see a mess. Students deliberating on the National Guard. Such a thing could not be seen among the Ojibways nor the Cappadocians. Savages who go naked with their noodles dressed like a shuttlecock, with a club in their paws, are less of brutes than those bachelors of arts. Fourpenny monkeys. And they set up for judges. Those creatures deliberate and rationate. The end of the world has come. This is plainly the end of this miserable terraqueous globe. The final hiccup was required, and France has omitted it. Deliberate, my rascals. Such things will happen so long as they go and read the newspapers under the arcades of the Odeon. That cost them a sou, and their good sense, and their intelligence, and their heart, and their soul, and their wits. They emerge thence and decamp from their families. All newspapers are pests, all, even the Drapeau Blanc. At bottom, Martinville was a Jacobin. Just heaven, you may boast of having driven your grandfather to despair. That you may.
That is evident, said Théodule. And profiting by the fact that Monsieur Gillenormand was taking breath, the lancer added in a magisterial manner, there should be no other newspaper than the Moniteur, and no other book than the Annuaire Militaire. Monsieur Gillenormand continued.
It is like their Sieyès, a regicide ending in a senator, for that is the way they always end. They give themselves a scar with the address of thou as citizens, in order to get themselves called eventually Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur le Comte as big as my arm, assassins of September. The philosopher Sieyès, I will do myself the justice to say that I have never had any better opinion of the philosophies of all those philosophers than of the spectacles of the grimacer of Tivoli. One day I saw the senators cross the Quai Malplaquet in mantles of violet velvet sewn with bees, with hats à la Henri IV. They were hideous. One would have pronounced them monkeys from the tiger's court. Citizens, I declare to you that your progress is madness, that your humanity is a dream, that your revolution is a crime, that your republic is a monster, that your young and virgin France comes from the brothel,
and I maintain it against all, whoever you may be, whether journalists, economists, legists, or even were you better judges of liberty, of equality, and fraternity than the knife of the guillotine. And that I announce to you, my fine fellows."
"Parbleu!" cried the lieutenant, "that is wonderfully true." M. Gillenormand paused in a gesture which he had begun, wheeled round, stared Lancer Théodule intently in the eyes, and said to him, "You are a fool." End of chapters 5 and 6.
Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 6 of Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Miserables, Volume 3, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 6. The Conjunction of Two Stars. Chapter 1. The sobriquet. Mode of formation of family names. Marius was, at this epoch, a handsome young man, of medium stature, with thick and intensely black hair, a lofty and intelligent brow, well-opened and passionate nostrils, an air of calmness and sincerity, and with something indescribably proud, thoughtful, and innocent over his whole countenance. His profile, all of whose lines were rounded, without thereby losing their firmness, had a certain Germanic sweetness, which has made its way into the French physiognomy by way of Alsace and Lorraine, and that complete absence of angles which rendered the Sicambres so easily recognizable among the Romans, and which distinguishes the Leonine from the Aquiline race. He was at that period of life when the mind of men who think is composed in nearly equal parts of depth and ingenuousness. A grave situation being given, he had all that is required to be stupid. One more turn of the key, and he might be sublime. His manners were reserved, cold, polished, not very genial. As his mouth was charming, his lips the reddest, and his teeth the whitest in the world, his smile corrected the severity of his face as a whole. At certain moments, that pure brow and that voluptuous smile presented a singular contrast. His eyes were small, but his glance was large. At the period of his most abject misery, he had observed that young girls turned round when he passed by, and he fled or hid, with death in his soul. He thought that they were staring at him because of his old clothes, and that they were laughing at him. The fact is that they stared at him because of his grace, and that they dreamed of him. This mute misunderstanding between him and the pretty passers-by had made him shy. He chose none of them for the excellent reason that he fled from all of them. He lived thus indefinitely, stupidly, as Courfeyrac said. Courfeyrac also said to him, "Do not aspire to be venerable." They called each other thou. It is the tendency of youthful friendships to slip into this mode of address. Let me give you a piece of advice, my dear fellow. Don't read so many books, and look a little more at the lasses. The jades have some good points about them, O Marius. By dint of fleeing and blushing, you will become brutalized. On other occasions, Courfeyrac encountered him and said, "Good morning, Monsieur l'Abbé." When Courfeyrac had addressed to him some remark of this nature, Marius avoided women, both young and old, more than ever, for a week to come, and he avoided Courfeyrac to boot. Nevertheless, there existed in all the immensity of creation 2 women whom Marius did not flee, and to whom he paid no attention whatever. In truth, he would have been very much amazed if he had been informed that they were women. One was the bearded old woman who swept out his chamber, and caused Courfeyrac to say, "Seeing that his servant woman wears his beard, Marius does not wear his own beard." The other was a sort of little girl whom he saw very often, and whom he never looked at. For more than a year, Marius had noticed in one of the walks of the Luxembourg, the one which skirts the parapet of the Pépinière, a man and a very young girl, who were almost always seated side by side on the same bench, at the most solitary end of the alley, on the Rue de l'Ouest side. Every time that chance which meddles with the strolls of persons whose gaze is turned inwards led Marius to that walk, and it was nearly every day, he found this couple there. The man appeared to be about 60 years of age. He seemed sad and serious. His whole person presented the robust and weary aspect peculiar to military men who have retired from the service. If he had worn a decoration, Marius would have said he is an ex-officer. He had a kindly but unapproachable air, and he never let his glance linger on the eyes of anyone. He wore blue trousers, a blue frock coat, and a broad-brimmed hat, which always appeared to be new, a black cravat, a Quaker shirt, that is to say, it was dazzlingly white, but of coarse linen. A grisette who passed near him one day said, "Here's a very tidy widower." His hair was very white. The first time that the young girl who accompanied him came and seated herself on the bench which they seemed to have adopted, she was a sort of child 13 or 14 years of age, so thin as to be almost homely, awkward, insignificant, and with a possible promise of handsome eyes. Only they were always raised with a sort of displeasing assurance. Her dress was both aged and childish, like the dress of the scholars in a convent. It consisted of a badly cut gown of black merino. They had the air of being father and daughter. Marius scanned this old man, who was not yet aged, and this little girl, who was not yet a person, for a few days, and thereafter paid no attention to them. They, on their side, did not appear even to see him. They conversed together with a peaceful and indifferent air. The girl chattered incessantly and merrily. The old man talked but little, and, at times, he fixed on her eyes overflowing with an ineffable paternity. Marius had acquired the mechanical habit of strolling in that walk. He invariably found them there. This is the way things went. Marius liked to arrive by the end of the alley which was furthest from their bench. He walked the whole length of the alley, passed in front of them, then returned to the extremity whence he had come, and began again. This he did 5 or 6 times in the course of his promenade, and the promenade was taken 5 or 6 times a week, without its having occurred to him or to these people to exchange a greeting. That personage and that young girl, although they appeared, and perhaps because they appeared, to shun all glances, had naturally caused some attention on the part of the 5 or 6 students who strolled along the Pépinière from time to time, the studious after their lectures, the others after their game of billiards. Courfeyrac, who was among the last, had observed them several times, but finding the girl homely, he had speedily and carefully kept out of the way. He had fled, discharging at them a sobriquet, like a Parthian dart. Impressed solely with the child's gown and the old man's hair, he had dubbed the daughter Mademoiselle Lanoire, and the father Monsieur Leblanc, so that, as no one knew them under any other title, this nickname became a law in the default of any other name. The students said, "Ah, Monsieur Leblanc is on his bench," and Marius, like the rest, had found it convenient to call this unknown gentleman Monsieur Leblanc. We shall follow their example, and we shall say Monsieur Leblanc, in order to facilitate this tale. So Marius saw them nearly every day, at the same hour, during the first year. He found the man to his taste, but the girl insipid. Chapter 2. Lux facta est. During the second year, precisely at the point in this history which the reader has now reached, it chanced that this habit of the Luxembourg was interrupted, without Marius himself being quite aware why, and nearly 6 months elapsed during which he did not set foot in the alley. One day, at last, he returned thither once more. It was a serene summer morning, and Marius was in joyous mood, as one is when the weather is fine. It seemed to him that he had in his heart all the songs of the birds that he was listening to, and all the bits of blue sky of which he caught glimpses through the leaves of the trees. He went straight to his alley, and when he reached the end of it, he perceived, still on the same bench, that well-known couple. Only, when he approached, it certainly was the same man, but it seemed to him that it was no longer the same girl. The person whom he now beheld was a tall and beautiful creature, possessed of all the most charming lines of a woman, at the precise moment when they are still combined with all the most ingenuous graces of the child, a pure and fugitive moment, which can be expressed only by these two words, 15 years. She had wonderful brown hair, shaded with threads of gold, a brow that seemed made of marble, cheeks that seemed made of rose-leaf, a pale flush, an agitated whiteness, an exquisite mouth, whence smiles darted like sunbeams, and words like music, a head such as Raphael would have given to Mary, set upon a neck that Jean Goujon would have attributed to a Venus. And in order that nothing might be lacking to this bewitching face, her nose was not handsome, it was pretty. Neither straight nor curved, neither Italian nor Greek, it was the Parisian nose, that is to say, spiritual, delicate, irregular, pure, which drives painters to despair and charms poets. When Marius passed near her, he could not see her eyes, which were constantly lowered. He saw only her long chestnut lashes, permeated with shadow and modesty. This did not prevent the beautiful child from smiling as she listened to what the white-haired old man was saying to her, and nothing could be more fascinating than that fresh smile, combined with those drooping eyes. For a moment, Marius thought that she was another daughter of the same man, a sister of the former, no doubt. But when the invariable habit of his stroll brought him for the second time near the bench, and he had examined her attentively, he recognized her as the same. In 6 months, the little girl had become a young maiden, that was all. Nothing is more frequent than this phenomenon. There is a moment when girls blossom out in the twinkling of an eye, and become roses all at once. One left them children but yesterday. To-day, one finds them disquieting to the feelings. The child had not only grown, she had become idealized. As 3 days in April sufficed to cover certain trees with flowers, 6 months had sufficed to clothe her with beauty. Her April had arrived. One sometimes sees people who, poor and mean, seem to wake up, pass suddenly from indigence to luxury, indulge in expenditures of all sorts, and become dazzling, prodigal, magnificent, all of a sudden. That is the result of having pocketed an income. A note fell due yesterday. The young girl had received her quarterly income. And then she was no longer the schoolgirl with her felt hat, her merino gown, her scholar's shoes and red hands. Taste had come to her with beauty. She was a well-dressed person, clad with a sort of rich and simple elegance, and without affectation. She wore a dress of black damask, a cape of the same material, and a bonnet of white crape. Her white gloves displayed the delicacy of the hand which toyed with the carved Chinese ivory handle of a parasol, and her silken shoe outlined the smallness of her foot. When one passed near her, her whole toilette exhaled a youthful and penetrating perfume. As for the man, he was the same as usual. The second time that Marius approached her, the young girl raised her eyelids. Her eyes were of a deep celestial blue, but in that veiled azure there was as yet nothing but the glance of a child. She looked at Marius indifferently, as she would have stared at the brat running beneath the sycamores, or the marble vase which cast a shadow on the bench, and Marius, on his side, continued his promenade, and thought about something else. He passed near the bench where the young girl sat 5 or 6 times, but without even turning his eyes in her direction. On the following days he returned, as was his wont, to the Luxembourg. As usual, he found there the father and daughter, but he paid no further attention to them. He thought no more about the girl, now that she was beautiful, than he had when she was homely. He passed very near the bench where she sat, because such was his habit. End of Book 6, Chapters 1 and 2.